With Peng Yan's strength, taking down an arena lord was naturally something effortless. The third day of defending the platform, Peng Yan maintained his position and won 20 matches in a row. Although Peng Yan's strength was formidable, it was still not formidable to the extent that no one dared to challenge him. Those 7th-level boundless realms, even some 6th-level boundless realms, would all go up and challenge him. It was just that Peng Yan never would have dreamed that the first match on the 4th day, Tang Fan actually came up to challenge him immediately, and then Tang Fan blasted him down the platform cleanly. Furthermore, through a night's rest and rehabilitation, Tang Fan seemed to be even stronger than yesterday. After the 4th day, Yang Wenmiao and Yi Yuan directly obtained advancement quotas because no one dared to challenge them anymore. After Tang Fan kicked Peng Yan, likewise, no one dared to go up the stage again. Him obtaining a spot was just a matter of time. Based on this, there were only 3 quotas left. Starting from the 5th day, a series of intense scrambling battles unfolded on these 3 arenas. In the end, Peng Yan still relied on his powerful strength and obtained a quota. The 5th quota was seized by another Yi City's 7th-level boundless genius in the end. But the 6th quota was what everyone did not expect. Through 3 to 4 days of fighting, Mu Yun actually completed 100 consecutive wins, obtaining the final quota. This made Pei Wenxiang incredibly thrilled. These 6 spots ancient opulent city actually occupied too. This was what he did not expect at all before coming. He brought 6 people, and not a single one was at the 7th-level boundless realm. This kind of strength was at the very most only able to rank in the mid-range position. Even striving for a quota was not possible. After all, this kind of selection competition, there were too many experts. But who knew that not only did his people obtain a quota, it was 2. This kind of unexpected harvest made him feel that happiness came too sudden. After Mu Yun obtained the quota, Pei Wenxiang even ran in front of Wu Jianqing and showed off for a bit. Looking at that horse face of Wu Jianqing, Pei Wenxiang was incomparably exhilarated in his heart. Following the 6 quotas being decided, Yi City's Division Competition Zones competition also finally wrapped up satisfactorily. The next day, City Lord Yang San summoned the 6 people who advanced this time. The moment Yang San saw Pei Wenxiang, he could not help laughing loudly as he patted his shoulders and said, "Oh, Wenxiang, I really couldn't tell that you actually have the potential to be a good judge of talent. Your ancient opulent city can really be said to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat this time." Pei Wenxiang smiled and said, "Your Excellency is too kind. Haha. Just luck. Just luck." Yang San waved his hand and said, "Don't need to be modest, Wenxiang. Yi City's competition's news this time. I've already notified the Pei family. The Pei family is very pleased with your performance this time. It's said that they will bestow a Flying Crane Profound Torrential Pill to you." The Flying Crane Profound Torrential Pill was a medicinal pill to help Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists break through Cultivation realms. It was very valuable in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Without a certain status, there was no way to get it at all. His own status was not very high, but Pei Wenxiang had an elder brother who was a holy son. Otherwise, he would also not be assigned outside to be a city lord. This Flying Crane Profound Torrential Pill was an extremely valuable medicinal pill even to Pei Kuan, let alone Pei Wenxiang. When Pei Wenxiang heard this, he said agitatedly, "Are your words true, my lord?" Yang San nodded and said, "If not for definite news, how would I dare to open my mouth easily? Most likely, the Pei family's envoy is already on their way at present. You are also aware that the Holy Land has numerous factions. The contest for these quotas is naturally very intense too. You were able to seize 2 spots all at once. It naturally helps to gain a great deal of face for the Pei family. Other than the Flying Crane Profound Torrential Pill, the merit points awarded this time definitely won't meager too." Pei Wenxiang was overjoyed as he said, "Many thanks for your Excellency's news." Yang San waved his hand and said, "Thanking me for what? I'm only just informing you a little in advance. Obtaining this reward is you yourself discovering talents with discerning eyes. I has nothing to do with me." By the side, Wu Jianqing's face was already livid, green with envy for some time inwardly. Wu Jianqing wished to obtain a Flying Crane Profound Torrential Pill even in his dreams. But this medicinal pill was in too high demand. The family clan could not possibly award it at all. He didn't expect that Pei Wenxiang, this guy, gained a new lease on life and actually obtained the Pei family's bestowal. With Yang Sen's status, saying in front of so many people, this matter was basically set in stone already. How could he, Wu Jianqing, not be envious? No idea what bullshit luck Pei Wenxiang this guy had, to actually be able to find a freak like Yi Yuan. After finishing the small talk with Pei Wenxiang, Yang San said to the 6 people who advanced with a stern countenance, "Since the 6 of you have already stood out from the masses, as Yi City's Division Competition Zone's organizer, I naturally have to congratulate all of you. But what I want to warn everybody is that now is still not the time to be happy, because the cruelty of the grand finals will surpass your imaginations. I've already received some news. The genius martial artists who entered the grand finals this time, just the 9th level boundless and above, have 20 over people, while among the 6 of you, the highest is merely 8th level boundless. Of course, Cultivation realm doesn't completely represent strength. But you guys should be clearer than me that to be able to reach 9th level boundless realm at this age, not one of them is a mediocre person." Hearing Yang Sen's words, everyone's joy from having just advanced was immediately all gone. Apart from Yi Yuan, the others all had very solemn expressions. Clearly, they sensed tremendous pressure. Yang Wenmiao was no exception either. Actually, these people had long had mental preparations regarding the grand finals brutality. But they absolutely never expected that the quasi-holy sun selection competition this time would actually be brutal to such a degree. A total of 60 people, there were actually 20 over 9th level boundless realms. What kind of concept was this? Furthermore, who could guarantee that those 8th level boundless, 7th level boundless, even among the 6th level boundless and 5th level boundless realms did not have freaks like Tang Fan and Yi Yuan? It was not that no one dares not to guarantee this, but definitely there will be those freaks. The allure of entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley was too great. Even Yi Yuan, a former alchemy emperor powerhouse, was moved, let alone the others. Therefore, this time, those young geniuses who were not willing to reveal their edge all popped out all at once. According to Yang Sen's way of saying things, dark horses like Yi Yuan and Tang Fan were seen everywhere this time. Many young geniuses who were unknown before this all emerged this time. 4 or 5 people even poured out all at once in some division competition zones. Those geniuses who were originally viewed favorably were instead eliminated one by one. This kind of lineup seriously made them unable to be happy. Since they entered the grand finals, a single person did not wish to get a good ranking. In order to attract these geniuses to enter the Holy Land, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land also poured in extensive capital this time, bleeding their reserve. The top 10 young geniuses would obtain incomparably generous cultivation resources. Under this kind of temptation, few would be unmoved. These young geniuses' strengths were all at roughly the same rank. The final battle situation would surely be very intense, even to the extent of brutal. Under such circumstances, wanting to enter the top 10 was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Yang Sen stated the risks and benefits of the grand final's harshness and swept across the 6 people's faces, but he discovered that Yi Yuan was very composed from start to finish. He could not resist asking and said, "Yi Yuan, looking at you, seems like you're not very worried?" Yi Yuan did not think that Yang San would speak up and ask him. He replied with a smile, "Rather than worry about this, may as well make the best use of this 1 month's time to cultivate a bit more. Everyone's strength is roughly similar. Every increase in strength is naturally an increase in chances of victory." Yang San was stunned. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually say such words. Thinking carefully, it seemed like it really was that case. If the strength difference was too great, a month's time naturally did not have much use. But these 60 people's strength clearly did not have a great disparity. Whoever won or lost, either was possible. Under such circumstances, a month's time, one could do many things. Yi Yuan's words made the other 5 people's state of mind relax considerably, but the sense of urgency rose. If not for Yang Sen being present, they wished that they could go and enter a retreat right away. Yang Sen looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. This youth seemed to have a level-headedness that was disproportionate to his age. "Yi Yuan, I saw that when you were defending the arena previously, seemed like you still had some strength to spare. I wonder if you have any goal entering the grand finals this time?" Yang Sen asked. Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak. But P14 interjected when he saw the situation. I know a little about this. Yi Yuan's goal is that spot to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Hiss. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. Wasn't this goal a little too big? Hearing it, it just sounded somewhat inconceivable. But Yang San shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, young people having strength, having goals are a good thing. But reaching beyond one's grasp, one will probably return in disappointment in the end. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Your Excellency, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first to cultivate. Finish talking. Yi Yuan ignored the dumbfounded-looking people, turned right around, and went out. Stop right there. You actually dare to be disrespectful toward Lord Yang. I think that you're tired of living. Wu Jianqing finally seized the opportunity to explode. Yi Yuan said in surprise, Our Lord Yang says that I'm reaching beyond my reach, so I'm cultivating a while more in a down-to-earth manner. How did it become disrespect towards Lord Yang? You. Twisting logic. With the likes of your bit of strength, and you also dare to dream about entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Simply daydreaming in broad daylight. Hey, whatever you say. This little lord is still in a hurry to cultivate, see you later. Yi Yuan really left the city lord manor after he finished talking. Yang Wenmiao and the rest actually could hardly wait long ago already. Seeing Yi Yuan leave, Yang Wenmiao clasped his hands towards Yang San and said, Father, this child has to cultivate too. I'll take my leave first. Yang San hesitated slightly for a bit, but he still nodded and said, I see that you guys can't seem to stay anymore either. Go on then. Yang Wenmiao and the rest were like receiving amnesty, immediately going back to enter closed seclusion. After everyone left, Yang San stopped P14 and asked, Yi Yuan really has the strength? P14 thought for a while and said, Actually, before coming here I also thought that he was joking. But now I'm somewhat having hopes for him. Perhaps the strength he explodes with during the competition will give us a great shock. Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was established on top of a spirit vein. The essence energy was extremely abundant. Even though the present Crimson Afterglow Holy Land already declined, this place was an extremely flourishing land too. People came and went, endless streams of horses and carriages. It was a dignified large-scale city. The population in the Holy Land was not as many as a large city such as Yi City, but the scale was quite a bit larger. Moreover, the martial artists' strengths were also not what those large cities were able to compare to. A month's time passed in a twinkle. Yi Yuan's group of 6 who advanced followed Yang San into the Holy Land. Yi Yuan was born in a super holy land and did not have much feeling towards this kind of small-scale holy lands. Rather, other than Yang San, it was the others' first time entering the Holy Land. They were filled with curiosity towards this place. The Holy Land's reserve strength was mostly Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. They actually did not place much importance on Boundless Realms. Organizing this quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time was an unprecedented occasion. The Holy Land's factions are complex and intricate. This period of time, you all better be a little more careful. Don't offend people and try to have self-awareness. Of course, as long as you guys are able to enter the top 10, you'd have the qualifications to enter the Holy Temple. At that time, these forces naturally won't dare to offend you all. Yang San voiced out to remind when he saw everyone's curious baby looks. Yang San was born in the Holy Land and had witnessed before countless geniuses. He naturally knew that these young men were arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. There would even be an inclination towards attacking at a word of disagreement. However, with the backgrounds of these people before his eyes, they could not afford to offend some of the Holy Land's major factions at all. One had to know that although the Holy Land's Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists were not as many as the hair on an ox, hundreds definitely existed. And behind these people, mostly all were phaseless realm powerhouses. Phaseless realm powerhouses, they were the Holy Land's mid-level pillars. If one offended phaseless realm martial artists, the city lords behind these few people could not help them. Of course, Yang San himself was a phaseless realm powerhouse too. It was just that the factions inside this Holy Land, there were many he could not afford to offend. The group was walking when 2 people came from in front. Younger brother Yang San. How have you been? The one in front was an elderly man who greeted Xianxia immediately, but his eyes glanced towards Yi Yuan. But the other person was Yi Yuan's old acquaintance. It was precisely Zhao Qian. Xianxia was clearly very surprised by the old man's arrival and hurriedly saluted as he said, "I've seen Chairman Zhao." Chairman Zhao chuckled and said, "Haha, I heard that younger brother Yang acquired several fine talents this time. This Zhao specially came to take a look. The genius martial artists your Yi City's division competition zone selected this time should be these few people, right? Haha, indeed fine men with striking appearances." He said that it was to come to take a look at all the martial artists. But when Yangsen saw Chairman Zhao's eyes, how could he still not know that he was here specifically for Yi Yuan? Except he was a little alarmed inwardly. A puny little divine traversing realm boy could actually trouble the Meteor Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow branch's Lord Chairman to personally come out and welcome. Looks like this Yi Yuan's identity was indeed not that simple. Although the Meteor Trading Company's strength declined somewhat in these recent few years, it was a true blue rank 1 Holy Land. It was absolutely not what their kind of small Holy Land could contend with. A random second-level Dao profound powerhouse that they send out could destroy the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Of course, the Holy Lands where trading firms were located had always had harmony as a virtue. Unless there were no other choices, they would not easily go to war. Doing business, reputation was the most important. Exterminating people's holy land at the drop of a hat was completely a thing that harmed others without benefits. This Chairman Zhao was the Meteor Trading Company's person in charge of the Crimson Afterglow branch. To actually come personally to welcome, this was absolutely a very odd matter. He heard that this Yi Yuan was just an ascender. How was it possible to become associated with such a major figure? But shock was shock. Face still had to be given to Chairman Zhao. "Chairman Zhao is too kind," Yangsen said. Chairman Zhao said smilingly, "Younger brother Yang, our Meteor Trading Company has some business dealings with this little brother Yi Yuan. Just nice then. Our Crimson Afterglow branch is looking for him to discuss some things, so we dropped by. I hope that younger brother Yang won't take offense." Yangsen thought to himself that it was indeed so. He said verbally, "Dare not, dare not. This old man, Zhao Ting, is the Meteor Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow branch's chairman. Taking the liberty of inviting Master Yi here this time is that we have a business deal that we wish to discuss with you." As the person in charge of the Meteor Trading Company, Zhao Ting's tone was surprisingly very courteous toward Yi Yuan. If the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lands people saw Zhao Ting being so polite to Yi Yuan, they would definitely receive a huge shock. Although Zhao Ting's strength was not as strong as the Holy Lord's, his status was not the slightest bit inferior to the Holy Lord. A heavyweight class figure like this was actually so polite to a divine traversing realm youth. It would make people unbelievably shocked. Yi Yuan glanced at Zhao Ting, then looked at the Zhao Qian who was silent by the side, and said smilingly, "You guys are here for the pill formulas, right? Looks like your Meteor Trading Company indeed has some difficulties striding forward right now." Zhao Ting was alarmed inwardly when he heard that and could not help looking over towards Zhao Qian in astonishment. For a moment, he actually did not know how he should answer. He had long heard Zhao Qian say before that Yi Yuan was formidable. But this one exchange, he candidly admitted defeat straight away. Not only did Yi Yuan guess his intentions of coming, he actually even guessed the Meteor Trading Company's present predicament. Just what was this boy's head made out of? "I'm not hiding from Mr. Yi. Our Meteor Trading Company has indeed encountered an unprecedented dilemma. I know that this request is a little demanding, but your pill formulas are indeed very important to us right now." Zhao Qian suddenly opened her mouth and said. Finished talking, Zhao Qian looked at Yi Yuan rather nervously, seemingly awaiting his sentencing. To Zhao Qian, this was still her first time being so obsequious to another person because of several Tier 5 pill formulas. Zhao Qian and Yi Yuan's collaboration was currently restricted to the ancient opulent city. Other places were not permitted to sell the medicinal pills Yi Yuan refined. Therefore, even though these medicinal pills earned massive amounts, it was only specific to the ancient opulent city area. To a Leviathan like the Meteor Trading Company, it did not have the slightest benefit at all. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Qian and suddenly asked, "What's your relationship with Zhao Xingchen?" Zhao Qian was stunned, immediately shaking her head, saying, "Mr. Yi is worrying too much. How can Qian possibly have any association with Lord Head Chairman? She said that verbally, but Zhao Qian was incomparably shocked in her heart. How did Yi Yuan, an ascender, know the head chairman's name? Could it be that Yi Yuan really had some relationship with the meteor trading company? Zhao Xingqian, this name was not what the average martial artist could know. Even a Holy Land's Holy Lord might not have the qualifications to know this name. What made her even more astounded was that Yi Yuan actually guessed her relationship with Zhao Xingqian. Yi Yuan curled his mouth when he heard that and said, "Doesn't even have a bit of sincerity. Why did you guys still come and find me to discuss what cooperation? You also know that wanting the pill formulas is somewhat demanding. Then you better save your breath." As he said, Yi Yuan was about to leave. Zhao Qian panicked when she heard that and hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. Zhao Xingqian is my father." Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised look, saying with a smile, the exalted head chairman's daughter would actually come to such a small holy land like Crimson Afterglow personally. I'm somewhat curious, what on earth happened to your meteor trading company? Zhao Qian bit her lips and said, How do you know about my relationship with my father? Also, how did you know that our meteor trading company encountered a dilemma? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Isn't that simple? Even though you look exactly like a junior the entire time by Chairman Zhao's side, the eyes he looks at you with are not right. He seemingly need to seek your opinion for everything. As for your predicament, a place that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company can send out an alchemy saint, but you guys actually can't even send out an alchemy saint. Isn't this still obvious? Furthermore, even if my pill formulas can earn a lot of money, they are just tier 5 pill formulas after all. To a rank 1 holy land like you all, it's actually not considered much. But the things that you guys showed are too disparate from your status. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhao Ting was unbelievably shocked at the sides. This boy's mind was also meticulous to actually perceive so many things from such little details. But Zhao Qian heaved a sigh and said, I knew that it can't hide from Mr. Yi. Ho-ho. I didn't know that Zhao Xingqian had such a pretty daughter. But with your status, why would you come to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, this sort of place? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Zhao Qian shot Yi Yuan a glare, but she still answered, the meteor trading company encountered an unprecedented crisis. With no choice, the trading company dispatched elite forces to the various regions wanting to turn the decline around. And my mission was the White Valiant region and the nearby few regions. I just arrived at the White Valiant region not long. Going to ancient opulent city was only to understand the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's various city situation a little, so as to find countermeasures. But I didn't think that I would happen to run into you. Yi Yuan frowned and said, such a huge crisis actually erupted in the meteor trading company? Could something have happened to Zhao Xingqian? In Yi Yuan's impression, Zhao Xingqian was a very capable person. He established the meteor trading company single-handedly and developed it to become a titan of the business world comparable to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. His methods could be imagined. Logically speaking, the meteor trading company would not have such a large-scale defeat occur, unless some problems happened to the trading company's upper echelons. Father went missing, Zhao Qian said as a crystalline teardrop fell from the corners of her eye. What? Head chairman, he went missing? Zhao Qian's words were akin to a bolt out of the blue, stunning Zhao Ting dumbfounded directly. A rank 1 Holy Land's Holy Lord went missing. This implication was too great. Even if Zhao Qian had come to the White Valiant region for a very long time already, she had never told this matter to the various trading companies' officers in charge before. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said slowly, so that's how it is. All right then, the pill formulas can be given to you. But I'll only give you all a single type of medicinal pills formula. Furthermore, I have a condition. What condition? Not getting all of the pill formulas. Zhao Qian was somewhat disappointed. But even if there was only one type of medicinal pill, it was also sufficient to make her incredibly agitated. Releasing any one type among these medicinal pills would cause a tremendous impact to the scene of conventional medicinal pills. Could be said to be a one-time alchemy world's revolution. So even if it was only one type of pill formula, the profits were huge too. Zhao Qian did not expect that Yi Yuan actually agreed so straightforwardly. This medicinal pill is absolutely not permitted to be sold within the boundaries of a super holy land within 5 years. Otherwise, I'll likewise sell the pill formula to other trading companies. I think that they will be interested, Yi Yuan said coolly. Although the chances of Ji Kanglin recognizing was very small, Yi Yuan still had to guard against him. Of course, along with the passing of time, this kind of medicinal pills would eventually enter Ji Kanglin's field of vision. It was just that, at that time, Yi Yuan should already have sufficient strength to protect himself. Of course, the prerequisite was that if Ji Kanglin was really able to connect it to him through these few types of medicinal pills. Zhao Qian was somewhat uncertain, but she still nodded her head and said, "Fine, I promise you. As for the price, we'll satisfy you." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I don't want money. I want to buy some intel." Some intel? Zhao Qian's brows furrowed slightly, and she gave Zhao Ting a look, signaling for him to withdraw. Although Zhao Ting's cultivation realm was high, at present there was clearly no right for him to speak already. One had to know that even if Yi Yuan just sold one pill formula, that was absolutely a sky-high price too. But Yi Yuan did not want anything and just wanted to buy some intel. It could be seen how valuable they were. A rank 1 holy land force like the Meteor Trading Company, their branches could be found all over the divine realm. Information was naturally something they were very well informed of. Therefore, the scope they operated was not just things like medicinal pills and weapons, but it also included intel. And these intel, according to the difficulty of acquiring, the prices were naturally not the same either. Yi Yuan would rather not take the reward and inquire about information. It was definitely extremely valuable information. That's right. Furthermore, you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath to absolutely not divulge the matter of me inquiring about intel from you today, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Zhao Qian's expression was slightly apprehensive and knew that this medicinal pill was not easy to get. But Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were too important to the Meteor Trading Company. She did not hesitate much and swore a heavenly Tao oath very quickly. She then said to Yi Yuan, "Ask away. If it's information I know, I can answer you right now. If I don't know, you'll probably have to wait for a few days." Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, "I want information about the Medicine King Hall. The more detailed, the better." Zhao Qian's gaze sharpened and she could not help resizing Yi Yuan up. "What's your relationship with the Medicine King Hall? We're undergoing a transaction right now. It's me asking you questions, not you asking me. According to your rules, only answer questions and not raise questions." Mentioning the Medicine King Hall, Yi Yuan's entire being became cold. Zhao Qian by the side actually felt a chill somewhat run down her spine. The Medicine King Hall was already a taboo in the divine realm. Ordinary people all kept a respectful distance away. Now, a puny little divine traversing realm was actually interested in the Medicine King Hall's information. This inevitably made Zhao Qian produce conjectures about Yi Yuan's identity. But Yi Yuan's words reminded Zhao Qian that no matter how curious she was, she should not ask this kind of questions either. This violated a great taboo. If it were another person, they might even turn hostile on the spot, then propagate everywhere that the Meteor Trading Company did not adhere to the rules of the business. Zhao Qian recollected her thoughts and sucked in a deep breath, saying slowly, "The Medicine King Hall had a dramatic change take place over 10 years ago. The Ji father and son both perished. Ji Xingyang's eldest disciple inherited the Medicine King Hall and became the new Hall Lord. Ever since then, the Medicine King Hall sealed off all information and chased all of the outside forces out of the Holy Land, practically sealing off themselves completely from the outside world." Yi Yuan frowned when he heard that and said, "Which is also to say that your Meteor Trading Company doesn't know about the Medicine King Hall's intel at all?" Zhao Qian shook her head and said, "You're also aware, the Meteor Trading Company is just a rank 1 holy land. It's on an entirely different level from the Medicine King Hall. Such a colossal titan sealing off all information, we have no way of infiltrating inside at all. If you really wish to inquire about the Medicine King Hall's information, probably only the Heaven's Secret Tower has this ability. Now, in the entire divine realm, apart from the Heaven's Secret Tower, probably the Medicine King Hall is the most mysterious. Of course, regarding some side news about the Meteor Trading Company, we're still aware of them." Yi Yuan fell silent. Regarding these information that Zhao Qian told him, it was within his expectations. But it was also outside of his expectations. The thing within expectations was that the Meteor Trading Company was likely unable to inquire about some core information. The thing outside of expectations was that he did not know why Ji Kanglin wanted to seal off all information about the Holy Land. Ji Kanglin successfully usurping the throne should be precisely the time he was illustrious, free and unfettered. But he lived a life isolated from the world. What medicine was he selling in his gourd? Talk about it, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Zhao Qian said, the Medicine King Hall's predecessor Hall Lord, Ji Zhengyang, and his son, Ji Qingyun, were both the pinnacle-most peak alchemy emperor powerhouses in the current age. Quite a number of divine king experts in the divine realm all received their grace before. Among them included quite a number among the 10 great divine kings. After their father and son pair passed away, there were quite a number of divine king experts who all paid a visit, wanting an explanation before. Legend has it that the spirit bristle divine king personally went to find the new Hall Lord, Ji Kanglin, but he turned back halfway. As for specific reasons, it was unknown. Second, after the Ji father and son passed away, Ji Kanglin did not exterminate everyone ruthlessly, but he let out a batch of people. It was said that these people were all people with close ties to the father and son pair. But after these people came out, they also vanished. Our trading company later attempted to find these people, but we did not find a single one. Of course, this is also because our Meteor Trading Company's strength is too weak. I believe if it's the Heaven's Secret Tower, they should be able to find. Third, 8 years ago, the Medicine King Hall once took action and annihilated several major factions. Naturally, the one thing which shocked the divine realm most of all was that they made a move and destroyed a quasi-super holy land, the Blood Rain Holy Land, slaughtering the Blood Rain Holy Land's divine king powerhouses clean, astounding the divine realm. After exterminating these major forces, the Medicine King Hall lowered their banners and muffled their drums, and they did not take action anymore again either. As for the reason they took action, the Medicine King Hall never had mentioned it. Nobody dared to ask either. Yi Yuan's face revealed a solemn expression. Annihilating a quasi-super holy land with a wave of a hand, the Medicine King Hall's strength post-Ji Xingyang's era did not decrease, but it had increased instead. Yi Yuan truly could not imagine how Ji Kanglin did this. Looks like wanting to kill Ji Kanglin was even harder than imagined. Then do you know what strength Ji Kanglin is at right now? Yi Yuan asked. Zhao Qian shook her head and said, people who have seen him take action before are all dead. But it can be certain that his present strength is definitely much stronger than in the past. Now, in the divine realm, there's a guess that Ji Kanglin's current strength is likely not beneath the 10 great divine kings already. 10 great divine kings was the divine realm's benchmark quality figure. These 10 great divine kings were not self-proclaimed but given out by the divine realm's most mysterious power, the Heaven's Secret Tower. Back then, when they gave out this 10 great divine kings title, the divine realm was filled with outrage and questioning voices. Many divine kings were unconvinced and went to find these 10 great divine kings to fight one-on-one. But the final result also affirmed the might of the Heaven's Secret Tower's information system. The positions of the 10 great divine kings, no one was able to shake them, regardless of how formidable the opponent's strength was. They used countless victories to affirm the might of their own strength, and also verified the Heaven's Secret Tower's might. Not only did the Heaven's Secret Tower give out these 10 great divine kings titles, they even issued the 10 great divine kings power ranking. Of course, just who was strong or weak among these 10 great divine kings, nobody knew at all. They had never competed openly among themselves before, and there was also nobody who expressed refusal to concede to this ranking. Over the course of time, the reputation of the 10 great divine kings was gradually accepted by everyone in the divine realm. If Ji Kanglin's strength was already comparable to the 10 great divine kings, that was absolutely a very troublesome matter. This level of a powerhouse was on completely different levels from ordinary divine kings. Unless Yi Yuan could break through to the divine king realm, wanting to kill Ji Kanglin was absolutely out of the question. Due to there being no deity realm powerhouses, divine king experts were virtually the divine realm's apex existences. It was just that between divine kings and divine kings, there was similarly a huge disparity. Take the Spirit Bristle Divine King for example. His strength was sufficient to instantly kill 4 or 5 ordinary Divine Kings. Even if he was besieged by numerous Divine Kings, he also had sufficient assurance to escape alive. Wanting to kill the 10 great Divine Kings was virtually a mission impossible to complete. If Ji Kanglin's strength were really able to reach that sort of degree, the difficulty of Yi Yuan wanting to kill him would be too great. Ji Kanglin was not just his strength alone being formidable, behind him even stood the entire Medicine King Hall. To be able to lock down the Medicine King Hall's news so thoroughly, Ji Kanglin's control over the Medicine King Hall had definitely reached a degree unimaginable by the average person already. After getting a second life, Yi Yuan had always been pleased with the progress of his own strength. But looking at it now, this vengeance did not seem to be easy to avenge. Putting aside other things, just talking about strength reaching the level of the 10 great Divine Kings, it was an extremely difficult thing. One had to know that these 10 great Divine Kings, each one of them grasped several supreme true intents. While Yi Yuan only grasped one supreme true intent right now. The disparity in between this was not just a tiny bit. Talking about supreme true intent was easy. To really comprehend was too difficult. The Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time, those gathered were all 1 in 10,000 geniuses. But among them, apart from Yi Yuan, who else was able to comprehend a supreme true intent? Fine. If your meteor trading companies still have other information related to the Medicine King Hall, send them over to me. Additionally, help me keep an eye on the Medicine King Hall. Once there are any signs of disturbance, immediately notify me. I'll decide when to give you the other pill formulas according to your information. This is the Tier 5 Essence Restoring Pills pill formula. On it has the method to refine this medicinal pill. Take it, said Yi Yuan and casually threw Zhao Qian a jade slip. Logically speaking, to be able to obtain Yi Yuan's other medicinal pills formulas, this should be something deserving to be happy about. But now, Zhao Qian felt that these pill formulas were somewhat scalding to the touch. If Mr. Yi wants to obtain the Medicine King Hall's accurate information, probably only finding the Heaven's Secret Tower will work. You also know that with our meteor trading company's strength, it's impossible to acquire very in-depth information, Zhao Qian said with a frown. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Heh. The Heaven's Secret Tower's origins were unclear to begin with. Furthermore, their strength is unfathomable. God knows if they have any relation with Ji Kanglin. If I really went to find them, I might be sold and not even know it. Zhao Xingqian's daughter. I can still trust. In the past, the Medicine King Hall had collaborations with the various major trading companies. Yi Yuan still quite trusted Zhao Xingqian's character. If he had to find a force to inquire for information, the Meteor Trading Company was clearly the most suitable. This was also the reason why he would find the Meteor Trading Company to collaborate. Zhao Qian listening to a snot-nosed brat calling Zhao Xingqian over and over again, no matter what, it somewhat had the taste of behaving like a senior. Hesitating slightly for a bit, Zhao Qian still could not refrain from asking, I wonder what kind of relationship Mr. Yi and father has? Yi Yuan said with a smile, when the time comes, you'll naturally know. But I didn't expect that Zhao Xingqian actually went missing. Looks like the divine realm has really entered a period of trouble. The current Zhao Qian was surprised and bewildered in her heart. She felt that the Yi Yuan in front of her seemingly became another person. But this Yi Yuan gave her tremendous pressure. Zhao Qian faintly felt like she grasped a little something, but it was just missing that tiny bit. That bit keep on slipping through her fingers. This sort of feeling made her go crazy. Yi Yuan returned to the residence, but the chambers were all deserted long ago already. Pei Wenqiang had returned to the Pei family to report the completion of his task. He would only come back tomorrow morning. The others had a youth's temperament in the end, strolling around the Holy Land's various places. There were only Tang Fan and Mu Yun, these two people seemingly waiting for Yi Yuan to come back. Tang Fan obtaining Yi Yuan's guidance, just in this 1 month his strength already soared by leaps and bounds. In between this, he even went to Yi Yuan to compete several times. But each time it was an utter defeat. Tang Fan's sword art had become faster, but it was still unable to touch Yi Yuan. The faster his sword art, the faster Yi Yuan's movement technique, seemingly forever without limits. In this 1 month, the two people had a good teacher-student relationship. Of course, Mu Yun being able to enter the grand finals was entirely thanks to Yi Yuan's medicinal pill. His attitude towards Yi Yuan naturally went without saying too. Among these 6 people, the 3 of them walked the closest. Yi Yuan, you finally came back. We've waited a long time for you. Mu Yun grumbled. Yi Yuan said curiously, waiting for me for what? Mu Yun said rather excitedly, we heard that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company wants to hold an auction tonight. I heard that there are quite a few good stuff. Tang Fan and I plan to go take a look. Since there's nothing tonight, why don't you join in too? An auction organized by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow branch. The level was naturally not what those cities at the lower levels could compare to. Having some good stuff during the auction was also normal. But with Yi Yuan's horizons, things able to make him interested were really not many. However, he looked at Tang Fan's and Mu Yun's anticipating expression. He felt bad about denying them invitation, so he agreed. Alright, go experience it then. However, going to an auction. Did you guys brought enough Earth Essence crystals on you? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Hey, you're also looking down on the 2 of us too much. Although we aren't as wealthy as you, we're absolutely not paupers either. Mu Yun said with a laugh. It was already late right now. By the time Yi Yuan trio arrived at the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, there was already not much time remaining from the start of the auction. Arriving at the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, only then did Yi Yuan suddenly recall something and could not help asking the 2 people. He said, you guys dragged me to this auction, but we don't have the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's invitation. How do we go in? The things being auctioned at the auction were normally all valued extremely highly. Without sufficient wealth, going in would only bend their backs. Those able to enter the auction were either wealthy or noble. It was naturally impossible for some random Tom, Dick, or Harry to go in. Tang Fan pulled out 3 jade plaques like pulling a magic trick, saying smugly, without adequate preparations, wouldn't coming over be losing face? Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. It looked like these 2 brats had some skill. The Holy Land level was completely not what cities could compete with. They actually used just 1 afternoon's time to get 3 jade plaques. When the 3 people entered the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's auction venue, inside was already filled with people. Only now did Yi Yuan know that the jade plaques, the 3 of them had, could only sit at the most remote corner, and could not help being speechless. Yo, isn't that the great genius-y? You guys actually came to the Heaven's Destiny auction too. Why is a great genius like you sitting in this out-of-the-way corner? Isn't it a loss of dignity? Yi Yuan trio had yet to take their seats when an extremely piercing voice sounded out at the side. Turning around to take a look, it was Wu Jianqing and Peng Yan. While beside Wu Jianqing, there was still a young man. En? Elder brother Jianqing, you know them? The young man frowned slightly and said, Jiantong, didn't you very much wanted to know who the sole divine traversing realm in this competition is? It's him, Wu Jianqing said with a cold smile. The young man's eyebrows raised up, and he said disdainfully, I was wondering if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Turns out that it's also merely just like this. 8th level divine traversing realm, what can he accomplish reaching the grand finals? Looks like your Yi City's competition zone truly has nobody. Boy, I heard that you're very cocky. Hope that the competition this time, you and I don't run into each other. This young man called Wu Jianqing as his elder brother. He was probably a member of the Wu family, but his appearance was very arrogant. It was a manner as if he was number 1 under the heaven, pissing people off. Yi Yuan played it down and said, is that so? I think so too. Hoo-hoo. Wu Jiantong's expression fell when he heard that and said with a cold smile, looks like you still don't know who this young master is, right? A measly little 8th level divine traversing actually dares to utter this sort of big talk. Not afraid of your teeth falling out. Yi Yuan did not lack resources currently. With the support of medicinal pills, his cultivation speed was very quick. 1 month's time, Yi Yuan already broke through to the 8th level divine traversing. Wu Jiantong was very arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant too. His age was only around 20+ years old, yet he already reached 9th level boundless. Don't know and don't want to know either. Yi Yuan's manner actually did not attach importance to Wu Jianting in the slightest. Wu Jiantong was clearly someone arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. His temper flared up with a stroke. Brat, you have balls. This competition, you'll die very horrible. Elder brother Jianqing, let's go to the reserved box for honored guests. Let these bumpkins squeeze in this corner. This place was the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's area. Wu Jiantong naturally had to give some face and could not very well get into a fight. After the three people left, Yi Yuan, Tang Fan, and Mu Yun took their seats. Tang Fan gave Yi Yuan a thumbs up and said, Brother Yi is indeed impressive. To actually even think nothing of Wu Jiantong. Yi Yuan was curious too as he said, Why? Is he famous? Mu Yun said with a smile, more than just famous. The Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time, Wu Jiantong is a favorite contending for the championship second only to Nailan Chu. Offending him, Brother Yi will probably have to be a little careful in the competition this time. Only Brother Yi doesn't recognize him. If it were another person, they would probably have to take a detour around. Yi Yuan touched his nose and said smilingly, So impressive? Looks like I've offended someone I shouldn't offend. Mu Yun said speechlessly, Brother Ye's strength is outstanding, but it's best to be a little more careful still. The grand finals is a fierce struggle. Be slightly lacking in strength, and one will likely get eliminated. The Wu family is powerful. If any schemes surface, it might be detrimental to Brother Yi. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, Even if I don't provoke him, Wu Jianqing would probably think of ways to make him come and provoke me too. This selection competition ultimately still depends on one's own strength. The three people were just speaking when a coquettish madam walked up to the stage and said in a clear voice, Appreciate everyone honoring with a visit, coming to our Heaven's Destiny auction. This lowly self is Kai Yu. I believe that friends who frequently come to the Heaven's Destiny auctions won't be unacquainted with this lowly self. Enough talk, we'd better go into the main topic. Today's auction items have a total of 13 articles. I believe that everyone came today for that finale holy artifact at the end. As for what that holy artifact is, allow this lowly self to keep you guessing and leave it till the end to unveil. This Kai Yu was clearly an auction veteran. Just a few simple words stirred up everyone's appetites fully. Holy artifact, this was something not often seen in rank 9 holy lands. One had to know that holy artifacts were things that Dao profound realm powerhouses used. Each item was worth a city. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was also immensely wealthy. That was why they would take this sort of thing out to auction off. I already heard rumors when I came this time. Didn't think that it's really a holy artifact. Big Sister Kai Yu, don't leave us hanging. Quickly tell us just what on earth this finale holy artifact is. Yeah, at most, accompany you to sleep later as compensation. Quickly tell us. Ha. No idea who quipped such a sentence either, making a series of loud laughter emit from beneath the stage. However, although this Kai Yu's age looked slightly older, she maintained her looks extremely well, and even had a mature appeal that young girls could not compare to. With every movement, it would have a massive charm to men. Those whose willpower were slightly weaker could not keep it under control at all. Kai Yu did not get angry when she heard it either. She said with a coquettish smile, If this lowly self dares to agree, I wonder if this hero dares to really sleep with this lowly self or not? With her smiling like this, beneath the stage actually became silent. No one dared to answer. Yi Yuan swept over everyone and could not help being puzzled. One had to admit that this madam was indeed extremely stirring. Why did everyone avoid her like avoiding snakes or scorpions with a jest? Hey, this woman's looks aren't bad. Why does everyone all seem to be very afraid of her? Yi Yuan asked curiously. But after waiting a long time, those two kids did not respond. Turning his head to look, he saw that those two brats were already in a daze. Clearly, they had their souls hooked away by this madam already. Yi Yuan was helpless and reached his hand out to smack each of their heads. Only then did the two people startle awake. Ouch! Brother Yi, what did you hit me for? If I did not hit you guys, your divine souls would have ran away with her, Yi Yuan said huffily. The two people's face flushed red, but their eyes still kept glancing over at Kai Yu. Heh, the two brats are new here, right? This Kai Yu is a famous black widow who has already jinxed 7 husbands to death. Who dares to be intimate with her? Suddenly, a somber voice sounded out beside. Yi Yuan trio turned their heads over to look. They saw a black-robed man who wrapped himself up tightly. Looking from the outside, his sex and strength could not be discerned at all. But in an auction, this kind of people was common too. Most did not wish to expose their identities. Yi Yuan thought nothing of this too. But hearing this person's words, Tang Fan and Mu Yun were stricken with fear. Their gazes, when looking at Kai Yu again, were the same as the others. Such a woman, wouldn't whoever encounter her have to die? Kai Yu could not help sighing bitterly when she saw the situation and said, I knew that you men, not one, are genuine and sincere. This sigh was truly dazzlingly charming, making quite a few people under the stage somewhat unable to endure. This Heaven's Destiny auction being so prosperous was probably not unrelated to this Kai Yu. Even if this woman could not be touched, having a look also made people lose their heads in ecstasy. All right, making me out to be a shrew. Let's better return back to business. Everyone, come take a look at today's first auction article. As she said, Kai Yu clapped her hands. A servant presented the first auction item. Kai Yu urged with her essence energy, removing the restrictions on the auction article, but it revealed a fist-sized rock. When Yi Yuan saw that stone, his gaze could not help turning intent. Clearly, he had already recognized the origins of this stone. But the others all had blank looks. No idea why the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would bring such a lousy stone out to auction. Kai Yu said with a smile, today's first auction article everyone might be a little foreign, but make sure not to look down on it. This rock is called Three Lives Stone. It is a heaven and earth miraculous item. With it, it's practically having an additional life. Three Lives Stone. It's actually the Three Lives Stone of the legends. Someone suddenly exclaimed beneath the stage. Clearly, he had heard before the renown of the Three Lives Stone. But this Three Lives Stone was extremely rare. Therefore, they did not recognize it either. Kai Yu's words stirred up the atmosphere beneath the stage all at once. Having an additional life, this to all martial artists was a deadly temptation. Kai Yu smiled enchantingly and said, looks like someone heard of Three Lives Stone before, but I think that the majority of the people might still be more foreign to it. Three Lives Stone isn't a medicinal pill, but it's more impressive than most miracle elixirs. Martial artists only have to refine it and fuse it into their bodies. When they reach a state of impending death, it will activate on its own and can let you recover to your peak state within 10 breaths of time. It is definitely a superb item to preserve one's life. The moment these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. This kind of function could simply be hailed as heaven-defying. Kai Yu, what's the base price of this Three Lives Stone? I must buy it. Someone was already too anxious to wait beneath the stage. Such a heaven-defying item naturally aroused quite a few people's covetous eyes. Quite a few people were already itching to give it a go, wanting to bid for this Three Lives Stone. Kai Yu saw that the fire was almost there before slowly opening her mouth and saying, the first auction article won 3 Lives Stone. The starting auction price is 10 million Earth Essence Crystals. Each increase in price mustn't be less than 1 million. 20 million Earth Essence Crystals. 25 million Earth Essence Crystals. 30 million Earth Essence Crystals. The moment Kai Yu's voice faded, the price of the 3 Lives Stone was directly raised by 20 million Earth Essence Crystals. Spending 30 million to buy a life, they felt that it was too cheap. Except Yi Yuan, Tang Fan and Mu Yun were unbelievably moved. 31 million Earth Essence Crystals. Tang Fan could not resist shouting too. But his yell was surpassed by people very soon. An increase in price by 1 million seemed to be entirely too inferior to show in public at this time. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes and said, "Don't increase the price anymore. This 3 Lives Stone is already at a premium. There's no need to keep increasing it. Such a small piece of 3 Lives Stone. At most it's also just worth 20 million Earth Essence Crystals." Tang Fan said in surprise, "This thing can give an additional life. 30 million Earth Essence Crystals aren't considered a lot, right?" Mu Yun had a curious look too. He was also very impulsive towards this 3 Lives Stone. But this price was raised a little high at all once. He could not quite endure it either. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, he could not help becoming very curious. Yi Yuan was just about to speak, when a voice suddenly shouted out from inside an honored guest room upstairs. 60 million Earth Essence crystals. With this shout, everyone all sucked in a cold breath. No one else opened their mouths again. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard this yell and immediately revealed a hint of a strange smile. 60 million once. 60 million twice. 60 million thrice. Deal. Congratulations to the guest in the Sky Character number 2 room for obtaining this 3 live stone. Following Kai Yu's moving voice sounding out, this 3 live stone's ownership was settled too. A high price of 60 million already surpassed the mental expectations of most people. Though this thing was good, quite a number of people had their own objectives for coming here. Spending too much money on other things, it would naturally be insufficient for what they set their minds on. Only genuinely wealthy people would not care about this price of 60 million Earth Essence crystals. But the Sky Character room guests were basically all either wealthy or noble. Otherwise, it was also impossible to enter the distinguished guest box rooms. Not only was this distinguished guest box room very private, but it was also very comfortable too. All sort of services was also very on point. Ordinary people could not go in at all. Brother Yi, looking at your appearance, seems like they suffered a loss buying these Earth Essence crystals? Mu Yun said curiously. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. More than just suffered a loss, it suffered a huge loss. Although the 3 live stone is miraculous, it's not a heaven-defying object either. The size of a 3 live stone determines the strength of its effect. This fist-sized 3 live stone only has 70% effect on Boundless Realm martial artists. To Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists, the effects would be even weaker. That Caillou deliberately concealed some things. Clearly, she wanted to let people be deceived on account of their generosity. Either way, the effects of this thing can't be discerned until a life-and-death juncture anyway. If a divine traversing realm used it, it was still okay. If it were a boundless realm, it would be of little value. But it's likely that the possibility of the people inside that Sky Character know. 2 room being divine traversing realms is very small. This auction, there were barely any divine traversing realms in the first place. Only a divine traversing realm like Yi Yuan would enter here. The others, even if they were large family clans juniors, they all did not have the qualifications to enter here. Therefore, the person who spent 60 million to buy this 3 live stone was definitely a sucker. Furthermore, this sucker was even somewhat foolish. Tang Fan and Mu Yun could not help exchanging glances and could not help being very sympathetic towards that sucker in the Sky Character number 2 room. Inside the Sky Character number 2 room, Wu Jiantong was currently being pleased with himself. There's actually such a good thing like the 3 live stone. A major trading firm like the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company indeed has some skill. This young master acquiring this thing, I can act recklessly without any qualms in the future when facing enemies. These 60 million Earth Essence crystals are well spent. Congratulations to Brother Jiantong. Didn't expect that this first auction article is such a heaven-defying item. Looks like tonight we'll have quite a number of good stuff. Peng Yan said fawningly. This one afternoon's time, Peng Yan already became acquainted with Wu Jiantong from messing around and became like a little lackey. Wu Jianqing's pugilistic experiences were much more consummate and kept feeling that something was not right, but could not pinpoint it in a short time either. Furthermore, Wu Jiantong's status in the family clan was much higher than him. Therefore, it was difficult for him to comment on anything as well. Next, we invite the second auction article. Yi Yuan had been observing beneath the stage the entire time. This Caillou was indeed an expert. Practically each auction item she could maximize the profits. 3 to 4 auction items being bid down, Yi Yuan discovered that the price of each article were all above its actual value. Of course, auction this kind of thing, what it observed was judgment. People without good judgment would tend to buy at a price higher than the auction item's price in itself. But these front few items did not have much use to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he did not have the intention of making a move either. With Yi Yuan's horizons, the things auctioned in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, there were really very few able to enter his arcane sites. Hence, his primary goal of coming today was actually just to accompany Tang Fan, the 2 of them. Regarding this sort of auction, Yi Yuan had participated many times during his previous life. He was basically very familiar with it. Hiking up prices in an auction was very sagacious and not just casually shouting prices. People who genuinely understood the business all had a psychological price towards each auction article. Once the price hiked up over too much, they would definitely give up. Therefore, this tested the auction house's ability. The base price must be moderate, making the final transaction price hiked up over slightly, yet it was also not to an extent where it broke through the limits of the bidder's psychological price. Every single thing must be precise. One could say that the entire auction was a process of scheming and outwitting. It would depend on who grasped it more accurately. Right now, at this auction venue, there were clearly some people who knew the business but were no match for the many local tycoons. Therefore, several auction items being bid down, there was quite a number which were at a premium by a wide margin. It looked bustling, but everyone actually had a score in their hearts. Everyone coming over tonight, quite a number of them was aiming at that finale holy artifact. Organizing an auction, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would naturally leak out some news. The auctioning of a holy artifact would naturally draw many people to surround and spectate. Therefore, the final great battle tonight was still concerning that holy artifact. As long as that holy artifact was not some trash good, the final auction article would definitely be an intense seizing battle. These auction goods previously were at most considered appetizers before the meal. All the way until the 8th auction article ended, Yi Yuan did not even make a move to bid for a single item. But Mu Yun took fancy on an item. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, he finally succeeded in the bidding. What Mu Yun took fancy upon was a quasi-tier 9 martial technique. This was also considered pretty good stuff in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. It was just that this quasi-tier 9 martial technique was something that was not indispensable to the Holy Land's major family clans. Therefore, the bidding was naturally not that intense too. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, Mu Yun finally closed the deal with 10 million Earth Essence crystals as the price. And when announcing the closing of the deal, some helplessness was concealed in the depths of Kai Yu's eyes. Clearly, she was very unhappy with this price. Next, we're starting the bidding for tonight's 9th auction item. Talking about this auction item, truthfully speaking, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company actually doesn't know its usage too. But we invited many appraisal masters who all ascertained before that this black metal lump is absolutely no commonplace good. For this black metal lump, we've specially invited Master Mu Yuanfei to appraise before. The final verdict he gave was that it was very likely to be a kind of very high-ranking artifact refining material. Of course, as for how the specifics functions are, it will probably be up to everybody to fumble yourselves. This black metal lump's base auction price is 1 million. Each price increase is not to be lesser than 100,000. Auction starts. Caillou finished introducing. Quite a number of people already lost interest in this shiny black metal chunk. Even the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company could not figure out this metal lump's use, let alone other people. As for saying that it was an artifact refining material, God knows if it could really be of use or not. Therefore, when Caillou's voice faded, it actually became somewhat silent for a moment. Caillou swept a glance around the venue and could not help revealing a hint of a disappointed expression. Looks like this auction item would likely have to be passed on. But this was also something within expectations. This black metal chunk, they tested many methods but could not figure out its use. 1.1 million. Just as everyone all felt that it was going to be passed over. Suddenly, someone shouted a price. Everyone followed the voice and looked over. It was actually a divine traversing realm youth. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Even Tang Fan and Mu Yun were both rather surprised. Yi Yuan showed no interest the entire night, but actually became interested in an unknown item. Caillou revealed an unexpected look of joy. She clearly did not think that there was really someone who offered a price. This little brother offers 1.1 million. Is there still any higher than him? Caillou surveyed the surroundings, hoping for another contender to appear. 2 million. Right at this time, a shout actually came from upstairs. It was precisely the Sky character number 2 room's Wu Jiandong who increased the price. Furthermore, this increase raised it by 900,000. The Sky character number 2 room's guest offers 2 million. Is there still any higher than him? Caillou was faintly quite excited. 2.1 million. Yi Yuan faintly shot a glance upstairs, his eyes not even blinking as he added the price. That fellow upstairs was absolutely here to make trouble. No need to guess, and he also knew who that Sky character number 2 room sucker was. The privacy upstairs was very good. The people downstairs were not aware of who was upstairs, but the guests upstairs could see the situation below clearly. When Wu Jiantong saw that it was actually Yi Yuan yelling out the price, he could not resist playing a prank. 3 million, Wu Jiantong yelled. Ha ha ha. That guy is definitely a penniless pauper. Saw a cheap item and want to pick up a bargain. I deliberately won't it go according to his wishes. Yelling out the price, Wu Jiantong said to Wu Jianqing duo smugly. Hoo-hoo, the prices of the goods at the front were all frighteningly high. Just this one is a little cheap. Looks like he really wanted to pick something up at a low price. Brother Wu is truly brilliant. Peng Yan gave a thumbs up and said, 3.1 million. Yi Yuan still yelled calmly. 4 million. 9.1 million. 10 million. Every time Wu Jiantong increased the price, Yi Yuan would add 100,000 nonchalantly. It was as if an old well without ripples. But this time Yi Yuan stopped. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that a chunk of scrap metal actually reached 10 million earth essence crystals. Very clearly, that one upstairs was intentionally raising prices to repulse Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look prior to this. Everyone even thought that he was a sucker. But he suddenly stopped, pushing that one upstairs to the edge of the cliff. This guy wouldn't have guessed something and deliberately raised prices with us, right? Wu Jianqing said with a frown. Wu Jiantong did not speak, but his expression was not too good either. He was just deliberately baiting Yi Yuan and did not think about buying this lousy thing before at all. Who knew that he didn't get to bait Yi Yuan? He was baited himself. 10 million once. Caillou saw that Yi Yuan did not react the entire time and could not help being a little disappointed. 10 million twice. Wu Jiantong's expression was incomparably ugly. His primary goal this time was also the holy artifact. But in order to buy the 3 live stone previously, the expenditure was somewhat over budget. A figure of 10 million was not considered much to him. But buying a chunk of scrap metal back, people would die of laughter. Furthermore, an amount of 10 million might be able to play a critical role in the final resting battle. Although Wu Jiantong's status was high, the credit he could utilize was limited too. It was not possible to draw credit limitless. 10 million tich. 10.1 million. At the final juncture, Yi Yuan's voice actually sounded out once more. This time, his voice was clearly somewhat hesitant. Ha ha ha. Like I said, this penniless pauper can't even take out 10 million. And he actually dares to come to an auction like this. Wu Jiantong let out a burst of laughter. On the one hand, it was discerning Yi Yuan's limit. On the other hand, it was to cover up his awkwardness from before. Jiantong, our goal today is that holy artifact. Better don't stir up unnecessary trouble anymore. Wu Jianqing reminded. Wu Jiantong nodded his head and also backed down along with that. Based on his estimation, Yi Yuan's limits was also just this much. Raise the price anymore and that lump of scrap metal would probably be his. 10.1 million once. 10.1 million twice. 10.1 million thrice. Deal. Congratulations to this little brother for obtaining the 9th auction item. Caillou's voice carried some pleasant surprise too. She completely never thought that this thing that had concerns about being passed over previously would actually be offered a high price of 10 million. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Yi Yuan was naturally slightly depressed in his heart too. He originally thought that he could spend 1 million to pick up a good thing cheap. He didn't expect Wu Jiantong, that fellow, to actually cut in rudely, making him spend 9 million more for no reason. Brother Yi, could it be that this lousy metal lump has any extraordinary aspects? Tang Fan asked somewhat curiously. Through a period of time of living together, they were all aware of Yi Yuan's prudent character. If this metal lump was really without a single redeeming feature, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to spend 10 million earth essence crystals to buy it. Of course, to the current Yi Yuan, 10 million was actually not considered much. These few months that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opened for business, he already earned close to 100 million earth essence crystals. Earlier, he deliberately feigned a hesitant appearance in order to make Wu Jiantong not dare to increase prices. 10 million, this was also the price that Yi Yuan estimated before. Too little, Wu Jiantong definitely would not fall for it. This metal lump, Yi Yuan was determined to get it. Even though he spent 10 million Earth Essence crystals, Yi Yuan felt that it was very worth it. Very worth it. These auction articles would all release the restrictions when auctioning. Guests could use divine sense and eyes to inspect the auction goods. Yi Yuan used divine sense to sweep over this black metal lump earlier and actually discovered that the golden characters in his sea of consciousness had strange activities. This discovery made Yi Yuan endlessly amazed in his heart. Ever since after Yi Yuan acquired these golden characters, he had no way of mobilizing them all along. Although he continuously attempted to comprehend these golden characters, the progress was very slow. Like today, the golden characters automatically having strange activities appear, it was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering. He even thought that no one would snatch a chunk of scrap metal with him beforehand. He didn't expect that this Wu Jiantong actually made him spend additional 9 million Earth Essence crystals. This debt, Yi Yuan silently noted it down too. Seeing Tang Fan inquire, Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "I'm currently collecting some materials recently. Since even Master Mu Yuanfei said that this metal lump is an excellent material, I naturally have to bid for it." The golden characters were of grave importance. Yi Yuan obviously would not easily divulge it. Hence, he found a reason to dodge it a little. Fortunately, this Mu Yuanfei's fame was too strong. His words, there were naturally very few people who would doubt. The auction subsequently, Yi Yuan's interest somewhat waned. These things being auctioned were all pretty good, but he held them in complete contempt. He only wanted the auction to end as soon as possible to properly study this black metal lump. Finally, the front 12 articles all found a buyer, entering the auction of the final finale auction article. Everyone all perked their spirits up fully. Today's auction also entered the final climax. Reaching this finale auction article, Caillou's entire person roused herself because of it, giving people a feeling of radiating spirit. I know that among all the guests, there are quite a number of people all aiming at tonight's finale holy artifact. I, Caillou, can take responsibility and tell everybody, and this holy artifact absolutely won't disappoint you all. Actually, when Caillou got to know this holy artifact's origins, I felt very honored to be able to host this auction tonight. Not talking any more nonsense, let us invite the last finale auction article of tonight. When Caillou was introducing this auction item, the coquettish air on her face actually vanished without a trace. Her entire person became solemn for it, becoming like a different person from her appearance before. This made Yi Yuan unwittingly became somewhat curious too. Just what kind of holy artifact could actually make a beautiful, coquettish madam underwent such a big transformation? And Caillou's introduction likewise whetted up everyone's appetites fully. The closer it approached this finale holy artifact, the more nervous everyone's emotions became. Under everyone's stares, a slim and graceful longsword was presented onto the stage. Everyone sized up this longsword with curious faces. The restrictions had yet to be removed. They did not know what incredible aspects this longsword had too. But hearing the meaning in Caillou's words, this longsword seemed to be a big deal. TSK. Although this longsword's restrictions haven't been removed yet, it looks very impressive. Mu Yun said, "Hey, Brother Yi, do you think that the power will augment or not when displaying the quicksword art if I bid this longsword down?" Brother Yi. Tang Fan's words did not get Yi Yuan's reply, and he could not help turning his head to look at Yi Yuan. He saw Yi Yuan's gaze staring fixedly at that longsword. His entire person as if having an immobilizing spell being cast, completely still. "Brother Yi? What's with you?" Tang Fan nudged Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan abruptly startled awake before discovering his loss of composure and could not help forcing a smile as he said, "It's my first time seeing a holy artifact." A little agitated, hoo-hoo. It was still Tang Fan and Mu Yun's first time seeing Yi Yuan lose composure like so. Although they did not quite believe Yi Yuan's words, it was not appropriate for them to comment much either. Right at this time, the restrictions on the longsword was released. A powerful sword chi instantly engulfed the entire auction venue. What a fierce and sharp sword chi. Is this the might of a holy artifact? This sword is simply too incredible. No matter how high a price I expend, I must buy it. Haha, this holy artifact is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would regard it so highly. Nobody is deploying the longsword, and it can actually emit such a powerful sword intent on its own. Indeed impressive. Waves of exclamations echoed throughout the auction venue. Very clearly, the moment this long sword came onto the stage, it amazed everyone. Each and every one of them was already itching to have a go, preparing their wallets, planning to bid for this sword. Caillou smiled slightly and said, "Looks like everyone is very satisfied with this sword. But hold your horses, everybody. Allow Caillou to introduce this sword's origins first." Caillou paused for a bit, extended her exquisite fingers, and lightly caressed the sword body, her eyes filled with a revering look. "This sword's name is called Star Moon Sword. I think that everyone is very foreign to its name, but you all should be very familiar with the name of its owner. The name of its owner is called Qin Yun Zi," Caillou said slowly. "Qin Yun Zi. It's that youngest peak alchemy emperor Qin Yun Zi. This is actually his personal sword that he had always had with him every single day. It's his equipped sword." Everyone beneath the stage sucked in a cold breath. It was true that this name was too resounding in the divine realm. Even in such a remote white valiant region, toward Qin Yun Zi's great fame, it pierced the ears like thunder too. They never would have thought that this sword was actually Qin Yun Zi's equipped sword. Hearing this name, Yi Yuan's entire body could not refrain from shuddering. All sorts of emotions jumbled up in his heart. He could not say what kind of a feeling it was either. When he saw the Star Moon sword at first glance, that sort of familiar feeling welled up in his heart. This sort of feeling felt like a lifetime had passed. Yi Yuan never would have dreamed that he could meet his previous life's equipped sword here. Although he was not proficient in martial strength, this Star Moon sword followed him for many years. The feelings were immensely deep. Seeing the Star Moon sword again, how could Yi Yuan not be agitated? This divine realm, apart from him, who else dares to self-proclaim Qin Yun Zi these three words? That's right, this Star Moon sword was precisely Qin Yun Zi's equipped sword. This sword was formerly a top-tier holy artifact. But after Lord Qin Yun Zi perished, this sword passed through several hands and already lost its initial keen edge. The top-level array formation inscribed on the Star Moon sword is severely damaged. The sword body was also befouled. The current Star Moon sword is already just a low-grade holy artifact, Caillou said and lamented. Although Lord Qin Yun Zi was not adept at martial strength, his equipped sword is naturally not an ordinary item too. This Star Moon sword had once accompanied by Lord Qin Yun Zi's side. Lord Qin Yun Zi exceptionally liked it too. At present, although it's severely damaged, it's still a sharp weapon. If one can invite a top-tier artifact refining master, he should be able to let this sword recover to its peak state. Caillou introduced slowly. One could tell that Caillou worshipped Qin Yun Zi greatly. In truth, Ji Qingyun had countless fans in the divine realm. Yang Wenmiao's level of support was not worth mentioning at all in front of Ji Qingyun. His accomplishments back then had indeed stunned an era. All right, not saying anymore. I believe that Qin Yun Zi, this name is already sufficient to illustrate everything. This Star Moon sword's base price is 300 million. Each increase in price is not to be lower than 10 million. Auctioning starts now, Caillou said. The moment the words were uttered, the group of guests all drew a cold breath. Although the price of a low-grade holy artifact was high, 300 million Earth Essence crystals was truly a little preposterous. Normal low-grade holy artifacts, the price was between 100 to 300 million. But for this Star Moon sword, 300 million was merely just the base price. Once it drove up, it at least had to increase another 100 million too. This base price already surpassed the mental expectations of many people. 310 million. The moment Caillou's voice faded, there was immediately someone who shouted a price. Heh, only adding 10 million for Alchemy Emperor Qin Yun Zi's sword? I offer 400 million. The one who voiced out this time was actually the Sky character number 2 room. Who could it be if not Wu Jiantong? This increase was 90 million. Hearing this price, everyone could not help falling silent once more. They clearly did not expect that the price would be raised so quickly. 420 million. The silences did not last very long. But the one who increased the price this time was the Sky character number 1 room. Yi Yuan already recollected his emotions at this time, and could not help becoming rather curious about this sky character number 1 room. Just now, the hiking of price this time, it was the person in the sky character number 1 room first time speaking tonight. 450 million. 460 million. Sky character number 1 room joined in the fight. The Star Moon Sword's price rose up very quickly, reaching 500 million very soon. But after reaching 500 million, the two people's price shouting speed clearly slowed down. This price was already getting closer and closer to the two people's psychological price level. 510 million. After being silent for a short while, Wu Jiantong shouted. Wu Jiantong shouting this price, the sky character number 1 room fell silent too. Clearly, they were hesitating. 600 million. Right at the moment sky character number 1 room was silent, someone actually shouted out a high price of 600 million directly downstairs. Everyone looked over where the voice came from and could not help being astonished. The one who shouted the high price of 600 million was none other than precisely that divine traversing realm youth who spent 10 million to buy a metal scrap previously. 600 million. This little brother shouted out 600 million. Is there still any higher than him? Caillou said agitatedly. Damn it. This punk must be deliberate. After the selection competition this time, I'll definitely make him die very horribly. Inside the sky character number 2 room's compartment room, Wu Jiantong was currently in a thundering rage right now. His psychological price level was just around 550 million. The credit limit that the family clan gave him this time was also just 650 million Earth Essence crystals. Previously, he already spent 60 million. Now, Yi Yuan raising it to 600 million directly made him very hard to bear it. With Wu Jiantong's status, normally he naturally could amass quite a number of Earth Essence crystals. But making him utilize his own private savings for one auction was clearly what he could not accept. Wu Jianqing consoled when he saw the situation. This Star Moon Sword is indeed above its money's worth. There is still potential to advance. Exceeding some Earth Essence crystals. I believe the family clan won't say anything. Wu Jiantong's expression was livid with rage as he said, I know, but I can't swallow this insult. This punk must have guessed that it was me. I scammed him 9 million. He scammed me 90 million. Right at this time, Caillou's voice sounded out, 600 million once. 600 million twice. 610 million. Wu Jiantong shouted. 610 million. Sky character number 2 room's guest offers 610 million. Is there still any higher? Caillou's beautiful eyes were hopeful but looked at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, but his mouth spoke coolly. 700 million. 700 million. This brother offers 700 million. Slap. Sky character number 2 room. A cup was smashed into pieces. This punk, simply bullying others too far. Wanna play, is it? I wanna see when you can play until. Wu Jiantong said with unbounded rage. 750 million. 750 million. Sky character number 2 room offers 750 million. This price already far surpassed the expectations previously. Caillou's excited voice was even somewhat trembling. Your father will throw in all of my private savings. See if you can still afford to play or not. Wu Jiantong said with a cold laugh. But his voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's voice sounded out once more, just like when bidding for that black metal lump previously. 1 billion. The 2 words reverberated lightly in the auction venue. Everyone was stunned. Same as Wu Jiantong's thinking, everyone also thought that Yi Yuan was taking revenge this time. But Yi Yuan raising the price to 1 billion all at once was something that everyone did not expect from start to end. Caillou did not react for a moment and actually froze on the stage. Oh, 1 billion. This little brother increased it to 1 billion. Caillou reacted very quickly, the pitch of her voice getting increasingly higher. The last 2 words, she practically screamed it out. No one would have thought that the Star Moon Sword was actually raised to a high price of 1 billion. Wu Jiantong was stunned too. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually play so big. 1 billion? Is there still any higher? 1 billion once. 1 billion twice. Wait a minute. Right as Caillou was about to bang the hammer and decide the price, someone suddenly interrupted beneath the stage. Everyone looked over towards where the voice came from but saw Wu Jiantun already came downstairs since goodness knows when. Caillou clearly recognized Wu Jiantong. She smiled sweetly when she heard that and said, "I wonder what advice young Master Wu has?" Wu Jiantun shot a glance in Yi Yuan's direction disdainfully and said with a cold smile, "Caillou, a divine traversing realm brat actually shouted out a high price of 1 billion. Don't you all have any suspicions at all? I think that this boy simply came in to fill up the vacancies. I want to request a verification of capital. If he has 1 billion Earth Essence crystals, little lord, I will pluck my head off for him to kick like a ball." Indeed, don't look at how each and every one of them shouted gleefully in this auction venue. Those able to take out 1 billion Earth Essence crystals could absolutely be counted on one's fingers. Forget about a measly little divine traversing realm. Even phaseless realm martial artists might not be able to take out this many Earth Essence crystals either. 1 billion Earth Essence crystals were roughly equivalent to a phaseless realm martial artist's entire net worth. Furthermore, this was still a minority of phaseless realm martial artists. Therefore, when it raised to 500 million previously, the vast majority of the people all lowered their banners and silenced the drums already. Though holy artifacts were good, to throw in their entire net worth, it was somewhat not worth it. Caillou was also agitated for a moment earlier and actually forgot about this. Now, hearing Wu Jiantong mention it, she involuntarily started to have suspicions too. "Apologies, little brother. In order to guarantee everyone's interests, we still have to verify your assets." Caillou said those words very gently, but in her voice had the hint of not tolerating refusal. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it did not seem like he could take out 1 billion Earth Essence crystals no matter what. If Yi Yuan dared to fool the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, then his outcome would undoubtedly be very miserable. Currently, there were already 2 late-stage Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists who came to Yi Yuan's side. As long as Yi Yuan dared to say a word of refusal, they were probably going to take action. Yi Yuan raised his head and looked at Caillou, saying cooperatively out of everyone's expectations, "All right, no problem." Looking at Yi Yuan enter the backstage, Wu Jiantong was very pleased with himself in his heart. "Humph, let you feign ignorance. Letting the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company take care of you. This fellow saves this little lord the trouble." 2 martial artists escorted Yi Yuan into a hidden chamber, but they did not follow in, while Caillou was already inside the hidden chamber since who knows when. In the entire hidden chamber, there was only Yi Yuan and Caillou. Seeing Yi Yuan enter, Caillou came in front of Yi Yuan swaying her slender waist. Her eyes carried a smile as she said, "Little brother, it's not that our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company doesn't trust you, but you also know it's very hard for a cultivation realm such as yours to take out so many Earth Essence crystals. Us doing this is also just for the sake of ensuring that the auction runs smooth. Hope that little brother doesn't mind." With a delicate fragrance pervading the air, a smile akin to a flower, plus a magnetic voice, Caillou's seduction power absolutely made people's blood flow speed up. Inside, the entire hidden chamber was filled with a kind of ambiguous atmosphere. Caillou, this sort of mature madame's lingering charm, was really not what the average person could withstand. But Yi Yuan smiled faintly when he saw the situation and said, "Elder sister, don't have to cast this bewitching art already. Honestly telling elder sister, I really can't take out so many Earth Essence crystals." The previous moment, Caillou was still amazed that Yi Yuan was actually able to maintain composure under her seduction. A moment later, her expression became very ugly. Indeed, let Wu Jiantong hit the mark. This brat did not have the Earth Essence crystals at all. "Little brother, do you know what kind of outcome playing tricks with my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company will be?" Caillou still had the appearance of a flower-like smile, but her tone gradually became cold. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder sister Caillou, calm down. Truthfully speaking, encountering the Star Moon Sword is also outside of my expectations. But no matter what, I have to obtain the Star Moon Sword too. This 1 billion Earth Essence crystals. Just take it as me loaning from the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company." "Loan? Ho-ho. Little brother really knows how to crack jokes. Could it be that you take our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to be a charity foundation?" Since little brother can't take out the earth essence crystals, then don't blame elder sister for not being courteous. Caillou still had that sweet expression. But the killing intent in her words was already not concealed in the slightest. But Yi Yuan did not care a whit. He waved his hand and said smilingly, "Elder sister, don't get so agitated. This thing, I wonder if it's worth 1 billion or not." "What thing can be worth 1 gold token? You. Why would you have a gold token?" Caillou had a laid-back appearance. But when she saw Yi Yuan take out the gold token, her expression immediately changed. "Oh, the last time ancient opulent cities Xin delivered it to me. I said that I don't want it, but he made me keep it. I thought that this thing is very valuable. Turns out that fellow was bluffing me." "No, no, no. He didn't bluff you. This token is very valuable." "No, no, no. The value of a gold token is simply unable to be measured using earth essence crystals," Caillou said with somewhat incoherent speech. She looked over the gold token in her hand, repeated, confirming that this was genuine beyond doubt. The shock in her heart could be imagined. The headquarters actually bypassed them and directly issued a gold token to this youth before her eyes. It could be seen how highly the headquarters regarded this youth. Like this, it's good that elder sister says that this thing is valuable. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do today. Hoo-hoo, since it's like this, then can this star moon sword belong to me already? 1 billion earth essence crystals. I'll write an IOU for you, Yi Yuan said. Seeing Caillou return to the stage alone, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Wu Jiantong's mouth. Heh, I knew that punk was pretending. With this, he threw himself into trouble, right? A country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world before. He probably still doesn't know how terrifying the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company is, right? By the side, Wu Jianqing and Peng Yan were also wildly elated when they saw this kind of situation. The two of them could be said to hate Yi Yuan to the bones. This time, Yi Yuan courting death himself and offending the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, it was truly most gratifying. Right now, Caillou already recovered to that charming and moving appearance, standing on the stage still took people's breath away. Made everyone wait for long. Really sorry about it. Let's continue the auction. I wonder if there is still anyone offering a higher price for this Star Moon sword? If there isn't, it will belong to young Master Yi. Additionally, from today onwards, young Master Yi will be my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's honored guest. If any mishap happens to him in the Holy Land, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company will definitely pursue it to the end. Caillou's words made everyone stunned. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing others' greed. Caillou's words were warning those people with devious ideas to not think about killing people to seize treasures, this sort of thing. Of course, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company warning was still very fearsome. Wu Jiantong's expression changed, and he shouted, Caillou, what's going on here? Don't tell me that brat really has 1 billion earth essence crystals. Caillou smiled at Wu Jiantong and said, young Master Yi indeed has 1 billion earth essence crystals on his. Without any problem at all. If young Master Wu has set your mind on the Star Moon sword, you can carry on bidding. I'll invite young Master Yi out again. But young Master Yi said to me earlier that this Star Moon sword, he's determined to get it. Even if it's 2 billion, he'll accompany right till the end. Wu Jiantong's expression became extremely ugly. His face had a fiery hot feeling. He thought that Yi Yuan was someone who had not seen the world. He didn't expect that Yi Yuan was really wealthy. 2 billion. TSK. These words were said domineeringly. Even their family clan's phaseless realm elders also did not dare say to be able to take out 2 billion earth essence crystals casually. A puny little divine traversing realm was actually able to take out such an astronomical figure of earth essence crystals. Too scary. Let's go. At this auction venue, they were all people with statuses. How could Wu Jiantong still have the face to stay on? He doubted that Yi Yuan did not have money. The result was that Yi Yuan was richer than himself. Hang on. Young Master Wu bought the 3 live stone. Please settle the earth essence crystals before leaving, Caillou said coolly. Wu Jiantong's figure froze and he could only stop. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was not what their puny little Wu family could afford to provoke. It was just that due to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land being a rank 9 Holy Land, did the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company not send a Tao Profound Realm powerhouse to hold down the fort. A distinguished rank 1 Holy Land, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Tao Profound Realm powerhouses were considerable. Helpless, Wu Jiantong toughened his scalp and settled the bill before bringing the 3 live stone and leaving. But this Wu family really had people who were knowledgeable about goods. When Wu Jiantong took the 3 live stone for the Wu family's family head to see, he was immediately hurled with a torrent of abuse on the spot. Using 60 million Earth Essence crystals to buy such a gray product, and he actually had the nerve to take it out. Of course, this was the afterword. At present, Yi Yuan was currently in the hidden chamber. The Star Moon sword was lying quietly on the sword rack. Yi Yuan looked intently at it and was silent for a long time. No idea how long had passed either. Then Yi Yuan suddenly heaved a sigh and went forward to lightly caress the sword body, saying to the Star Moon sword, "Old partner, long time no see. Can you still recognize me?" Seemingly sensing something, the Star Moon sword on the sword rack emitted a humming, quivering sound. The spirituality of a holy artifact was even stronger than a profound artifact. Even if Yi Yuan already changed his appearance presently, it still recognized that former owner. Yi Yuan smiled faintly, holding the Star Moon sword in his hand. Meeting again. Waves of melancholy suffused in Yi Yuan's heart. Star Moon sword was together with him for 200 years. But compared to the limitless cauldron, the Star Moon sword was neglected too much by him. Seeing the Star Moon sword again currently, Yi Yuan actually had an indescribable sense of familiarity. Scenes of the bygone days rolled around inside Yi Yuan's mind as if it was yesterday. Old partner, let's strive together to return to the peak and roam the divine realm unobstructed. The dark cloud around Yi Yuan's body was swept away cleanly. What replaced it was a resolve to press forward with an indomitable will. The Star Moon sword emitted waves of light humming sounds. Clearly, it was replying Yi Yuan's heroic declaration. Yi Yuan inspected the Star Moon sword for a bit and discovered that it was indeed damaged severely. He did not have many accomplishments in the path of artifact refining. Wanting to let the Star Moon sword return to its peak state, he still had to find an artifact refining grandmaster. But even if it was damaged so seriously, the Star Moon sword was also more than just a level higher than the Xianxia sword. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's degree of familiarity with the Star Moon sword was completely not what other weapons could compare to. Falling Flower Floating Zero was created by Yi Yuan using the Star Moon sword. Returning to his residence, Yi Yuan chose to enter close seclusion right away. The residences were all provided for by the Holy Land. The security was strict. Yi Yuan was not worried that there would be people casting greedy eyes on his Star Moon sword either. His mind stirred, and Yi Yuan entered inside the vast heaven pagoda. The black metal chunk suspended quietly in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's divine sense swept over towards the black metal chunk. The golden characters in his sea of consciousness indeed had a reaction. Previously, Yi Yuan just extended his divine sense casually and did not do it seriously. Experiencing it carefully at this very moment, he discovered that the golden characters' strange activities were not as intense as he imagined. There seems to be a kind of resonance. But what on earth is this sort of resonance? Apart from this, the black metal lump doesn't seem to have any special aspect at all. Sensing for quite a while, Yi Yuan was rather dispirited too, because the function of this black metal lump did not seem to be as big as imagined. Could it be that spending these 10 million Earth Essence crystals were really a blunder? Yi Yuan obviously would not be resigned to it. After such a long time, he finally had a chance to explore the profound mysteries of the golden characters. How could he be willing to let it slip by? Since there's no reaction, I'll refine you. I want to take a look at just what the hell you are. But the refining process was not as easy as Yi Yuan imagined. This black metal lump was clearly not an ordinary item. Yi Yuan expended an entire day's time and only refined 1/10. At the rate of this speed, he could forget about refining finish before the competition started. But Yi Yuan did not lack patience. The second day, he refined another 1/10. The black metal lump still did not have any reaction. The third day, then the fourth day. When it reached the fifth day, the black metal lump finally had some transformation. This transformation made Yi Yuan wildly ecstatic. On the 5th day, Yi Yuan's rate of progress already refined close to half. On the black metal lump, it actually shed off a piece, a hint of gold color emerging. This hint of gold looked like some sort of character stroke. Yi Yuan cross-referenced this to the golden characters in his sea of consciousness for a bit and discovered that there were quite a few characters that matched that hint of character stroke. Could it be that recorded on this black metal lump is precisely this sort of golden characters? I didn't notice before this, but looking at it now, this black metal lump seems rather like a cauldron's fragment piece. Is it possible that this is a deity realm powerhouse's medicinal cauldron's fragment piece? Yi Yuan guessed boldly. The 6th day, the quasi-holy sun selection competition was finally starting. The qualifying system of the grand finals was very exaggerated, but it also significantly tested genuine strength. A total of 60 contenders organized from number 1 to number 60. Every day they would carry out 3 rounds of showdown. The opponents for each confrontation would be different, all the way until you finish facing off with all the opponents. Which was also to say that each person would undergo a match with the other 59 contestants. Finally, according to the number of victories, it would decide the rankings. These grand finals would last for 20 days' time. This kind of qualifying system did not permit any bit of choosing the easy way. The contestants must go all out for each match before they could obtain a better rank. When Pei Wenxiang saw Yi Yuan, the smile on his face was extremely odd. I heard that you made that Wu family's cocky brat eat a huge loss. Haha. Really satisfying. That punk had long rubbed me the wrong way. The moment I recall Wu Jianqing's horse face, I have unspeakable satisfaction in my heart. Wu Jiantong, that brat doesn't know that you have a gold token and actually even dared to doubt you. Ha, really killing me. Pei Wenxiang had seen before Yi Yuan's hold token. At that time he was frightened badly too. This thing was completely not what Earth essence crystals were able to measure. What was laughable was that Wu Jiantong actually even dared to doubt Yi Yuan's ability to pay. Served him right to eat a loss. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Enough nonsense. Are our numbers issued yet?" Pei Wenxiang did not mind either, saying with a laugh, "Out already. You're number 7. Tang Fan is number 23. Mu Yun is number 51. This number was randomly pulled. There was no good or bad as well. Either way, no matter what, they would run into every opponent. Furthermore, the grand finals this time, every last one of them was not mediocre. Seems like whoever the opponent was did not matter. No. 7 seems pretty good. During which match will I run into that Nalanchu? Yi Yuan asked. Helped you take a look long ago. You will only encounter him at the 42nd match. But don't lower your guard either. Before him, there are also quite a few formidable foes. You have to pay attention. Pei Wenxiang seemed to have long known Yi Yuan's thoughts and reminded him. Yi Yuan nodded his head and was not surprised about this. Rendezvousing with Tang Fan, Mu Yun, and the rest, this group of people gathered at the Crimson Afterglow Plaza. The Crimson Afterglow Plaza was situated at the central zone of the Holy Land. The total area occupied was extremely vast. The selection competition this time was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's unprecedented grand event, and also the stage for the Holy Land's various major families' contest of strength. Therefore, the attention aroused was naturally very extensive too. First Elder, what significance does Holy Lord organizing this selection competition this time have? In my view, Nalanchu is most assuredly the number 1. What need is there still for such a competition? Dao profound realm powerhouses can already peep into heaven's secrets on the sly. How can the Holy Lord's thoughts be what we're able to speculate? Nalanchu is indeed the Holy Land's hard to come by in 1,000 years genius. But to say that he's definitely number 1, I beg to differ. The competition this time selected quite a few interesting little fellows. No way, right? Nalanchu's strength is fully worthy of number 1 in the Holy Land. Even Wu Jiantong is a great deal worse than him. Among the other division competition zones selected, there is actually someone who can have a showdown with him. You just see later on. The competition had yet to begin, but the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's first elder brimmed with confidence toward the competition this time. At the Holy Land campsite, Wu Jiantong and another genius were currently whispering to each other. Wu Shi, you're facing Yi Yuan in your third match today. Deal a vicious blow for me and punish this brat properly. Although the competition forbids killing, crippling him and making him withdraw from the competition of his own accord are not a problem, Wu Jianong said coldly. This Wu Shi was another contestant on the Holy Land side. Similarly 9th level boundless, he was the closest with Wu Jiantong. Speaking of this, IIT was coincidental too. A total of 3 rounds of competition was held today, and Yi Yuan's opponent in the third round was this Wu Shi. So Wu Jiantong went to find him before the competition even started. The 6 contestants taking part in the competition on the Holy Land side were all 9th level boundless. Their strength swept away the other division competition zones. Yi City's side, in contrast, the lineup looked rather pitiful. Yang Wenmiao, who had the highest cultivation realm, was also merely just 8th level boundless. As for Yi Yuan, he was just 8th level divine traversing. This kind of strength was completely too inferior to show in public in many people's view. Wu Shi's eyebrows jumped, and he laughed in spite of himself as he said, "That divine traversing realm brat? You passed by that star moon sword by a narrow margin, all thanks to that brat, right? Hoo-hoo. This boy also doesn't have any eyesight to actually dare offend brother Jiantong." Wu Jiantong's face turned black, and he said, "Stop talking about such useless stuff. Are you helping this favor or not? After the deed is done, I'll gift you a spirit enlightening pill." Wu Shi was stunned, then was immediately pleasantly surprised as he said, "Brother Jiantong is putting in blood capital this time. All right then, since brother Jiantong already said it like this, I'll naturally accept deferentially than to decline courteously." Boundless realm breaking through to heaven enlightenment realm was likewise an extremely hard to cross threshold. This was a kind of qualitative leap from the middle 3 realms to the upper 3 realms. The upper 3 realms focused more on comprehension towards the Tao. It had exceedingly high requirements towards a martial artist's own talent. After reaching the upper 3 realms, each step that a martial artist advanced would also become even harder to stride forward. This spirit enlightening pill was precisely a miracle panacea to help martial artists break through the middle 3 realms bottleneck and reach the heaven enlightenment realm. This spirit enlightening pill's benefit was somewhat different from the other medicinal pills. Martial artists lacking in talent could break through the threshold of heaven enlightenment realm through consuming spirit enlightening pills many times to comprehend the heavenly Tao. But this spirit enlightening pill, even to the Holy Land's various major families, it was an extremely rare item too, and not obtainable at will. Even though it was only a tier 6 medicinal pill, the degree of its scarcity was not much lower than the flying crane profound torrential pill which Pei Wenxiang obtained previously. Therefore, in order to thorough cripple Yi Yuan this time, Wu Jiantong had indeed poured in blood capital. The competition commenced. The opponent for Yi Yuan's first match was an 8th level boundless hailing from the Maple Forest competition zone. Running into a divine traversing realm like Yi Yuan in the first match, that 8th level boundless was naturally thrilled in his heart. "Looks like the competition this time. My luck is pretty good running into you, the sole divine traversing realm in the first match, giving me an auspicious start." After going up to the stage, that 8th level boundless said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan looked at his opponent with a smile that wasn't a smile, and then he said to the Star Moon Sword in his embrace, "Old partner, let's go." A myriad rain sword blades was unleashed. The opponent's expression changed abruptly. Not just the opponent. The audience spectating beneath the stage were all struck dumb with amazement. "TT, that is a supreme true intent. Oh my God, that is a supreme true intent." This divine traversing realm actually comprehended a supreme true intent. No wonder a divine traversing realm can charge into the grand finals. Turns out that he comprehended a supreme true intent. Also, that sword in his hand, that is a holy artifact, as if it was born inherently for his sword intent. Under the cooperation of the two, the might of this move is more than a level stronger. Beneath the stage was full of exclamations. A divine traversing realm who comprehended a supreme true intent was sufficient to cause a sensation. The most pitiful one was Yi Yuan's opponent. He completely did not foresee the power of Yi Yuan's move. Caught unprepared, he was blasted down the arena directly by Yi Yuan's one sword. It was also that his cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Otherwise, this sword could absolutely beat him until he was full of holes. But wielding the Star Moon sword in his hand, it had indeed played a huge augmenting effect on Yi Yuan's supreme true intent. If it were using the Sheniying sword to display this move, it absolutely would not cause such a threat to the other party. One move finished off the opponent neat and tidily. Yi Yuan wins. The judge announced the results immediately. On the high platform, First Elder's expression also became extremely fascinating. Ha ha, I truly didn't expect that apart from Nalan Chu, there is still someone able to comprehend a supreme true intent. Furthermore, it looks like the time he comprehended the supreme true intent is already not that short. This divine traversing realm boy. Interesting. Interesting. After Yi Yuan descended the stage, Pei Wenxiang looked at him with a bitter smile on his face as he grumbled, "You, this punk, hid the truth from me so bitterly. I really didn't think that you actually already comprehended a supreme true intent. No wonder you dare to utter that sort of big talk." Yang San was also endlessly surprised and bewildered at the side. When Yi Yuan was at the Yi City Division Zone, he actually concealed his strength the entire time. And Pei Wenxiang knew Yi Yuan for such a long time and really had not seen Yi Yuan display a supreme true intent before. Yi Yuan's sword immediately aroused substantial attention. Before this, he might be the least favored among all of the contestants. But the power of this one sword let everyone see his might clearly. Right then, the voice of the judges sounded out on the platforms from time to time. Nalan Chu wins. Wu Jianong wins. Wu Shi wins. Nalan Chu, these people's strengths belonged to the first tier. As long as the opponent's strength was not too powerful, finishing off the opponent was also something effortless. But compared to Yi Yuan, their speed was still slightly slower by a bit. When they heard that the sole divine traversing realm contestant this time actually knew a supreme true intent, their expressions became fascinating one by one. Wu Shi suddenly discovered that this spirit enlightening pill did not seem to be too easy to get. His concept's comprehension was very high, but it was still a little off from comprehending a supreme true intent. And just this, a little, was a nigh insurmountable chasm. Among them, only Nalan Chu alone crossed over this chasm. Scared of what? Even if he comprehended a supreme true intent, he's also merely just a divine traversing realm. With your strength, you're absolutely able to defeat him. My promise from before still stands, Wu Jianong said to Wu Shi in a low voice. After Wu Shi mused for a moment, he nodded his head and said, "Okay." The reason why he agreed to Wu Jiantong was that he was jealous. In order to comprehend a supreme true intent, Wu Su expended a huge price. But until now, he kept failing to comprehend as well. Forget about comprehending, his concept's comprehension was even a little worse compared to Wu Jiantong. But a measly little divine traversing realm martial artist? What right did he have to comprehend a supreme true intent? This punk, I must cripple him, Wu Su said secretly. After all the matches in the first round were done, they rested for 2 hours, then started the second round of matches. Yi Yuan's opponent this time was still an 8th level boundless. Without the least bit of suspense, Yi Yuan blasted his opponent down the platform neat and tidily once more with a myriad rain sword blades. 2 consecutive wins, consecutively instant killing 2 8th level boundless realms. Yi Yuan's strength was already indisputable. Previously, those people who thought that Yi Yuan was trying his luck all shut their mouths up sensibly at this time. Just based on these 2 battles, Yi Yuan entered the ranks of the first group well-deservingly. After 2 matches, Yi Yuan's third match was particularly in the limelight. Wu Shi was a well-worthy strong foe of the first group. Facing Yi Yuan, this dark horse, just who would win and who would lose became the third round's focal battle. Wu Shi was a top 10 strong contender. If Yi Yuan beat Wu Shi, he would become this competition's greatest dark horse and absolutely had the strength to charge into the top 10. If Yi Yuan was defeated, that his strength could only wander between the first group and second group. He would probably not draw much attention in the competition afterward either. Brother Yi, after you obtained the Star Moon Sword, it's simply adding wings to a tiger. In my view, there's no problem at all with you defeating Wu Shi, Mu Yun said with vicissitudes of emotion. The first 2 rounds, Mu Yun won 1 and lost 1. The opening was also considered barely satisfactory. To Mu Yun, this battle result was still considered passable. Facing a bunch of 7th and 8th level Boundless Realm experts, he, a 6th level Boundless, could win one and lose one was already very not easy. Rather, it was Tang Fan's prior 2 battle results that were not bad. Likewise obtaining a battle result of 2 consecutive wins. His quick sword, other people really could not adapt to it in a short time. Furthermore, under Yi Yuan's guidance, his quick sword improved by leaps and bounds. This also became one of his capital to keep a foothold. Yi Yuan, this third match you got to be a little careful. This Wu Shi's relationship is the closest to Wu Jiantong. They might come up with some schemes, Pei Wenxiang warned. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, I won't offend people unless I'm offended. If I'm offended, I definitely won't let people off. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of offending people. But the moment he went up to the stage, he sensed that faintly discernible killing intent coming from Wu Shi there. I heard that you actually comprehended a supreme true intent at your young age. You really broadened this Wu's horizons. Today, let this Wu have a taste of the prowess of a supreme true intent. However, fists and kicks are mute. You have to be careful, Wu Shi said with a gleeful smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Like this, huh? Then you have to be careful. My sword intent, I can't even control it myself at times. Wu Shi's face turned black when he heard that. This punk actually dared to threaten him. Is that so? Then I want to see just how formidable your sword intent is. Wu Shi's tone became cold, resting his hand on his sword and pouncing forward. He specifically researched Yi Yuan's previous 2 matches before and still had some understanding towards Yi Yuan's moves. The might of myriad rain sword blades was indeed very powerful. Therefore, Wu Shi did not plan to give Yi Yuan the chance to unleash this move. He planned to use his cultivation realm to forcefully exhaust Yi Yuan completely. Yet, the moment both parties came into contact, Wu Shi's heart plummeted. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely bizarre. He clearly only had a divine traversing realm strength, but his speed was actually even half a level faster than him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's Star Moon Sword was very sharp, just exchanging blows 2 to 3 times, and the profound artifact longsword in Wu Shi's hands actually had a feeling of being unable to withstand it. This was still under the support of his thick essence energy. If it were swapped to a strength similar to Yi Yuan's, the profound artifact longsword in his hand would likely be chopped in half already at this time. How could he know that even though the Star Moon Sword was only a low-grade holy artifact right now, the material quality of the Star Moon Sword was a top-tier holy artifact's material quality? Even if the inscribed array formations were already destroyed, Star Moon Sword's sharpness was far from what a profound artifact could compare to. The audience beneath the stage was really unable to imagine that an 8th-level divine traversing martial artist was actually overpowering a 9th-level boundless genius and pummeling him. Originally, everyone thought that it was a battle well-matched in strength. At this time, a one-sided situation actually emerged. Wu Shi's thick essence energy actually did not have the least bit of use in front of Yi Yuan. Every move and stance was overpowered by Yi Yuan. It was really a grieving clank, a clear and distinct sound. The long sword in Wu Shi's hand actually snapped into 2. Without a weapon in his hand, Wu Shi's declining momentum immediately became even more evident. Yi Yuan naturally would not let go of this chance, immediately displaying the 1,000 flowing petals. If talking about which move among Yi Yuan's sword moves acquired the falling flower floating zero sword's true essence most of all, it was undoubtedly this move, the 1,000 flowing petals. Coupled with the Star Moon Sword to execute it, the might of this move doubled. In such an arena battle, the 1,000 flowing petals made it all the more nowhere for people to run. The violent floating petals continuously eroded Wu Shi's defensive ring. Finally, the floating petals breached Wu Shi's protective essence energy, and the piercingly cold sword intent sliced him until he was covered with wounds all over his body. Yi Yuan wins. Wu Shi's strength was very formidable. This battle, Yi Yuan expended quite a bit of energy and time. After Wu Jiantong defeated his opponent, he had long come to this platform side, wanting to watch the appearance of Yi Yuan being crippled. But sadly, what he saw was the Wu Shi covered in wounds all over. Elder Qin, this battle is unfair. The weapon in Yi Yuan's hand is a holy artifact. Wuxia is unable to unleash his proper strength at all. Him using a holy artifact against his opponents is not fair to everybody. Wu Jiantong suddenly said to that judge. This elder Qin was a phaseless realm expert. The battle earlier, he naturally took it into his sights. Yi Yuan being able to obtain victory, a very large extent was taking advantage of his weapon. Wu Jiantong's words did not seem to be wrong either. For a moment, Elder Qin actually became hesitant. Holy artifacts to those major family clans were not some rare items. But to these young geniuses it was very hard to come by. Other than Yi Yuan, there was no one qualified to use holy artifacts to face their opponents in this competition at all. Which was also to say that Yi Yuan was the special one among these people. But the problem was there was no relevant rule prior to this competition saying that contestants could not use holy artifacts. Right then, First Elder's stately voice suddenly came from above the high platform. The Holy Land organizing the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time. The objective is for the sake of selecting young geniuses with potential. Using holy artifacts indeed infringes upon this original intention. It does make it unfair. Hence, from the next match onwards, Yi Yuan is not to employ the holy artifact against his opponents. The moment these words were uttered, Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing slightly. This sort of provisional rule, the targeting was too obvious. Actually, not just Yi Yuan. The faces of everyone spectating all revealed looks of sympathy. Actually, everyone all knew that even though holy artifacts were powerful, it needed the martial artist to unleash its power too. A divine traversing realm martial artist being able to utilize a holy artifact to this sort of extent in itself was extremely seldom seen. If it were another person, even if he were given the Star Moon Sword, he still would not be able to unleash 1/10 of Yi Yuan's ability. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm in itself was lower than all the contestants. Therefore, this rule actually made many people's hearts uncomfortable. But these words were personally said by the Holy Land's First Elder. Who would dare to refute? The First Elder's position in the Holy Land was extremely high. It could be said to be the #1 person under the Holy Lord. The Grand Meet this time, he was entirely in charge of it. Even though this sort of provisional rule was inappropriate, no one dared to say anything as well. Who asked the selection competition this time to be organized by them? First Elder. Didn't you say that you think very highly of this Yi Yuan? Why? First Elder smiled and said, It's precisely because I think highly of Yi Yuan that I forbid him from using a holy artifact. Didn't you notice that after Yi Yuan used a holy artifact, his strength is already a great deal stronger compared to those so-called geniuses? Moreover, this boy didn't bring out his full strength at all. I banned him from using a holy artifact because I wanted to take a look at his true strength. That elder could not help being stunned. Already powerful to such an extent, and he actually had not brought out all of his strength yet? Just what were this Yi Yuan's limits? First Elder, since it's forbidden to use holy artifacts, then should Yi Yuan's previous battle results be nullified or not? When Wu Jiantong saw the First Elder actually personally made a move to restrict Yi Yuan, not mentioning how excited he was, he immediately climbed up along the pole, wanting to annul Yi Yuan's previous battle results. Previously was the Holy Land's issue. Therefore, Yi Yuan's battle results are valid. This rule will start implementation from the next match. First Elder's voice sounded out once more. Actually, not that the Holy Land did not consider about the matter of using holy artifacts, but boundless realm martial artists were completely unable to unleash the might of a holy artifact. Even if they used holy artifacts, the augmentation towards their strength was also very limited. Take Wu Jiantong for example, even if he used the Wu family's holy artifact, it was also not possible to beat Nalan Chu. Hence, that was why the Holy Land did not target holy artifacts and implement restrictions. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely shattered this kind of situation. This also forced First Elder to change the rules impromptu. Facing this kind of unfair treatment, Yang Sen's and Pei Wenxiang's faces both revealed looks of refusal to comply. But First Elder's position was too high. They totally did not dare to refute and also dared to feel indignant but did not dare to speak up. Rather, it was Yi Yuan himself who appeared quite calm. He looked at those few vague and insubstantial figures on the high platform and said coolly, "Whatever makes you happy." Finished talking, he put away the Star Moon sword and directly left the competition venue. Yi Yuan's battles on the first day ended with complete victories for the 3 matches like this. Yi Yuan domineeringly charging into the first group was also out of everyone's expectations. The first day's 3 rounds of competition all ended. But the contestants who won all 3 matches were scanty few. There were only 5 people. The rest, the vast majority, all had wins and losses. Could be seen that everyone's strength were all very close. Beside the competition venue, there was a light screen formed using an array formation. After each round, everyone's battle results would be displayed on the light screen. Nalan Chu's name was impressively ranked at first place. Right after Nalan Chu were respectively Li Zongtao, Wu Jiantong, Zhang Tianyi, as well as Yi Yuan. These 5 people all won the 3 matches on the first day fully and were tied at first place. It was just that Yi Yuan expended too much time in the 3rd battle, so he was ranked in the last place. Of course, the first day's ranking list did not have much significance. Along with the passing of time, this ranking list would undergo tremendous changes. Yi Yuan did not have the spare time to worry about these. After returning to his residence, Yi Yuan entered the vast Heaven Pagoda immediately and continued refining the black metal lump. Being able to pry into the mysteries of the golden characters, Yi Yuan was filled with vigor right now. Yi Yuan's rate of progress in refining the black metal lump today seemed to be much faster than before. Even though it was only 1 night, he actually refined 1/10 too. At the rate of this progress, Yi Yuan still needed 5 days' time to be able to thoroughly refine it completely. Yi Yuan very much wanted to see what kind of transformation would happen to the golden characters at that time. The competition in the following few days did not pose much of a challenge to Yi Yuan. 3 consecutive days, Yi Yuan won all 3 matches completely. After 3 days, Yi Yuan continued to firmly occupy the position in the first group on the ranking list with the battle result of 9 complete victories. While at this time, the contestants that had complete victories on the ranking list were only left with 4 people. Li Zongtao ran into a powerful foe, Nalan Chu, on the 3rd day's battle. In the midst of fighting bitterly for over 100 rounds, he was defeated in the end. But to be able to force Nalan Chu to such a plight, Li Zongtao's strength also obtained everyone's affirmation. Of course, apart from Yi Yuan, the one receiving the most attention was still Zhang Tianyi. This Zhang Tianyi was the same as Yi Yuan. He was also from other division competition zone. During these 3 days of matches, Zhang Tianyi repeatedly defeated powerful adversaries and kept on maintaining complete victories. His fame even overshadowed Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan also maintained complete victories, he did not run into any genuinely formidable foe in these 3 days. But the 4th day's competition, Yi Yuan encountered the most tenacious obstacle since the start of the competition. The first battle on the 4th day, Yi Yuan ran into a genius called Han Feng. He, Zhang Tianyi, and Yi Yuan were the same. They were similarly from other division competition zones. But unfortunately, he ran into Nalan Chu on the first day. Hence, that was why he was not tied in the first place. Even though he lost in the end, he and Nalan Chu battled for 200 rounds. Even more formidable than Li Zongtao. Yi Yuan, hope that you won't disappoint me. I want to use you to sharpen the saber in my hand. Right when he saw Yi Yuan, Han Feng released a powerful fighting intent. Yi Yuan said with a smile, I won't let you down. When the fight started, Yi Yuan felt that power coming from head-on. This Han Feng's strength was indeed absurdly daunting. This Han Feng's comprehension towards saber intent infinitely approached supreme true intent. This Han Feng seems to be even stronger than when fighting Nalan Chu. This time, Yi Yuan ran into a tough character. You never know, his momentum of consecutive wins might come to an end here. Terrifying fellow. This blade after blade. The imposing momentum is overwhelming. Yi Yuan being able to receive such a berserk saber intent is also really not easy. He's only divine traversing realm. Wait until he breaks through to boundless realm. He'll likely be invincible in the same rank. Even Nalan Chu might not be his match. Yeah, this Yi Yuan was born at the wrong time. If I give him another 1 or 2 years' time, he'll absolutely have the strength to have a showdown with Nalan Chu. Sadly, his present cultivation realm is too low. N? No, wait. You guys, look. Hanfeng seems to have broken through. He comprehended the elementary form of a supreme true intent. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed. Hanfeng's saber momentum was more fearsome than the last. The final blade, Hanfeng actually broke through the fetters and achieved a supreme true intent. One saber out, and there was an aura of cleaving the world into two halves. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected this. Facing this move with an irresistible force, Yi Yuan's longsword pointed. Immediately, the lands changed color. An intangible sword intent flooded the entire platform as if the world was all sword intent. The audience surrounding and watching beneath the stage, their expression changed again and again. This battle was truly one wave higher than the former. They originally thought that Yi Yuan lost for sure, but did not expect that Yi Yuan still had an even stronger move. Rending the sky. Yi Yuan's sword being released, it immediately utterly obliterated the supreme saber intent which Hanfeng condensed and formed. The whole audience was dead silent, all waiting for Hanfeng's counteroffensive to regain lost ground once more. But no one could have expected for Hanfeng to suddenly cup his fists at Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks for Brother Yi helping me achieve my aim." Hanfeng concedes. With Brother Yi's strength, even if you don't borrow the power of a holy artifact, it's also sufficient to have a showdown with Nalanchu. Everyone was taken aback from shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan intentionally guided Hanfeng previously, and his action assisted Hanfeng's comprehension of a supreme true intent? This Yi Yuan is simply too strong. Him comprehending a supreme true intent is absolutely not 1 or 2 days already. His comprehension in the supreme true intent is much stronger compared to Nalanchu. Nalanchu, Yi Yuan, and Hanfeng. This competition this time, there are actually already 3 genius youths who comprehended a supreme true intent. My God, how can there be a monster like this? He, a divine traversing realm, actually guided others to comprehend a supreme true intent. When everyone regained their senses, waves of marveling that feat erupted. If Yi Yuan used rending the sky early on, he could have defeated Hanfeng long ago. But Yi Yuan saw through that Hanfeng was just a step away from comprehending a supreme true intent. Hence, he willingly served as Hanfeng's sharpening stone, guiding skillfully and patiently in the battle, letting the other party stride out this most critical step. What made everyone speechless was that after Hanfeng comprehended the supreme true intent, he was actually still defeated by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's might could be seen at a glance. Previously, everyone all thought that Yi Yuan was taking advantage of his weapon. But now, they finally knew just how formidable Yi Yuan's strength was. Just using the Xianxia sword, Yi Yuan similarly could sit firmly in the first group. Ha ha ha, what did I say? This brat indeed concealed his strength. TSK, looking at it, his supreme true intent has probably reached the 3rd stage of supreme true intent already, maybe even 4th stage. By the time his cultivation realm reaches the Tao profound realm, he can absolutely become a divine king powerhouse. On the high platform, First Elder said with a roaring laugh. First Elder's discerning eyes are akin to burning torches. This Yi Yuan is indeed a peerless genius hard to encounter in 1,000 years. It's just... That elder said rather hesitantly. It's just what? First Elder said curiously. It's just that a genius like this, can our crimson afterglow holy land accommodate him? Furthermore, previously, in order to make him exhibit his true strength, you already offended him. This? First Elder was stunned and was actually at somewhat of a loss on what to do. After comprehending the elementary form of a supreme true intent, it was only taking the first step to comprehending a supreme true intent, which was also the 1st stage. Supreme true intents were likewise divided from rank 1 to rank 9 based on the degree of comprehension. A rank 9 supreme true intent was also called a perfect supreme true intent. Once comprehension succeeded, the day of being known as a divine king powerhouse was right around the corner. If one comprehended the 1st stage, they would have very high hopes of breaking through to the Tao profound realm. About Yi Yuan's Azure Dipper floating 0 sword, although he only created 4 stances of sword moves, he actually already comprehended to the 5th stage of supreme true intent. First Elder's evaluation of Yi Yuan was still a little conservative. After this battle, Yi Yuan's strength also obtained everybody's recognition. He was regarded as a monster even more freakish than Nalan Chu. He was a peerless genius with the capital to rival Nalan Chu at the divine traversing realm. Starting from this day, Yi Yuan and Nalan Chu's showdown also became a highly anticipated fight. On the fourth day, Yi Yuan still won 3 battles completely. With the flawless victory battle results of 12 wins, he continued to be tied at first place with Nalan Chu and the rest. Currently, Yi Yuan's refinement of the black metal lump also reached the final juncture. After the 5th day's competition, Yi Yuan carried out the final refinement. Finally, when the black metal lump was completely refined finish, the gold mark on the black metal lump finally revealed its original look. Yi Yuan mind buzzed. The golden characters in his sea of consciousness formed an intense resonance with the black metal lump. Yi Yuan discovered that on this black metal lump actually only had 3 characters. And out of these 3 characters, there were 2 characters among the golden characters. The other one, Yi Yuan searched among the golden characters, but he did not find it. Yi Yuan had already visualized these golden characters for a number of years. But these few years, his understanding of these golden characters, the progress was extremely slow. These golden characters, each one contained extremely profound maxims of great Tao. Yi Yuan kept failing to find the correct approach. After refining the black metal lump this time, Yi Yuan actually sensed a trace of the lingering charm of the Tao from this intense resonance. Even though it was just a tiny bit, it was very clear. This sort of feeling could not be expressed using words. But Yi Yuan's understanding towards these 2 characters deepened that tiny trace. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's mind became more agile as luck hit a feeling of needing to get it out of his chest. Mao! Yi Yuan used all the strength in his body and spat out a syllable. The moment the syllable came out, the essence energy sea within Yi Yuan's body was instantly drained, his entire person falling into an exhausted state. And right at this time, Yi Yuan could clearly sense that his divine soul was actually continuously strengthening. Although it was not too obvious, it was indeed truly becoming stronger. What's going on? Yi Yuan did not care about his body's exhaustion at all. His entire person in a kind of immense shock state. He was already at the 8th level divine traversing realm at present. And his divine soul had long reached the boundary of alchemy's sovereign perfection and had no way of breaking through anymore. For him to want to have some sort of breakthrough in the divine soul, he had to break through to the boundless realm first. But now his divine soul was actually strengthening once more. This was simply something beyond comprehension. Yi Yuan did not sense the arrival of soul tribulation, which was also to say that his divine soul did not break through to the alchemy ancestor level. He was truly unable to imagine that his divine soul was actually able to become even stronger on the foundation of perfection. Yi Yuan sensed his own divine soul and was shocked to his core. He only shouted a syllable, and his divine soul actually broke through the alchemy sovereign perfection level and advanced once more. Then if he shouted again, would his divine soul be able to improve a step further or not? Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, clearly recalling something as he muttered to himself. Father said before at that time, his divine soul already surpassed Alchemy Emperor, but he did not break through to the deity realm. Could it be that my current situation is the exact same as his back then? If the divine soul can still have some advancement, even if I don't use some powerful alchemy technique, I can also leap realms to refine tier 6 medicinal pills. These golden characters were definitely words written by a deity realm powerhouse. Deity realm experts means are simply inconceivable. To actually be able to use words to describe the heavenly Tao and strengthen the divine soul, breaking through the shackles. The more it was so, the more intense Yi Yuan's desire toward the deity realm was. When Ji Zhengyang obtained this medicine god soul canon back then, he was already at the peak alchemy emperor realm. Even if he only understood a little bit, it also let him refine out a half-step divine pill. Yi Yuan was currently still at the divine traversing realm. By the time he cultivated to the peak alchemy emperor anew, how powerful would his divine soul be? At that time, could he refine out a genuine divine pill or not? The previous life, Yi Yuan's lifetime aspiration was to refine a divine pill. But even if he was hailed as the genius most likely to reach the deity realm, this step was still remotely far. But this life, he really had hope. Once this thought popped up, Yi Yuan wanted to shout out that syllable once more without delay. He swallowed an essence energy restoring medicinal pill in one mouthful and started to recuperate. Very soon, he recovered to his peak state. Mao! Yi Yuan shouted out this syllable once more. As expected, his divine soul strengthened a tiny bit once more. But this time, his divine soul actually had a tearing pain. Hiss! Yi Yuan drew a cold breath in pain. The agony of the divine soul tearing was clearly awful. Looks like the breakthrough just now already reached the limits. Forcefully reciting this syllable anymore, and the divine soul will be at risk of ripping because of strengthening too quickly. Looks like wanting to shout out this syllable once more. I must consolidate my divine soul a little. Yi Yuan understood the divine soul very well and discovered the issue behind it very quickly. The divine soul strengthening too quickly was like being ripped apart by a powerful force. There would naturally be this kind of agonizing feeling. As long as Yi Yuan consolidated the divine soul well, he could continue strengthening the divine soul through the syllable. Knowing the details in it, Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to behave recklessly anymore. After swallowing several divine soul nourishing medicinal pills, he started consolidating the divine soul. The following few days, Yi Yuan continued to advance triumphantly and had yet to taste any defeat. After 13 days, the ones on the ranking list still maintaining undefeated were only left with Nailin Chu, Yi Yuan, as well as this Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyu's strength was truly incomparably daunting. During the several times he ran into opponents with powerful strength, he would bring the other party down. Among them were Wu Jiantong, who was known as second only to Nailin Chu in strength. Looking at it now, this title was simply a joke. Forget about Zhang Tianyi, even Han Feng's strength was also much greater than his. But to Yi Yuan, the fervor the competitions provided for him clearly could not compare to the growth in divine soul. In 13 days, Yi Yuan's divine soul was close to 20% stronger than the perfection state previously. Yi Yuan had never known that a martial artist's divine soul could still be enhanced to such a level under the state of perfection. With the growth in divine soul, Yi Yuan's essence energy was also rising along with it. In fact, during the 10th day, Yi Yuan broke through to the 9th level divine traversing in one shot. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine soul's additional growth made his comprehension towards concepts increased considerably. Similarly, at the 9th level divine traversing realm, Yi Yuan's understanding based on his previous life was entirely different. The Tao belonging to the divine traversing realm became even clearer in Yi Yuan's mind. Following the deepening of comprehension, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm actually reached peak 9th level divine traversing realm unconsciously. It was only one last step away from breaking through to the boundless realm. Yi Yuan concentrated on cultivating. In a blink of an eye, a night had passed. Today, Yi Yuan was going to face the strongest opponent in this competition, Nailin Chu. Before Yi Yuan appeared, Nailin Chu was virtually the unofficial number one. Since the selection competition was underway until now, there were quite a number of experts who attempted to challenge Nailin Chu's throne, but they all failed without exception. Now, a situation of tripartite confrontation, the ones with the greatest hope of challenging Nailin Chu's throne were Yi Yuan and Zhang Tianyi. Today's match, in many people's hearts, should decide to whom the number one belonged to in the competition this time, and it was also to decide the quota ownerships for entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Although Zhang Tiany's strength was formidable, he did not comprehend a supreme true intent after all. If he really matched up against these two, he was probably going to lose. In one night, Yi Yuan actually broke through. With this, Yi Yuan is even more confident. What use does one minor boundary have? Unless he can break through to the boundless realm, otherwise, he is still a major cultivation realm away from Nailin Chu. Likewise, comprehending a supreme true intent, this sort of disparity is hard to make up for. Heh, so what? Han Feng comprehended a supreme true intent, but didn't he still lose at Yi Yuan's hands? Make no mistake, up until now, Nailin Chu hasn't even brought out his true strength and already made a clean sweep of his opponents. Yi Yuan's strength is very strong, but to want to beat Nailin Chu, it's likely still a little lacking. Regarding who would win and who would lose between Yi Yuan and Nailin Chu, the battle had yet to begun, and it already kicked off intense discussions. But when Yi Yuan finished off his opponent neat and tidily in the first match, Everyone also discovered that his cultivation realm actually rose substantially overnight. Beyond sighs of admirations, the majority of the people were actually still not very optimistic about Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan leaping realms to battle was indeed very impressive, but Nalan Chu's strength absolutely could not be placed in the same category as the others. Han Feng admitted before that even if he comprehended a supreme true intent, he was also not Nalan Chu's match. Nalan Chu's strength could be seen at a glance. Even though the debates were endless outside the arenas, the parties involved both seemed to be very calm. Boom! Nalan Chu only used one move, and he blasted his opponent down the platform. A wave of cheering shouted out beneath the stage. Returning to the rest area, Nalan Chu sat beside a young man. This young man was slightly taller than Nalan Chu. People who knew him were all aware that this was one of the 7 holy sons, Nalan Hong. He was also Nalan Chu's older cousin. You seem to be exceptionally enthusiastic today. Looks like the youth called Yi Yuan brought you quite a bit of pressure. The moment Nalan Chu sat down, Nalan Hong said with a smile. Nalan Chu smiled slightly and said, "It's been so long since I've encountered an opponent which makes my blood boil like so." Even though he comprehended a supreme true intent, he's just a divine traversing realm after all. Could it be that, with your strength, you don't even have confidence in dealing with a divine traversing realm? I'm very aware of Han Feng's strength. He even forced out 50% of my strength. This Yi Yuan being able to guide him to comprehend a supreme true intent, he has at least 3rd stage strength too. How can such an opponent not make me excited? Even though this Nalan Chu was very calm on the surface, Nalan Hong could clearly sense the turmoil in the depths of his heart. Nalan Hong was slightly astonished. The talent of this cousin of his was even above his. Seemed like there had never been any opponent who was able to make him so excited. This Yi Yuan made Nalan Hong take a huge interest in him. But Nalan Chu's words made Nalan Hong unbelievably shocked. 3rd stage supreme true intent, this was very remarkable. In the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, there had never a genius who comprehended the 3rd stage of a supreme true intent appear before. Nalan Chu's talent swept away the current generation, and only just comprehended the 2nd stage too. Time ticked away. The peak battle that everyone had their focus on finally started. Yi Yuan and Nalan Chu went up to the stage. Beneath the stage rang out waves of screams. But the 2 parties involved turned a deaf ear to it. Use the Star Moon Sword. I wish to battle with you in your strongest state. Exceeding Yi Yuan's expectations, the moment Nalan Chu went up to the stage, he actually raised such a request. Yi Yuan was stunned, and then immediately shook his head and said with a smile, "Using the Star Moon Sword, you can't win me." This time, it was Nalan Chu's turn to be stunned. This was still the first time he met someone being so wildly arrogant in front of him. But Nalan Chu could sense that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of making a pretense in front of him, but he really had this confidence. Yi Yuan was seemingly just stating a fact and not intentionally showing off in front of him. Yi Yuan was indeed stating a fact. No one could understand what the Star Moon Sword signified to him. The Star Moon Sword's amplification of Yi Yuan's strength was absolutely not as simple as 1 + 1. Nalan Chu furrowed his brows a little and said, "No wonder you didn't stint to spend 1 billion, and also had to get the Star Moon Sword. Looks like the Star Moon Sword really has extraordinary significance to you. So, on that night, the Sky Character number 1 room guest was you," Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. Nalan Chu smiled and said, "That's right. I originally thought that you were just intentionally causing trouble. I didn't expect that you actually offered a high price of 1 billion in the end. I've given you a chance. You're really not using the Star Moon Sword." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm giving you a chance, so I won't use it. Ho-ho. I've grown so old. But it's still my first time that somebody dared to speak to me like this." Nalan Chu did not get angry but said with a laugh instead. Yi Yuan laughed too and said, "That's because you never met a true genius." Nalan Chu's expression turned cold but knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. The Holy Land's number 1 genius sounded impressive, but the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was merely a rank 9 Holy Land. In the Divine Realm, rank 9 Holy Lands could be found everywhere, which was also to say that geniuses like him could be found everywhere. Then what about rank 8 Holy Lands, rank 7 Holy Lands, even rank 1 holy lands. In these holy lands, how many geniuses more formidable than he were there? Disregarding others, just this Yi Yuan in front of him was already much stronger than him. A true genius is it? I need to have a look today at just what kind of strength you, this true genius, have. Yi Yuan, I'll only unleash 1 move. This move will be my strongest move. We'll determine the victor with 1 move. How's that? Nalan Chu said with a slightly somber look. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I precisely had this intention. After the small talk, the atmosphere on the stage immediately became delicate. All of a sudden, a large space within the boundaries of the entire platform suddenly dimmed. Apart from members of my family clan, there has yet to be any outsiders who have seen before this move of mine. Within the confines of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, no one has the qualifications to make me use this move too. Losing under this move, you should be plenty proud. A wheel disc suddenly appeared in Nalan Chu's hand. This wheel disc was shockingly a high-grade profound artifact. This? What happened? Just what kind of move is this? To actually be able to make day and night reverse. Could it be that this is the supreme true intent Nalan Chu comprehended? The entire Holy Land is aware that Nalan Chu comprehended a supreme true intent. But up until now, it seems like nobody has witnessed his supreme true intent before at all. No way, right? What supreme true intent is this? It's too bizarre. Seeing the color of the sky suddenly become dark, everyone was taken aback from shock. They had never seen before such a strange sight. It was clearly broad daylight. All of a sudden, it became night. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too as he said, you actually comprehended the light supreme true intent. No wonder your strength is so formidable. Nalan Chu smiled and said, looks like not only is your comprehension ability abnormally high, your knowledge is also extraordinary. The light supreme true intent, there aren't many able to recognize it. Receive this move well then. I said that I gave you a chance before. You didn't cherish it yourself. Hope that after you finish this move, you can still stand on the stage. Lumen. Star. Brilliance. Nalan Chu raised the wheel disc. Above this dark space, the sky was suddenly studded with stars. From above these array of stars, it suddenly rained down countless rays of light. And the target of these countless rays of light was shockingly precisely Yi Yuan. The light supreme true intent was a type of very seldom seen concept. Martial artists let light become their weapon for battle through comprehending light. The power of light was boundless. It was a type of extremely powerful supreme true intent. Once comprehended to perfection, it could even dim the sun and moon. Its power was not beneath the spirit-bristle divine king's blazing flame burning heaven. It was just that the light supreme true intent was extremely hard to comprehend. Ordinary people could not find the correct approach at all. Therefore, very few were able to comprehend the light supreme true intent. And the vast majority of martial artists did not know that there was such a type of supreme true intent at all. Hence, that was why they were so shocked. Yi Yuan also did not expect that what this Nalan Chu comprehended was actually this type of supreme true intent. Furthermore, Nalan Chu was a 9th-level boundless expert. Regarding control of this area of heaven and earth, it was far above Yi Yuan's. This move, Lumen Star Brilliance, practically seized all of the heaven and earth essence energy in this stretch of space. If Yi Yuan were unable to break this sort of deadlock, he would definitely lose without a doubt. Originally thought that Yi Yuan would feel despair, didn't expect that he actually smiled faintly and said, it's too bad you only comprehended to the second stage. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's aura abruptly erupted. Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Under Fiery's assistance, Yi Yuan's essence energy instantly skyrocketed and actually reached half-step boundless realm all at once. At the same time, a streak of sword intent surged towards the skies. Yi Yuan's sword intent was released without holding anything back. Nalan Chu's expression changed, and he said in disbelief, 5th stage. How is this possible? Nalan Hong beneath the stage stood up abruptly. On his face was similarly a look of disbelief. This was Yi Yuan's first time showing all of his strength in front of everybody. It was a 5th stage supreme true intent. Including that time dealing with Han Feng previously, Yi Yuan merely used 2nd stage supreme true intent. One had to acknowledge that Nalan Chu was very powerful. The second stage light supreme true intent. This power level could absolutely show disdain for those in the same generation. But it was a pity that who he ran into was Yi Yuan. But to be able to force out Yi Yuan's full strength, he could be sufficiently proud too. Before this, Yi Yuan was not planning on exposing his full strength. According to his plan, using third stage strength should be adequate to deal with Nailan Chu. But he did not expect that the supreme true intent Nailan Chu comprehended was actually this powerful. Even he also had no choice but to bring out his full strength. Even though Yi Yuan used Origin Spirit 9 transformations, he was still a major boundary lower than Nailan Chu in terms of cultivation realm. Rending the sky. Sword intent surged to the skies and charged over towards the specks of starlight. Sword chopping stars. One sword descending, the darkness in the stretch of space instantly vanished without a trace. Light returned to the world once more. The crowd was flabbergasted. Many people could not discern the rank disparity between supreme true intents. But this did not hinder Yi Yuan giving them a shock. A supreme true intent that was able to invert day and night. There was no need to think deeply about it, and one could already tell the person was an extremely powerful existence. Furthermore, this was even Nailan Chu's first time displaying his supreme true intent in front of the public. Didn't think that it actually ended in defeat. Yi Yuan's might did not require explaining at all. Fifth stage supreme true intent. It's actually a fifth stage supreme true intent. Ha ha ha. This Yi Yuan really broadened this old man's horizons. First Elder was incredibly agitated. He estimated previously that Yi Yuan's supreme true intent was very likely at the third stage. The possibility of being at the fourth stage was very low. Matching up against Nailan Chu, it should be more likely a defeat than victory. Nailan Chu's light concept, he was aware of it. The power was naturally extraordinary. But First Elder never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually comprehended a fifth stage supreme true intent. A genius like this absolutely lit the world on fire. This boy, just how did he cultivate? At his age, how is it possible to comprehend a fifth stage supreme true intent? This is too preposterous. The elder at the side was speechless. He was thoroughly stunned by Yi Yuan. What preposterous? It happened right in front of you. Can it still be fake? First Elder said unhappily. No, I didn't mean that. It just feels too inconceivable. The elder explained. I lost. Nailan Chu was very calm and did not have a sense of loss from being dragged down from his throne by someone as imagined. You didn't lose. If this was a life and death battle, it's hard to say who the victor will be. Yi Yuan said. Nailan Chu shook his head and said, Lost means lost. I won't find excuses for my own failure. Furthermore, I know that even if this were a life and death battle, the one who wins in the end would definitely be you as well. Nailan Chu could sense the bloody aura in Yi Yuan's sword intent, indicating that the battles Yi Yuan experienced before were definitely much more than him. Suddenly, Nailan Chu turned around and said to the high platform with clasped hands, First Elder, from today onwards, I'm withdrawing from this selection competition. What? Nailan Chu wants to withdraw from the competition. What kind of joke is this? Even if Nailan Chu lost, he's at least number 2 as well, right? Furthermore, what he comprehended is the extremely rare light supreme true intent. The Holy Land should be grooming him heavily. He actually chose to withdraw. This guy wouldn't have been triggered due to losing this time, right? Nailan Chu's decision caused an uproar among the crowd. Although Nailan Chu lost, the degree of his genius was indisputable. But now, he actually chose to withdraw. This Nailan Chu was also too much of a glass heart, right? But thinking about it wasn't strange either. After all, a genius like Nailan Chu had never lost before until now. Looks like the impact this defeat had on him was rather huge. First Elder mused for a moment and said, Why? Nailan Chu wishes to leave the Holy Land and go out to make my own break. I hope that First Elder will grant it. Nailan Chu said firmly. A period of silence again. Nailan Chu was not anxious either, awaiting First Elder's reply. After a long time, First Elder slowly opened his mouth and said, Go then. Remember, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is your home. Nailan Chu bowed down and thanked. Many thanks to First Elder for granting it. Finished talking, he turned around to Yi Yuan again and said, What you said is right. I've indeed never met true geniuses before. Yi Yuan, thank you for thoroughly beating me awake today. One day, I'll definitely defeat you. Yi Yuan said with a smile, okay, I'm waiting for you. Nalan Chu being able to comprehend the light supreme true intent, it could be seen how high his talent was. If he kept on huddling up in Crimson Afterglow, his talent would be wasted. The Crimson Afterglow Valley was a lucky chance, but it might not be Nalan Chu's lucky chance. The paths of a powerhouse were many, but being trapped in a corner lording over others was definitely not the path of a powerhouse. Therefore, Yi Yuan naturally admired this decision of Nalan Chu very much. Moreover, Nalan Chu was different from geniuses like Wu Jiantong. He was not afraid to lose and was adaptable too. He was bound to have accomplishments in the future. Nalan Chu left the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land just like that. This was what everyone all did not expect. Before the competition started, Nalan Chu was already internally decided as the candidate for first place. In the end, he actually took the initiative to give up the competition. But Nalan Chu's withdrawal also made the struggle for the top 10 become even more white-hot. In the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Hall, an elderly silhouette appeared rather lonely. First Elder stood by the side, his expression clearly quite agitated. Holy Lord, your current body. Sending 3 people in is already the limit. How can you send 3 more people in? First Elder gritted his teeth and said, this old silhouette was actually the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Lord. It was just that most likely no one could have thought that the Holy Lord was actually old until such a state. Hearing First Elder's words, the Holy Lord turned around and looked at him and said with a smile, I already don't have much time anymore. Take this opportunity that this bunch of old bones still has some use and strive to preserve some successors for the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. I, too, you am incompetent to actually let the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land be ruined at my hands. The selection competition this time indeed discovered a few fine saplings. If they can remember the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's kindness with gratitude, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land might be able to be rebuilt in the future. First Elder's tears ran down his old face when he heard that and said, if Holy Lord didn't deal with that holy follower in order to save the few of us back then, how could you have forcefully executed the chaotic essence singular Qi Grand technique, resulting in a great loss of longevity? The calamity of today is not Holy Lord's fault, but the fault lies with us. Tuyu smiled as he waved his hand and said, this matter had already passed. No need to say anything. Sending a few of them in, I only lose some longevity. I will not pass away immediately either. You don't have to be like this. Shen Qin had tears in his eyes and did not speak, but the self-reproach in the depths of his heart was anything but little. Holy Lord! Just what background was that holy follower? His strength was actually so formidable. Clearly he only had phaseless realm strength, but even you weren't a match for him either. Shen Qin saw that Tuyu had made up his mind and could only change the topic. Tuyu revealed a solemn expression and actually said with some fear, regardless of what background, it's not what we can afford to provoke. These few years, I spent considerable effort and only just probed out a tiny bit of information as well. These recent few decades, the holy artifacts stolen were not just our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Just these few regions nearby our White Valiant region, their figures appeared several times before. It's just that this kind of incidents are happening daily in various corners of the divine realm. So no one cares about it. Chen Qin was startled inwardly when he heard that. He didn't expect that Holy Lord was actually inquiring about the other party's information in the dark these few years. And he actually knew nothing about it too. Chen Qin knew that Tuyu trusted him very much. But this incident, he was kept in the dark from beginning to end. That only meant one thing, this matter was absolutely very dangerous. Most likely, the Holy Lord expended a considerable price in order to probe out this tiny bit of information. What did Holy Lord discover? Just what background was that whatever holy follower? Chen Qin could not hold back the curiosity in his heart and ask. Regarding this holy follower he hated to the bones. If there weren't for that incident back then, Holy Lord would probably have broken through to second-level Dao Profound, and the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would have already become a rank 8 Holy Land. But now all hope was lost. Even whether the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could be preserved or not was a question. The Holy Lord gave a sigh and said, "In these recent few decades, there were quite a few major forces' holy artifacts that were stolen or snatched away. Among them, there was no lack of rank 8, rank 7, even rank 6 holy lands. Of course, there were also some small forces. And at the back of these incidences all had those black-robed people's silhouettes. Their forms of address were different, but all carry a holy word. There are holy follower, holy soldier, even holy general. And among them, the holy followers with the weakest strength has late-stage phaseless realm strength." Chun Qin was greatly alarmed when he heard that. Even a holy follower had such terrifying strength. Then how powerful would the strength of that whatever holy general be? One had to know that that holy follower which appeared in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was merely just late-stage phaseless realm but forced the first-level Tao Profound Realm to you to forcefully display a cultivation art which reduced longevity, resulting in his foundations to be utterly ruined. The strength of this mysterious power was simply too terrifying. This kind of power was completely not what their Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could afford to provoke. In order to inquire about this intel, I paid an extremely heavy price and almost implicated the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. So later on, I also dispelled plans on taking revenge. This kind of force is completely not what we can provoke. Therefore, that's why I would organize the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time to preserve some successors for the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, Tu said with a slight sigh. Right on the second day Nalan Chu left, news came from the Holy Hall. The quotas for entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley this time increased from 3 to 6. The moment this news came out, it immediately blew up. According to the Holy Hall's news, the Holy Sons and the Quasi-Holy Sons would each pick 3 people to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. This meant that one just had to enter the top 3 in the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition, and they could enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. One spot was indeed too difficult for these geniuses. Unless their strength reached Yi Yuan and Nalan Chu's level, otherwise don't even think about it at all. 3 quotas, it was clearly providing a chance for Han Feng, Wu Jiantong, these second-tier geniuses. On the 15th day, these geniuses were all acting as if being injected with stimulants, desperately attacking their opponents frenziedly on the stages for the sake of obtaining victory. Especially those geniuses in the top 5. Apart from Zhang Tianyi, who had yet to taste defeat, most of the others lost 2 to 3 matches. Therefore, the battles between them appeared especially important. As luck would have it, during the competition on the 15th day, Wu Jiantong ran into Yi Yuan. On the arena, Wu Jiantong's expression was incomparably ugly but kept delaying and dare not make a move. "Yi, why aren't you making a move yet? I remember that you seem to have said not to let me bump into you on the stage. Or else you'll make me die very horribly. Now that we met, why are you not making a move instead?" Yi Yuan said, derided. Up until now, Wu Jiantong lost a total of 2 matches. One match was lost to Nalan Chu and the other was lost to Zhang Tianyi. This battle result was still not bad. The ranking was also very close to the front. But if he lost this match to Yi Yuan again, his situation would be very bad. But having witnessed Yi Yuan and Nalan Chu's great battle, how could Wu Jiantong still dare to make a move? He did not wish to give Yi Yuan a chance to humiliate himself. Gritting his teeth, Wu Jiantong said, "I admit defeat." Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression and said with a smile, "Very wise choice. Otherwise, you might not be able to go down the stage standing." Wu Jiantong gave a cold snort and went down the platform directly. Conceding this match, he would have to put up a desperate fight with Han Feng later. Apart from Yi Yuan and Zhang Tianyi, the ones with the greatest hope of entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley were Han Feng and Wu Jiantong. Although Han Feng comprehended a supreme true intent, his cultivation realm was a little low. It was only at the 7th level intent boundless realm. If not for so, Wu Jiantong could withdraw straight away. The Li Zongtao, whose performance was very eye-catching, previously lost battle after battle repeatedly later on and already basically withdrew from the Crimson Afterglow Valley contending fights. After Nalan Chu withdrew, all of the focus right now were on Yi Yuan and Zhang Tianyi. This Zhang Tianyi was very abnormal. He clearly did not comprehend a supreme true intent, but his strength was unexpectedly formidable. Up until now, he had yet to taste a single defeat. The genius martial artists who fought with him before all felt somewhat baffled after losing and actually did not know what happened. Then they were defeated. Even someone as powerful as Han Feng also suffered a great deal under Zhang Tiany's hands. Of course, this was also that Zhang Tiany's luck was good and did not bump into Yi Yuan and Nailan Chu until now. Com. With Nailan Chu withdrawing, these two people's battle naturally became the struggle for first place. Finally, Yi Yuan and Zhang Tiany met on the 18th day. Yi Yuan, I know that your concept's comprehension is very high. But in front of me it's also useless no matter how high your concept's comprehension is. Nailan Chu's withdrawal is also considered him keeping his face. Otherwise, he'll definitely be someone who is defeated at my hands. Yi Yuan's strength was already universally acknowledged terrifying. Yet Zhang Tiany seemed to pay no attention to it. Facing such a provocation, Yi Yuan had always chosen to disregard it. It was also useless no matter how fiercely one bragged. There was only the showcasing of one's true abilities. A guy who did not even comprehend a supreme true intent, Yi Yuan did not feel that he posed any threat to him. Talk this sort of big talk again after beating me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Heh, as you wish. Zhang Tiany gave a cold laugh, wielded his sword, and advanced forward. His speed seemed slow but was fast in reality, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. But this sort of speed had not the slightest bit of threat to Yi Yuan at all. Two swords intersecting. Intense metal clashing sounds burst out. Zhang Tiany's attack was indeed not bad. But to talk about power, it seemed like it was still a little weaker than Han Feng's. But right at this time, a stream of bizarre power crept up from the sword body, surging straight for Yi Yuan's divine soul. This kind of offensive power was not strong. It seemingly did not have a great effect on the divine soul too. But being attacked by this bizarre power, Yi Yuan's movements involuntarily paused. And right at this time, Zhang Tiany suddenly switched moves, swinging away Yi Yuan's shining sword, and headed straight for his abdomen. Regarding Zhang Tiany's series of offensive tricks, Yi Yuan had long heard of it to some extent. He would never compete in big moves with others. Once the competition began, he would immediately entangle his opponents and not give his opponent the opportunity to launch a big move at all. And once being tangled up with him, the other party would not have the chance to use an ultimate move anymore. In the end, they would not even know how they lost. Very clearly, Yi Yuan also fell into this strange circle with this. Yi Yuan's leaned sideways and barely avoided Zhang Tiany's sword. But the next instant, Zhang Tiany's sword light arrived again, akin to a bone-infesting maggot. Yi Yuan's shining sword swung, and he blocked Zhang Tiany's sword once more. Right at that instant, the two swords intersected. There was another stream of strange attack which attacked towards Yi Yuan's divine soul. Starting from the first sword, Zhang Tiany's sword did not leave Yi Yuan's surroundings 1 foot, virtually making people unable to catch their breaths. Furthermore, his sword art was incomparably exquisite, seemingly a martial technique specialized in close combat. No matter how Yi Yuan shook it off, he could not get rid of it either. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people all had their jaws drop. It's here again. Could it be that even Yi Yuan can't break Zhang Tiany's curse as well? Even though Zhang Tiany did not comprehend a sword intent, his sword move is indeed incomparably exquisite. Unless one has extremely powerful close combat martial techniques, otherwise they won't be his match at all. Yi Yuan is already being utterly suppressed by him now. If there are no accidents, the die is cast. I really didn't expect this. Yi Yuan even defeated Nailan Chu and actually can't win against Zhang Tiany. This Zhang Tiany completely can't feel where he's strong at. Yet, everyone can't beat him. Really sinister. Speaking of which, Zhang Tiany's way of winning made people very unwilling to concede. Each time he won others, it was not like Yi Yuan and Nailan Chu they all. His battle was neat and direct. Unless it was those kind whose strength were slightly weaker, otherwise it was fighting up to 100 rounds every time, even several hundred rounds before barely defeating his opponent. Therefore, those who fought with Zhang Tiany and were defeated all felt very unconvinced when they thought about it afterward, feeling that their strength should not be weaker than his. But in the end, why were they the ones who lost? This selection competition was already approaching the end. But until now, everyone did not figure out how Zhang Tiany could win battle after battle repeatedly. When Zhang Tianyi saw Yi Yuan teetering on his feet, an appearance of almost could not hold on anymore, he was very proud of himself in his heart. So what if it was supreme true intent? Can't use moves, what did it matter no matter how strong their concepts? Zhang Tianyi was currently being pleased with himself when a surge of true dragon aura abruptly erupted. Clank! Yi Yuan actually forsook the sword and used his fist to forcefully receive the sword of Zhang Tianyi's, blasting away his longsword. What a powerful physical body! To actually forcefully shake a profound artifact bare-handedly. Is this guy human or not? Concept's comprehension is so high, even his physical body is so powerful too. Simply freakish. Yi Yuan seemed to have refined the dragon race's bloodline, that's why his fleshy body is so strong. Not only is this guy's comprehension abilities abnormally high, but this fortuitous encounter also makes people envious too. Zhang Tianyi's sword was a profound artifact too. A profound artifact's sharpness went without saying. Yi Yuan actually used his fist to knock away Zhang Tianyi's long sword. It could be seen how powerful his physical body was. What Zhang Tianyi was shocked by was not that Yi Yuan's physical body was powerful. What he was shocked by was that Yi Yuan could actually counterattack. So it's a soul martial artist. No wonder, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhang Tianyi's expression changed, not expecting Yi Yuan to say out his identity flatly. Even in the divine realm, soul martial artists were extremely rare too. After all, cultivating martial arts and cultivating the soul at the same time would expend tremendous amounts of energy, with losses outweighing the gains. Those like Zhang Tianyi having such cultivation at a young age were indeed extremely rare geniuses. Soul martial artist. Zhang Tianyi is actually a soul martial artist. No wonder his attacks are so bizarre, making it impossible to guard against. Someone exclaimed under the stage. The attack methods of soul martial artists were extremely odd. Ordinary people could not guard against at all. And Zhang Tianyi's divine soul attack measure belonged to those type of constant dripping to wear away. Once or twice could not feel it at all, making it even hard to guard against. Therefore, those martial artists who fought with Zhang Tianyi previously all lost bafflingly. Humph. Even if you know that I'm a soul martial artist, so what? The one who loses in the end is still you. Zhang Tianyi's face fell and he pounced once more. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and actually wielded his sword and went forward again, entangling together with Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi was overjoyed when he saw the situation. He was afraid that Yi Yuan would play hide-and-seek with him and not clash head-on with him, then look for an opportunity to release a big move. The martial technique when Yi Yuan and Nailan Chu were battling that day, it was still vivid in his mind. Once Yi Yuan had the chance to use that move, he would lose for sure. Now, Yi Yuan actually continued to fight in close combat with him. What was this if not courting death? But the moment both parties' long swords intersected, Zhang Tianyi suddenly felt his own divine soul quiver and actually had a split second of absent-mindedness. But Zhang Tianyi was deserving of being called a soul martial artist. He reacted to it virtually right away and hurriedly jumped aside, avoiding Yi Yuan's next attack. You're actually a soul martial artist too. This is impossible. Zhang Tianyi cried out in shock. What? Yi Yuan is a soul martial artist too? How is this possible? What kind of joke is this? Having a fifth stage supreme true intent, fleshy body comparable to a profound artifact, and is even a soul martial artist. Is there really such a freak in this world? Soul martial artists are extremely rare. Today, two popped out all at once. What in the world is happening? Zhang Tianyi's panic cry immediately caused a wave of commotion. They all did not think that not only was Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities abnormally high, but he was also actually even a soul martial artist of the legends. Adding on that freakish fleshy body, such a person simply had no weakness to exploit. No wonder Yi Yuan leaped realms to battle like eating and drinking. Who could be even more freakish than him? Soul martial artist, is it? Actually, I'm just an alchemist, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ha ha ha. This boy is really aggravating. But you just can't do anything about it, because he's really just an alchemist. Pei Wenxiang burst into laughter beneath the stage and said, actually, before the competition this time, Pei Wenxiang only knew that Yi Yuan was a very formidable alchemist, and completely did not know that he was even a martial artist at all. Who could have thought that not only was Yi Yuan's attainments in the divine soul exceedingly high, he even had such ridiculous accomplishments along the martial path. These words that Yi Yuan said, Pei Wenxiang was the most profoundly affected by it. A alchemist? Xianxia was speechless. Since when did alchemists have such formidable combat strength? Just that bit earlier, Zhang Tianyi already sensed that Yi Yuan's divine soul attainments were actually even above his. This guy simply had no chinks in his armor. Such an opponent, how to defeat? That's right. I opened a medicinal shop in ancient opulent city. If you need medicinal pills, you can come and find me, Yi Yuan said smilingly. I admit defeat, Zhang Tianyi said extremely unwillingly. But facing a perverse fellow like Yi Yuan, what could he do if he did not concede? Divine soul attack could not beat the other party. He could not win the other party in martial arts. Apart from admitting defeat, there was nothing else that Zhang Tianyi could do at all. Ha ha, I really didn't expect it. A member of my ancient opulent city actually won the championship of the competition this time. Pei Wenxiang was simply thrilled. Back then, he only gave the spot to Yi Yuan in order to repay his life-saving grace. Who knew that Yi Yuan directly took back the first place for him? When he heard Yi Yuan saying that he wanted to take first place for the first time, he even reproved Yi Yuan. Who knew that Yi Yuan finished off Nalan Chu first, and disposed of Zhang Tianyi as well, utterly locking down the position of first place. This was unparalleled glory. Giving a plum in return for a peach. This plum that Yi Yuan gave him was truly a little too big. Yang Xin had a delighted look too. Yi Yuan seizing the championship, he naturally felt a glow on his face too. At night, in the Holy Hall, First Elder Chun Qin was currently telling Tu Yu about this afternoon's competition with dancing eyebrows and a look of exultation. While talking, Chun Qin was not stingy with praises of Yi Yuan in the slightest. A genius like Yi Yuan was extremely popular when placed in any holy land, let alone a declined holy land like the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Tu Yu's face was quite calm, as if he had long known about Yi Yuan's freakishness. After Chun Qin said finish, Tu Yu asked, "This Yi Yuan is really just an ascender who came from the lower realms?" "Absolutely true. I've already investigated personally before and also made people ask the Pei family before. This Yi Yuan is indeed just an ascender. Furthermore, his age is merely just past 20. This level of genius, even when placed in a rank 3 or rank 4 holy land, he would also be extremely popular. Let alone that he's even a very incredible alchemist," Chun Qin said agitatedly. At the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's most difficult time, such a peerless genius like this appearing was absolutely something that boosted people's morale. Tu Yu's eyes glinted. It was also unknown what he was thinking about. Winning against Zhang Tianyi, there were many people being happy. But Yi Yuan did not care at all. To him, this kind of victory was utterly meaningless. If not for the sake of entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley, he would not even be bothered to take part in this sort of lame selection competition. Late at night, Yi Yuan was the same as usual. He was still comprehending the golden characters. Through these few days' comprehension, Yi Yuan's divine soul was still strengthening unceasingly. These dozen over days, Yi Yuan's divine soul strengthened a full 40%. This sort of augmentation could already be classified as terrifying. Yi Yuan did not know whether or not he could reach the alchemy ancestor level under the circumstances where he did not transcend the soul tribulation if he continued to comprehend like this. All of a sudden Yi Yuan's mind stirred and he came out from the vast heaven pagoda and showed himself. Yi Yuan laid down an array formation at the residence. Just earlier, the array formation was triggered by someone. Yi Yuan sensed something and immediately showed himself. "One who comes as a guest. Show yourself," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Hoo-hoo, what an impressive boy to actually be able to detect this emperor's arrival." An aged and hoary voice sounded out. Yi Yuan was startled inwardly when he heard that. In the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, the only one able to proclaim himself as this emperor was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord. Did not expect that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord actually descended here. Yi Yuan sensed that the arrival's strength was extraordinary through the array formation previously, but did not think that it was actually the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord. All of a sudden, there was an undulation in the space within the house. The crimson afterglow Holy Lord actually directly appeared inside the house. But regarding this sort of means, Yi Yuan did not have much surprises. Those Dao profound realm experts could already sense the heavenly Dao. This bit of means was nothing strange. Turns out it's the Holy Lord. Yi Yuan failed to receive you. Yi Yuan gave a slight bow and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Tu waved his hand and said, no need to be overly courteous. This too came uninvited. You wouldn't mind, right? Yi Yuan criticized inwardly for a bit. You already said it like this. Can I say that I mind? But in truth, your esteemed self interrupted my close seclusion. I really mind a lot. But to you saying this sort of words was already dropping his own attitude very low. If Yi Yuan still did not give face, that was not knowing how to appreciate favors. Yi Yuan could tell that this holy lord in front of him was not his real body. But his strength was sufficient to instantly kill Yi Yuan. I wonder what holy lord is finding Yi Yuan for? Yi Yuan did not follow up on the words. It was also considered to have expressed his attitude. Tu Yu sized up Yi Yuan. But he was even more pleased with Yi Yuan in his heart. Such temperament was someone who did great deeds. Not like some people cracking themselves up to be geniuses, but were short-tempered and brash, unable to take on major duties. Yi Yuan, do you know what is inside that crimson afterglow valley? Tu Yu ignored what was asked. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered, secretly cursing sly old fox. One had to first give in order to take. This sort of logic, how could Yi Yuan not understand? Tu Yu did not do anything the moment he came and just whetted up his appetite. Clearly, there was nothing good. But speaking of which, he succeeded. Tu Yu's one sentence made Yi Yuan's heart squirm itchily. He was indeed very curious just what thing was inside this crimson afterglow valley to actually be able to give birth to a 10 great divine kings class expert. Seeing Yi Yuan's struggling look, a hint of a smug smile flashed past the corners of Tu Yu's mouth. Yi Yuan mused for a moment, and then he opened his mouth and said, Holy Lord, best talk about your intentions for coming first. If the matter is too difficult, Yi Yuan would rather not enter the crimson afterglow valley. Tu Yu's expression froze. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually speak such words. Facing such temptation and you're actually able to control your own desires. You, this youth, are indeed not simple. Fine then, actually there isn't anything hard to say out either. Actually, I came to find you is to wish to entrust the crimson afterglow holy land to you. A few words. Tu Yu already discovered that Yi Yuan's conduct was too slick and sly, impervious to everything. Talking with him, it was better to beat around the bush less. Beat around the bush too much, it would incur the other party's aversion. It was just that Tu Yu's words frightened Yi Yuan. He was just a divine traversing realm martial artist, and Tu Yu actually wanted to entrust a holy land to him. What did that have to do with this? Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, Holy Lord, you're joking with me, right? Aye. Tu Yu stopped Yi Yuan's words with a hand gesture, but said, This emperor is naturally not joking with you. You don't have to be in a hurry to reject. Listen to this emperor's terms first before giving a reply again. As long as you promise to take over the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, all of the resources in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will be up to you to allocate. Furthermore, within 3 years after entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley this time, this emperor will personally take action to send you into the Crimson Afterglow Valley once more. Yi Yuan knew that the Crimson Afterglow Valley could only open once every 300 years. If he forcefully sent him into the Crimson Afterglow Valley, Tu Yu would probably pay an unimaginable price. In order to make him agree to become the next Holy Lord, this Tu Yu was also going plenty all out. Just what is inside the Crimson Afterglow Valley? Yi Yuan still could not refrain from asking. Desolate ancient drip essence pool. Tu Yu did not keep him in suspense this time and answered immediately. Desolate ancient drip essence pool. What is that? Yi Yuan was also considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. But this desolate ancient drip essence pool he really had not heard before. Wait until you go in, you'll know. The liquid in this desolate ancient drip essence pool can cleanse the marrow and let the martial artist cast off their old self and undergo a complete transformation. The longer a martial artist stay inside, the greater the harvest, and the greater the future accomplishments as well. I know that your physical body is powerful. This desolate ancient drip essence pool can temper your physical body to be even stronger. Furthermore, inside this desolate ancient drip essence pool contains extremely titanic amounts of essence energy. As long as you have the ability, it can let you directly break through to Dao profound realm. Tu said, "Oh, it actually has such a miraculous effect," Yi Yuan said curiously. He was turning it over in his mind secretly that this desolate ancient drip essence pool's effects seemed to have some similar aspects with true dragon's blood. Except it sounded like this desolate ancient drip essence pool seemed to be more impressive. After Yi Yuan refined the dragon blood, he obtained tremendous benefits too. The present Yi Yuan could forcefully receive a profound artifact barehandedly just with his physical body. Simply a human form lethal weapon. Yi Yuan had reached the important juncture of breaking through to the boundless realm at present. This desolate ancient drip essence pool seemed to be an excellent breakthrough site. Tu nodded and said it will only be stronger than you imagine. But this pool water is extremely tyrannical. Ordinary people can't walk far at all. Therefore, the benefits obtained are limited too. This emperor only walked 80 feet out back then too. Oh? What's there to pay attention to? Yi Yuan asked curiously. In this desolate ancient drip essence pool, every 70 feet is a threshold. The deepest area is a full 490 feet far out. Since the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was established, only the first generation Holy Lord walked to the deepest part. And his accomplishments was also the highest in history, with strength comparable to the 10 great divine kings. But a genius like him, only a single one appeared in the history of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Back then, the people who entered the Crimson Afterglow Valley together with this emperor, only I walked to 80 feet out, which is also within the second threshold scope. Therefore, I became the Holy Lord. Tu explained. When Yi Yuan heard, he developed a thick interest in this desolate ancient drip essence pool. Seemed like this pool was indeed rather different. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said to Tuyu, Yi Yuan thank Holy Lord's great kindness. It's just that taking over the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, it's completely out of the question for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan has something hard to disclose and definitely has to leave the Crimson Afterglow in the future. Tu said solemnly, no worries. I know that a measly little Crimson Afterglow definitely can't keep a genius like you. But I already don't have much time left. If I can't find someone able to take on the huge responsibility, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is bound to be swallowed up by the other holy lands. This sort of conclusion is what this emperor doesn't wish to see. This emperor finding you is to hope to preserve a hint of incense fire one from extinguishing. In the future, when you find a good man, passing the position of Holy Lord to him is good too. Before this, I'll make Chun Chin they all do everything in their power to groom you, and let you achieve the Tao profound realm as soon as possible. This too is already someone about to die. I don't have other requests and only hope that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land can carry on existing. Yi Yuan, please accept a bow from me. As he said those words, Tuyu actually gave Yi Yuan a deep bow. At a lake with a calm surface, in a tranquil mountain valley, a party of 7 to 8 people appeared in this remote mountain valley. First Elder, could it be that this place is the Crimson Afterglow Valley? Looks like it doesn't seem to be any different from an ordinary mountain valley. Humph. If even you can detect the differences, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would have long been exterminated by people. First Elder said with a cold snort. He makes sense. The one who said this was called Xianxia, one of the 7 holy sons. This Xianxia had a cheeky appearance all day long. He was rather like a big kid who liked to play. But to be able to become one of the 7 holy sons, his strength naturally could not be underestimated. After Yi Yuan defeated Zhang Tianyi, the dust settled for the quasi-holy son selection competition too. Yi Yuan obtained the first place with the battle result of a flawless victory, obtaining the qualification to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley without any qualms. Zhang Tianyi won 59 and lost 1, obtaining the qualification with the battle result of second place. And finally, Han Feng utterly trounced Wu Jiantun, catching the last bus as well. On the 7 holy sons side, they selected 3 people to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley in the end as well. They were respectively Nailan Hong, Yang Xiao, and Pei Wenxiang's elder brother, Pei Kuan. Presumably, these people's strength could stand out among the 7 holy sons. This early morning, First Elder brought the 6 people to this extremely out-of-the-way mountain valley. This mountain valley was within the boundaries of the Holy Land, but it was exceptionally hard to find. First Elder, are we considered to have entered the Crimson Afterglow Valley here? Could it be that this lake in front of the legendary desolate ancient drip essence pool? Xianxia asked again. As one of the 7 holy sons, even though he had not come to the Crimson Afterglow Valley before, but what was inside this Crimson Afterglow Valley, he was perfectly aware. First Elder shot him a glare and said crossly, "You moron! Is there any essence energy undulation in this lake? Why don't you jump down and give it a try?" Xianxia scratched his head and said perplexedly, "We didn't enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley and there isn't any path to take here as well. What on earth should we do?" First Elder was disinclined to bother with this idiot and simply turned his head over and just threw down a word, "Wait." Xianxia was baffled. Seeing First Elder ignore him, he actually turned his head over to Yi Yuan. "Heh, little leaf one. I heard that you're very incredible. Can you see through the little truth or deception of the situation?" Xianxia scooted over to Yi Yuan's side and said, "Yi Yuan's great name already spread throughout the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land long ago. It was naturally impossible for these holy sons like Xianxia they all to be utterly ignorant about Yi Yuan. Even if these holy sons' statuses in the Holy Land was extremely high, they were also struck with admiration regarding Yi Yuan's degree of talent. Not everyone among them might be comfortable in their hearts, but their attitudes toward Yi Yuan was absolute submission. Along the way, Xianxia struck up a conversation with Yi Yuan from time to time too. Gradually, the 2 people became acquainted. Towards Xiao's poser actions, Yi Yuan was naturally not averse either. Such a person was more interesting than people who keep a straight face constantly. Seeing Xianxia inquire, Yi Yuan said with a smile, "There should have been an extremely powerful camouflage set up here. If one did not reach the Tao Profound Realm strength, one would probably not see through the truth and deception at all. Furthermore, even for those in the Tao Profound Realm, wanting to crack this camouflage is probably beyond their power too." First Elder did not look over here, but his ears perked up high. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, First Elder was unbelievably shocked in his heart too. He did not know if Yi Yuan was guessing or could really see through the truth and deception. But Xianxia was pretty on point this time and helped him ask, "Huh? You said that a Tao Profound Realm can't see through the truth or false. Then why can you, a divine traversing realm, see through it?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Naturally, because I'm incredible." Xianxia pursed his mouth and said, "How boring. Forget it if you're not telling." Yi Yuan smiled without speaking and did not follow up on this too. He could not very well tell Xianxia that he was a Tier 9 array emperor, right? This place's camouflage technique was extremely profound. With the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's present standard, they absolutely could not set it up. Yi Yuan reckoned that this should be set up long ago by a previous generation Holy Lord. It was even possible that it was set up by the first generation Holy Lord. Wanting to forcefully crack this camouflage technique, most likely it could not be done at all without having 8th or 9th level Tao Profound strength. Even if Tu knew the way to crack it, wanting to send them into the Crimson Afterglow Valley, he likely had to pay a considerable price as well. From that day's conversation, Yi Yuan could tell that Tu Yu's condition was not very good. If not for so, it was impossible for him to do the sort of entrusting thing. Under the situation where his condition was very bad, he was even planning on cracking this camouflage technique a second time. It could be seen that his sincerity was indeed sufficient. That day, Yi Yuan ultimately still did not promise Tu Yu. He only said he will consider it. But at this time, Yi Yuan became somewhat moved. Right then, the earth quaked, and the mountains swayed within the mountain valley. It was as if an earthquake occurred. The corners of First Elder's mouth twitched, and his eyes actually became somewhat moist. Holy Lord's lifespan originally did not have much left. With this, it was adding one disaster after another. Especially sending 6 people in this time all at once, the burden on Tu Yu was even greater. When the thought reached here, Chun Qin was incredibly upset in his heart. Rumble! Under everyone's astonished gazes, the lake in front of them actually parted into 2, like it was forcefully cleaved into 2 halves by someone using a blade. Between the two halves of the lake water, a gorgeous light emitted out. The few of you go in from between this lake water. Remember, you all only have 5 days time. After 5 days, no matter how much you gained, you have to come out. Otherwise, you all can only come out again after 300 years. Xianxia warned. Of course, Qianqi knew that Tu had the ability to forcefully crack this grand array. But that price expended was too great. After Tu cast the skill, he would die without a doubt. This sort of method, Qianqi naturally would not say out, and would not agree to Tu casting the skill either. Yes, First Elder. The 6 people received the order and leaped into the brilliant light, then vanished from sight. After Yi Yuan's group of 6 disappeared, a light flashed, revealing that hoary and aged silhouette of Tu. The current Tu looked even older than before at a glance. Seeing Tu, Qianqi's expression changed. Holy Lord, you. Around Tu was a strand of faintly discernible black chi circling around. Martial artists all knew that this vague black chi was precisely death chi. Once this sort of aura appeared around a martial artist, they were not far from exhausting their lifespans. Tu waved a hand and said, opening the array formation this time, the essence energy expended was a little too great. It's fine. My body, I have a score in my heart. Hanging on for 3 years shouldn't be an issue. I just hope that these children can grow up faster. Qianqi's years ran down his old face as he said, Holy Lord, it's all Qianqi who is incompetent. To not even have the ability to open up the Crimson Afterglow Valley's array formation. Tu smiled and said, the Crimson Afterglow Valley has always been personally opened up by the Holy Lord. When was it your turn? If Tu was still in his peak state, opening the Crimson Afterglow Valley naturally would not be too much of an issue and would not expend longevity either. But the current Tu could not endure such tremendous expenditure at all. Each time he used essence energy, his lifespan would be lost even faster. Yi Yuan only felt his vision blurred, and then he appeared in a canyon. Such powerful essence energy. I clearly haven't seen the desolate ancient drip essence pool yet, and I can actually sense its direction. The moment Xianxia came in, he made an unnecessary fuss. But visibly moved expressions appeared on the faces of the others. Clearly, they all felt very surprised by this surge of essence energy undulation. Everyone was unable to contain the excitement in their hearts and walked towards the direction the essence energy came from. Before long, a pool 1,000 feet in circumference appeared before everyone's eyes. The pool water took on a dark red color. The essence energy undulation coming from the pool water made the hearts of these holy sons and quasi-holy sons all palpitate. The essence energy undulation coming from the pool water was too intense. Intense to the extent it made people fearful. Gulp! This is the desolate ancient drip essence pool. I were always unconvinced by the ancestors. But only after arriving here myself do I know how hard it is to enter the second level. Nalan Hong said solemnly. These holy sons were all people arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, and always felt that them entering the desolate ancient drip essence pool, they definitely could walk to the 3rd level. But sensing the essence energy undulations of this pool water in front of him, Nalan Hong knew that he was too naive to be able to enter the desolate ancient drip essence pool, which one of them was not a prodigious talent. But the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's rank dropped again and again. This showed that benefits from the desolate ancient drip essence pool was not easy to be grasped. Nalan Hong, don't waste any more time. We only have 5 days' time. If you're not entering, I'm going in. Xianxia did not have that many qualms, jumping into the pool water immediately with a leap. However, Xianxia appeared casual, but he clearly did not dare to jump too far either, only jumping out a distance of around 50 feet. The expressions of the rest on the shore all became stern, staring fixedly at Xianxia. Xianxia originally still had a careless appearance, but the moment he touched the water, everyone distinctly sensed his body turned stiff as if his entire person was frozen. Following which, Xiao's body started trembling vigorously. The expression on his face seemed as if he was being tormented. The expressions of the others all became apprehensive. About Xiao's ability, they were all aware of it. He entered the pool 50 feet out and was actually in such agony. It could be seen that this lucky chance was not so easy to obtain. Nalan Hong and Pei Kuan exchanged a glance. The two people seemed to have reached some sort of tacit agreement and actually leaped at the same time, but arrived 60 feet out into the pool water. Yi Yuan, aren't you going down to test the waters? Xianxia suddenly opened his mouth and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you guys head down first. This pool water seemed to be quite impressive. My cultivation realm is a little low. I need to do some preparations first. Xianxia shot Yi Yuan a glance and leaped too, jumping into the pool water. Afterward, Han Feng clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and leaped down as well. Yi Yuan's expression was calm, but he was not calm at all in his heart. Approaching this desolate ancient drip essence pool, Yi Yuan actually sensed that a mysterious power was calling him in the depths of the pool water. Yi Yuan was sensing this mysterious power, so he was not in a hurry to enter the water. But he felt for a long time and also did not sense just what on earth this mysterious power was. While at this time, the first one to enter the water, Xianxia, started to break through. He only soaked for a short while in this pool water and actually directly broke through the bottleneck, letting him advance ranks successfully. This pool water contained powerful energy. It could really be said to produce an immediate effect. Another 10 minutes later, Nalan Hong and Pei Kuan actually both advanced ranks. Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi were not willing to fall behind too, likewise breaking through realms very quickly. Ha ha ha! Really awesome. In a flip of a hand, it's actually comparable to several years of my bitter cultivation. This desolate ancient drip essence pool is indeed well deserving of its reputation. Yang Xiao chortled with laughter. The others did not speak, but their faces were all unbelievably excited. Clearly, the prowess of this desolate ancient drip essence pool far surpassed their imaginations. Yi Yuan discovered that it seemed like he could not feel out this mysterious power no matter what and simply jumped into the pool water directly. The moment he entered the water, a bone-piercing chill instantly enveloped his entire body, freezing all the nerves in his entire body until he became paralyzed and actually made him unable to move a muscle. I clearly couldn't feel the water temperature by the shore. I didn't expect that entering the water, it would actually be this bone-piercingly cold, Yi Yuan said in surprise. But Yi Yuan's physical body was incomparably powerful. After experiencing the initial paralysis, he adapted very quickly. At this time, every pore on his body was as if it opened up through soaking in the pool water, feeling indescribable comfort. Powerful essence energy tunneled into his body from every pore, letting his cultivation realm rise rapidly. Yi Yuan also absorbed the massive quantities of essence energy in the pool water without holding back at all and started to consolidate his cultivation realm, in order to make preparations for breaking through to boundless realm. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Yi Yuan walked forward step by step. Each step forward, the essence energy in the pool water would intensify a little more. The tempering of the pool water was not just targeting his essence energy. It actually had a substantial strengthening effect on his physical body too. Yi Yuan enjoyed the tempering of the pool water to his heart's content and also got increasingly closer to boundless realm. In a blink, 1 day and night passed. The expressions on the few geniuses' faces became progressively more contorted as well. And 1 day's time passed. Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi each only walked forward a distance of 20 feet, stopping at the 70 feet mark. The 3 Heaven Enlightenment Realm Holy Sons actually advanced shoulder to shoulder, stopping at the 90 feet mark. One had to know that the current generation Holy Lord, Tuyu, merely entered the 2nd level. This time, 3 of them actually all achieved this goal. Arg! All of a sudden, Pei Kuan let out a pained cry and actually leaped right out of the water, returning to the shore. On the bank, Pei Kuan's expression was very ugly. He never would have thought that the first one to be eliminated was actually him. Sweeping a glance over, Yang Xiao and Nalan Hong were basically at the same distance. Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng were also at the same distance. Looking over towards Yi Yuan again, it made him rather surprised. Yi Yuan actually still remained at the 50 feet distance at this time. The Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi, who were defeated at Yi Yuan's hand, both walked out 70 feet in distance. Yi Yuan actually just walked out a distance of 50 feet. Right then, Han Feng suddenly lifted his head and gave a long cry, and actually took another step forward. It was this step that let him cross into the 2nd level, breaking through to the 80 feet distance. Pei Kuin's expression changed. He clearly did not expect that a boundless realm martial artist could actually reach the second level. Splash! Pei Kuin was unresigned to failure and actually leaped, entering into the pool water once more. This time he progressed very smoothly, walking straight to the 90 feet area. But right then, an extremely anguished expression surfaced on Pei Kuin's face. He finally could not endure it and retreated back to the shore once more. Boom! Pei Kuin slammed a fist onto the ground and said unresignedly, "Could it be that my, Pei Kuin's, potential merely ends here? Ah! Hurts to death. Hurts to death. I feel like my entire body is about to explode." Xianxia gave a series of miserable screams and directly jumped out of the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Coming to the shore, standing shoulder to shoulder with Pei Kuin. Pei Kuin's expression was very ugly by the side. Xianxia walked out 130 feet at the end. He was much stronger than Pei Kuin. These holy sons, were all very clear that the further they walked indicated the greater the potential. Which also showed that Xiao's potential was much greater compared to him, Pei Kuin. To be able to walk to the second level area, no matter how useless, he could reach Dao profound realm strength too. Sai, I say, Pei Kuin, don't pull a long face anymore. At any rate, you reached the second level area too. Didn't I just walk out a couple more feet than you? Speaking of which, didn't expect that the three of us entering this time, we all entered the second level area. Truly remarkable. Xianxia still had a cheeky appearance. Humph. Saying it lightly. Did you see or not? Even those two boundless realm brats walked further than me. When did I, Pei Kuin, ever end up in such a sorry state? Pei Kuin was still very unhappy. Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng had long entered the second level region already and actually walked even further than Pei Kuin. Indeed, this desolate ancient drip essence pool could bring tremendous benefits to these geniuses. But it would also thoroughly expose their own potential. Originally, these geniuses only competed secretly. No one yielded to anyone. But with this, their potential had nowhere to hide. Pei Kuin being the first one to be eliminated, he clearly could not cross this hurdle in his heart. Sai, what are you thinking so much for? Can't you still tell that no matter how merrily we jump around, the most talented one is definitely Yi Yuan? I reckon that before long, he'll surpass you and I. Since that's the case, what are you still worrying so much for? Maybe it was due to personality. Xianxia was much more open-minded than Pei Kuin. Heh, surpass us? You take a look yourself. Just where has he only walked up to now? In my view, he has exhausted his potential fully and won't have any major developments in the future, Pei Kuin said with a cold snort. Although Yi Yuan was brought by his younger brother, Pei Kuin's current mindset was somewhat disrupted. He wished that these few people would be eliminated by the desolate ancient drip essence pool one by one right away. Only in that way could he find some comfort. Xianxia still had not noticed this after getting back on land. Only hearing Pei Kuin say so at this time did he discover that Yi Yuan actually only walked to 70 feet distance and could not even compare to Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng. What's happening? Shouldn't be. This guy is so freakish. How can he possibly only walk to just 70 feet? Xianxia was quite puzzled as well as he said. This fellow probably used some methods which overdrafted potential. Hence, that's why he can be so freakish at a young age. But the moment he entered this desolate ancient drip essence pool, his true form was revealed. In my view, he will just have boundless realm cultivation at the maximum in this lifetime, Pei Kuin said. Yang Zhao's eye glinted. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. Right then, Pei Kuin's expression changed, and he said, Nalan Hong entered the third level region. Yang Xiao was startled inwardly. Looking over, indeed, he saw that Nalan Hong already broke through 210 feet out. Haha. The Nalan family are indeed all freaks. No idea up to where Nalan Chu that fellow can walk to if he came in here, Yang Xiao said with a laugh. Humph. That fool actually gave up the opportunity to enter the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Wait until he returns to the family clan. His intestines will probably turn green with regret, Pei Kuin said disdainfully. Sigh, it's indeed quite lamentable for Nalan Chu. I didn't expect that he just left and the Holy Land announced an increase in slots right after. But Nalan Hong could actually enter the third-level region. This is impressive. Xianxia felt pity for Nalan Chu too. But Pei Kuan kept his mouth shut. He also did not expect that Nalan Hong actually had such great potential. 2 hours later, Yang Zhao's mind suddenly jolted. Yi Yuan entered the second-level region. The moment he entered the second-level region, Yi Yuan suddenly felt the pressure double. That violent strength tunneled into his body brazenly without any scruples at all, tearing at his body. But Yi Yuan's body was long incomparable to the past through the dragon blood's remolding. Allowing those violent energies to impact his meridians freely, he still did not move a muscle. Those energies entering Yi Yuan's body. A portion was refined by the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art and entered the Essence Energy Sea. Another portion was absorbed by his body, strengthening his physical body. Yi Yuan's physical body became increasingly stronger too, virtually reaching middle stage tier 6. The reason why Yi Yuan stood still and did not advance was that he discovered that the pool water's remolding of his body had not completely stopped yet. If he entered the second level right away, it was a bit too much of a waste. Just now, Yi Yuan discovered that the first level's pool water was already completely ineffective to him. That was why he stepped into the second level. Yi Yuan's Essence Energy Sea became increasingly full. His cultivation realm already approached increasingly closer to boundless realm under the pool water's continuous impact. Yi Yuan did not care about which step the others walked to either. He just walked forward step by step himself. Each step was taken very solidly. Furthermore, he could sense that his body was far from reaching its limits. Hence, he was not in a rush. Just like this, another day's time passed. Splash! Nalan Hong finally could not persist on either and retreated to the shore. But Nalan Hong did not feel dejected. Instead, he was faintly very thrilled. Charging to the third-level region in one go, Nalan Hong obtained tremendous benefits. Moreover, him being able to walk to the third-level region also surpassed quite a few generations of Holy Lords. In the future, his accomplishments would surely be even higher than the Holy Lord. Quickly look. Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi both entered the third-level region already. What kind of freaks were chosen from the quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time? Yang Xiao exclaimed in shock. Nalan Hong was startled and hurriedly looked over. Indeed, he saw that Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng's figures were already at the third-level region. Holy Lord, His Excellency has great foresight. Looks like our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is going to rise up anew. Nalan Hong did not have the intention of being envious and admired Tu Yu's decision instead. It was just that he did not know that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was currently facing its greatest crisis since establishment. Once Tu Yu's lifespan ran out, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would probably be reduced to a second-rate power immediately and be swallowed up by other Holy Lands. Tu Yu dwelt in deep seclusion these few years and rarely came out. He only said that he was in a retreat to assault the second-level Dao Profound. This was the news he spread out on purpose. At the same time, he would never show his face in front of outsiders. Apart from a few trusted elders, no one knew that he already reached the extent of the oil running out and the lamp expiring already. Right at this time, the winds and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Patches of dark clouds converged over here. The horrifying pressure made people feel very stifled, unable to even catch their breath. Not good. Yi Yuan is going to transcend tribulation. Nalan Hong's expression changed as he said, while at this time, Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng were only 100 over feet distance away from him. The moment Yi Yuan transcended the tribulation, they would definitely be swept into it. Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng were startled awake by this abnormality too, carrying extremely unwilling expressions as they retreated back to the shore. This fellow's strength is comparable to peak boundless realm. If we were to transcend tribulation inside, we'd definitely be smitten to death, Zhang Tianyi said extremely unwillingly. He sensed that he had not reached the limits yet and should still be able to push forward some more. But Yi Yuan suddenly transcending tribulation thoroughly screwed up his tempo. Actually, we should have long expected it. With Brother Ye's strength, entering this desolate ancient drip essence pool. How can he possibly not break through to boundless realm? It somewhat exceeded my expectations that he is only breaking through now, Han Feng said. If interrupted, then he was interrupted. Han Feng did not mind very much. Entering the desolate ancient drip essence pool this time, his harvest was extremely huge. He was almost breaking through to the 9th level boundless already. Furthermore, he could sense that the pool water's transformation on his body was extremely great. In the future, cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. Suddenly loosening up to 6 quotas this time was truly picking up a treasure to him. What's Yi Yuan doing? Is it possible that this guy wants to oppose heavenly tribulation? Nalan Hong exclaimed in shock. A mighty dragon aura billowed to the skies. Yi Yuan slowly raised his palm. This was clearly going to exhibit a powerful martial technique. By the side, the few geniuses were all dumbstruck with astonishment when they saw this scene. Each and every one of them rated themselves as geniuses. Towards heavenly tribulation, they were generally not overly concerned but were not wildly arrogant to the degree of opposing heavenly tribulation yet. Watching Yi Yuan's stance, he did not place heavenly tribulation in his sights at all. With Yi Yuan's present strength, transcending the 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation was without the least bit of pressure at all, even if it was the major heavenly tribulation of breaking through a major cultivation realm. Boom! A coiling dragon heaven devastating palm soared high into the air, flying straight for the tribulation clouds that had yet to form. A massive green dragon one charged straight for the skies, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the tribulation clouds were dissipated by the power of this palm. Holy shit! Just what kind of freak is this guy? The might of one palm is actually so horrifyingly powerful. Could it be that he had yet to use all of his strength in the competition? Xianxia cried out weirdly. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was not the slightest bit inferior to that 5th stage supreme true intent rending the sky as well. A martial technique like rending the sky, being able to comprehend one already need to express thanks to heaven and earth. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had a card up his sleeve. But this was Xianxia misunderstanding Yi Yuan. Actually, during the competition, the power of rending the sky was indeed above the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. But soaking in the pool water these 2 days, the power of Yi Yuan's fleshy body strengthened by more than several times. Yi Yuan discovered that the power within this pool water, the majority was used to temper the fleshy body. The increase in essence energy instead was a little slow in comparison. The dragon race's martial techniques did not entirely look at Dragon Wave's degree of comprehension. It similarly looked at the strength of the physical body. This was the same logic as a martial artist's essence energy and supreme true intent. Right now, Yi Yuan's physical body was multiple times stronger. The might of coiling dragon heaven devastating palm naturally strengthened a great deal too. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm that Xianxia saw was precisely the version after strengthening. A 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation, the tribulation clouds were not so easily scattered away. Very soon, the tribulation clouds in the air gathered once more. Very clearly, it was more than before this time. But Yi Yuan did not seem to pay attention at all. Raising his hand, it was another coiling dragon heaven devastating palm directly blasting apart the firmament. In this pool water, Yi Yuan felt like he returned to the embrace of his mother's womb in a nascent state with limitless strength. The 3rd time, 4th time, 5th time. Yi Yuan did not care about the tribulation clouds in the sky at all, firing palm after palm over above the sky. 5 sets of tribulation clouds were actually thoroughly dissipated by Yi Yuan without condensing successfully yet. The 5 people on the shore were long dumbfounded with shock. Turns out that heavenly tribulation could still be transcended like this. No lightning falling. This heavenly tribulation. Could it still be called heavenly tribulation? The current Yi Yuan stood calmly on the water surface, akin to a war god. It's done. Xianxia looked at the surroundings and asked, rather baffled. Nalan Hong's expression was grim as he shook his head and said, "You look at Yi Yuan's appearance akin to facing a great enemy. I think it shouldn't be over yet, right?" Xianxia was startled and discovered that Yi Yuan indeed had an appearance akin to facing a great enemy. But for middle 3 realms martial artists, 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation was already the limit. Could it be that there was still a more formidable heavenly tribulation? Right then, the tribulation clouds originally dissipated by Yi Yuan actually condensed and formed once more. How is this possible? Yi Yuan is transcending the boundless realm's heavenly tribulation here. How can a 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation possibly appear? Xianxia nearly jumped up. This situation before his eyes seriously somewhat subverted his understanding. But Pei Kuan said with a cold snort, "Idiot! Look closely. How is this a 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation? This is clearly soul tribulation." Soul tribulation? Seems like it really is. However, the power of this soul tribulation is so powerful. Yang Xiao still had a guileless appearance. The others were all silent. That thick layer of tribulation clouds in the sky made their divine souls all tremble. The might of this soul tribulation was clearly much more powerful than they imagined. Looks like comprehending the golden characters can obtain immense benefits, but it has side effects too. The power of the soul tribulation is way stronger compared to that time in my previous life. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. Transcending soul tribulation. If one did not have adequate measures, it was very hard to transcend. Soul tribulations arrived at the divine soul directly and did not have any obstacle at all. It was unlike lightning tribulation. Martial artists could rely on essence energy and the physical body to guard the heart channels. As long as the heart channels were not severed, the martial artist was considered to have transcended. But soul tribulations disregarded the physical body, attacking the divine soul directly. It was equivalent to a divine soul attack, completely unavoidable. With Yi Yuan's measures, when he withstood the soul lightning dual tribulations back then, he nearly perished, his Tao almost dissipated. And what played a critical role in it was the soul tribulation. It was just that the soul tribulation this time was much stronger compared to that time. A purple bolt of lightning fell down with a loud crash. Lightning was partially hidden and partially visible and actually shuttled back and forth the void. Heavenly soul shield. Yi Yuan cried out lightly. Soul force suddenly erupted, forming an invisible barrier in front of him. Boom! Yi Yuan's body was directly sent flying out. He was spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood while in the air. Seeing this scene, the faces of everyone on the bank suddenly changed. Although the might of this soul tribulation was kind of expected early on, seeing Yi Yuan being directly bombarded heavy injuries, they did not expect it either. These few people were all aware that Yi Yuan was not only a martial artist, but he was also an alchemist. His attainments in the divine soul were very high. It could be seen from this how terrifying this soul tribulation was. Zhang Tianyi's expression was solemn as he said, "That divine soul mystic art of Yi Yuan's earlier, with my strength, I can't shake it a single bit at all. But the soul tribulation actually blasted it to pieces. The power of the soul tribulation is too terrifying. If it were me, my soul would probably have dissipated already under that blow earlier. Really don't know what on earth Yi Yuan did to actually provoke such a powerful soul tribulation. The magnitude of this soul tribulation is not what boundless realms can withstand at all." Everyone's expression changed again. Even Zhang Tianyi, the soul martial artist, could not withstand a single hit from the soul tribulation. Could be seen how terrifying the power of this soul tribulation was. Yi Yuan is probably in danger this time, Zhang Tianyi said with a slightly grim expression. Another bolt of purple lightning arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan mustered up all of his soul force to deal with the second bolt of soul tribulation. Poo work. Yi Yuan was sent flying once more. His divine soul was already incredibly withered. This soul tribulation's power was too great. Even if Yi Yuan's divine soul already had substantial growth, he was completely not its match too. If another one or two more bolts slammed down, Yi Yuan might really have his soul dispersed to the wind. When everyone on the shore saw this scene, they all could not bear to look straight at it. Such a genius. Could it be that he was going to fall under this horrifying soul tribulation? The tribulation clouds in the sky rolled over and were currently brewing the next round of terrifying soul tribulation. 2 bolts of soul tribulation made Yi Yuan's divine soul sustain immensely severe injuries. Currently, he could not even accomplish standing up. Crack! Crack! Purple lightning rumbled down once more. Han Feng and the rest could distinctly sense that the power of the soul tribulation this time was even stronger than before. The few people on the shore closed their eyes. Clearly, they did not feel that Yi Yuan could endure this bolt of soul tribulation. Forget about them, even Yi Yuan himself did not believe that he could transcend this soul tribulation either. His sole reliance now was that black-colored bead. Right then, a voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's mind. "You idiot! Why haven't you quickly used the divine inscriptions?" It was Long Tongue's voice. This old man already had not made a sound for very long. This time he actually voice transmitted to him out of the blue. But what was divine inscription? Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A hard-to-express syllable emitted out of his mouth. It was precisely that divine character he had just comprehended not long ago. Mao! Right at this time, the soul tribulation arrived in front of Yi Yuan. What amazed Yi Yuan was that the soul tribulation actually dissipated to nothing under this syllable. At virtually the same time, that black-colored bead actually shed some black powder. Yi Yuan's divine soul instantly recovered as good as new. And no way, right? Yi Yuan. He didn't die. Ah, poo, didn't die is good. Didn't die is good. Xianxia rambled. The scene which just took place seriously made people's jaws hit the ground. They already ascertained that Yi Yuan was unable to cross the next round of soul tribulation. Did not expect that when the soul tribulation arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it actually dissipated to nothing, as if it had never existed. What was even more bizarre was that Yi Yuan's current divine soul state was excellent, completely not like he sustained heavy wounds. What on earth happened in that instant just now? What did he do just now? To actually annihilate the soul tribulation? Zhang Tianyi said, not quite daring to believe it. Just now. An odd syllable seemed to have emitted out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Aside from this, he didn't seem to have done anything either. Could it be that the soul tribulation being annihilated was related to that odd syllable? Nailin Hong said with a frown. Impossible. What kind of syllable is able to eradicate such terrifying soul tribulation power? What was that to let his divine soul recover back to how it was? Pei Kuan said in disbelief. Nailin Hong shook his head. Clearly, he was rather uncertain what it meant either. He only faintly had some surmises. But Yi Yuan's means, he could not figure them out at all. Just carry on watching. If it's really because of that weird syllable, he'll definitely still use it again in a while, Nailin Hong said. Yi Yuan himself was unbelievably shocked too. He did not expect that the syllable actually had such power, directly eradicating the soul tribulation. Long Tongue, this old fellow, seemed to be constantly paying close attention to him. Cultivating the divine soul in the vast heaven pagoda probably all landed in his sights. This old man kept saying that he was sleeping, but he was perfectly aware of the happenings in the vast heaven pagoda. When Long Tongue said finish that sentence earlier, he did not make any more sound, as if he entered into a slumber again. No matter how Yi Yuan called, he did not respond. Forget it. Right now, it's still more pressing to deal with the soul tribulation. Won't be late to find him again later, Yi Yuan thought to himself. The might of the divine inscriptions far surpassed Yi Yuan's imaginations. No matter how powerful the soul tribulation was, when it arrived in front of him, it was immediately annihilated by one syllable. After an hour, the tribulation clouds finally dissipated. After experiencing life and death, Yi Yuan finally transcended the soul tribulation. Sensing his own divine soul a little, Yi Yuan was greatly taken aback. His divine soul was clearly just initial stage perfection alchemy ancestor. But in terms of power, it was probably not inferior to late stage alchemy ancestor. These divine inscriptions were indeed abnormally marvelous. Yi Yuan thought that his research into the divine soul was already very thorough. But the appearance of the divine inscriptions utterly subverted his understanding. What amazed Yi Yuan even more was that Long Tongue actually knew that the golden characters were called divine inscriptions. This guy seemed to be hiding many secrets. Ji Zhengyang researched the golden characters for many years and did not even know that they were called divine inscriptions. This Long Tongue actually knew. Yi Yuan was blasted to the shore long ago by the soul tribulation. By the time he came back to his senses from the elation of breaking through, he suddenly sensed several odd gazes sizing him up. "En? What's going on? All looking at me like that for what?" Yi Yuan intentionally pretended to be puzzled. "Yi Yuan, you this fellow, your methods really emerge in endless streams. Earlier, I even thought that you were dead for sure. I didn't think that you actually pulled through at the final juncture. Xianxia said. Hoo-hoo. Just luck. Towards this, Yi Yuan did not wish to say too much. The divine inscriptions and reincarnation were the same. They were both secrets he concealed in his heart. It was impossible to talk about them to other people. But Xianxia clearly did not have the intention of asking too much. The few of them were all extremely talented figures and were deeply aware of the logic that everyone had their own secrets. It was just that they had a deeper understanding of Yi Yuan's means. I interrupted everyone's cultivation. I'm seriously sorry about that. This Yi has already finished breaking through. Let's continue, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi both nodded their heads, entering the desolate ancient drip essence pool with a leap. But after these two people entered, the expressions on their faces became anguish too. Very clearly, they could not persevere for a long time either. If there were no accidents, they should stop at the third level. Yi Yuan did not say another word too, jumping in directly. Yi Yuan entered the second-level region but discovered that the pool water here was already completely ineffective to him. Looks like breaking through to the boundless realm previously and stimulating the power of dragon blood once more. Regardless whether was it essence energy or the fleshy body, they all had a substantial increase. Hence, this second-level region is already no use to me, Yi Yuan pondered to himself. Yi Yuan stepped into the third level immediately without any hesitation and discovered that the third level was not very useful to him either. Hence, Yi Yuan directly entered the fourth level. Seeing this scene, the three people on the shore stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape again. Is this guy treating the desolate ancient drip essence pool as a normal pool? To actually walk to the fourth level straight away, Pei Kuan said speechlessly. He used all of his power and only walked to the second level. He did not expect that after Yi Yuan finished transcending the tribulation, he directly walked to the fourth level. This was too demoralizing. Haha. Yi Yuan's potential is probably far beyond this. Like I said, with his talent, how can he possibly stop at the second level? Xianxia laughed loudly and looked at Pei Kuan deridingly. Pei Kuan's expression was black as he darted Xianxia a fierce glare. On the third day, Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi could not persist any longer, withdrawing out of the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Right now, in the pool, there was only Yi Yuan alone left. And the present Yi Yuan already walked to the fifth level region. Truly a terrifying fellow. He already walked to the fifth level, but he is completely indifferent, Zhang Tianyi said with vicissitudes of emotion. Regardless whether was it talent or strength, he lost completely to Yi Yuan. Even if he was any prouder, facing Yi Yuan's terrifying talent, he had no choice but to lower his high head too. The truth was placed right in front. It was not up to him to deny. The five people saw that Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of withdrawing and could only consolidate the desolate ancient drip essence pool's gains by the side and observe Yi Yuan's progress at the same time. Actually, they could already leave the Crimson Afterglow Valley now. But not seeing which step Yi Yuan walked to, they were still not reconciled to it. In a blink, 2 days passed. Yi Yuan already arrived at the sixth level region and still did not have the intention of stopping. However, it already reached the time to exit the valley. If they still did not exit the valley, they would be sealed off in the Crimson Afterglow Valley for 300 years' time. Brother Yi, the hour has arrived. We've got to exit the valley, Han Feng shouted to Yi Yuan. You all go out first. I'm still continuing, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. This desolate ancient drip essence pool's remolding of his body was very apparent. A short 5 days' time, his strength already soared by a wide margin. Making him go out now, how could Yi Yuan be willing? Brother Yi, first elder said before, if we don't leave within 5 days, we'll be trapped to death here, Han Feng said anxiously. Yi Yuan had the grace of teaching to him. He could not bear to see Yi Yuan be trapped to death here. However, Yi Yuan no longer replied him. Time to go. He's willing to stay here. Just let him remain here. If you guys are not going, I'm leaving first. Pei Kuan was the first one to be eliminated and had long lost interest in this place. If not for the sake of seeing where Yi Yuan could walk to, he would have left long ago. Outside the mountain valley had a light screen. Pei Kuan leaped and vanished into the light screen. Nalan Hong looked at Yi Yuan's back view, shook his head, and left too. This guy really makes people unable to see through. Xianxia muttered to himself and chose to leave as well. Zhang Chani followed closely behind. Han Feng still not going? The passageway is going to close. Zhang Chani shouted to Han Feng. At this time, the light screen outside the mountain valley was already flickering, likely to die out at any time. If he still did not leave, he was really going to be trapped here. Han Feng gave a disappointed sigh and finally still turned around and left. Not long after Han Feng left, the light screen seemingly lost its final support too, vanishing from sight. Yi Yuan paid no attention to this and still cultivating himself by following his usual way of doing things. 5 people's silhouettes scurried out from the lake water. The lake water that was parted became one as well, turning into its initialmost appearance. First Elder looked at Pei Kuan and the rest full of smiles. But his expression changed drastically very quickly. Where's Yi Yuan? Chun Qin's expression was frighteningly dark. Yi Yuan was unwilling to part with the desolate ancient drip essence pool's power and refused to come out till the end. We could only come out first, Pei Kuan said helplessly. What? You're saying that Yi Yuan is trapped in the Crimson Afterglow Valley? Although he had long expected it in his heart, hearing Pei Kuan say it out personally, he was still akin to be struck by lightning. Yi Yuan was the successor that Holy Lord personally designated. Now he was actually trapped in the Crimson Afterglow Valley. This blunder was too over the top. Han Feng also said helplessly, I urged Brother Yi before too, but he still refused to come out. Perhaps he has some means to be able to come out himself. Nonsense. This grand array is one-directional and can only be activated outside the valley. Forget that he only has this bit of strength. Even if the Holy Lord were trapped inside, he wouldn't be able to return either. Chun Qin lost composure and said, This? What to do about this then? The moment Han Feng heard, he kind of panicked too. He did not wish for Yi Yuan to be trapped inside for 300 years. Chen Qin waved his hand, appearing quite irritated. You guys return to the Holy Land yourselves. I'll calm down a bit here and think what to do. The 5 people did not dare to disobey and could only leave this mountain valley. After the 5 people left, a figure slowly appeared. It was precisely to you. Holy Lord. This. What to do about this? First Elder's words were actually exactly the same as Han Feng's. Very clearly, First Elder lost a sense of propriety too. Tuyu was not as concerned as imagined and instead said, Since he isn't willing to come out, presumably, he might really have some measures. We'll wait here for a month. After a month, if he still hasn't come out, this Emperor will forcefully activate the Grand Array and let him come out. First Elder's expression changed as he said, How can this do? If Holy Lord forcefully opens up the Grand Array again, the remaining lifespan. Tuyu said with a smile, We are already at this present situation. This Emperor has long come to accept it already. The only thing I can't let go of is the Holy Land. I promised you Yuan before to send him in a second time. If he can't come out, I naturally have to keep my promise. If my death can exchange for his wholehearted dedication to the Holy Land, it's worth it too. First Elder heaved a sigh. The self-reproaching expression on his face was laid bare in its entirety. He suddenly recalled a matter, slapped his thigh and said, Oh my! Panicked earlier and forgot to ask those few brats which level region Yi Yuan made it to. Tuyu said with a smile, to be able to stay a full 5 days' time in the pool water, he at least entered the 6th level region too. Not asking is fine too. Maybe when he comes out, he can give us a pleasant surprise. After staying in the 6th level region fully, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already successfully broke through to 2nd level boundless. At this time, if he took another step forward, he would enter the central region of the pool water, which was also the 7th level region. Arg. The moment he entered the 7th level region, Yi Yuan felt every cell in his body seethe over. He felt that his entire body was burning. This sensation of being set on fire all over his body instantly made his entire person starts convulsing. Yi Yuan could even feel that his skeleton was rattling. The pool water in this 7th level region was simply freakishly powerful. But Yi Yuan knew that as long as he endured through this agony, it would be immensely beneficial to his cultivation henceforth. The desolate ancient drip essence pool's remolding of the martial artist's body was an all-round process. At this time, the meridians in Yi Yuan's entire body were already scoured many times over by the pool water. His current cultivation speed was as much as several times than before. Yi Yuan's fleshy body's cultivation endowments were very poor. If there wasn't his previous life's alchemy knowledge, it was impossible for him to reach this step today. In the past, it was all through the aid of medicinal pills that Yi Yuan could break through successively. All the way until Yi Yuan obtained true dragon's blood, that it transformed the natural endowments of his physical body. But this time, Yi Yuan's physical body obtained an overhauling transformation again on its original foundation. Right now, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was also not at all inferior to some rarely seen spirit physiques. Even if he did not consume medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed would not be any bit slower compared to others either. 3 days elapsed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yi Yuan was enduring torture every second. This sort of anguish virtually made him faint away several times. If it were others, they would probably have failed to endure it and retreated back to the shore long ago. But Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and endured it. The torment of immolation finally gradually subsided on the 3rd day. Yi Yuan floated on the water surface quietly and already did not have a trace of strength. No idea how long passed either before he recovered some strength. Arg! Yi Yuan came to the shore and released all of the true dragon strength in his entire body with all his might. An inconceivable scene occurred. Below Yi Yuan's neck, dark green dragon scales actually faintly emerged on his entire body. This physical body tempering truly makes people wish that they were dead. But enduring through this hurdle will be of extremely great help to my cultivation in the future. Right now, just this fleshy body strength of mine already reached peak boundless realm. Coupling with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, dealing with first-level heaven enlightenment martial artists is absolutely no issue. Yi Yuan pondered to himself. The disparity in strength between the boundless realm and the heaven enlightenment realm was extremely great. The disparity between the middle 3 realms and upper 3 realms was extremely hard to cross. At present, Yi Yuan's spirit rank dragon wave already comprehended to peak initial stage spirit rank. Only by coupling with a powerful physical body could it cross this immense threshold. But speaking of which, ever since after Yi Yuan cultivated dragon wave to spirit rank, the rate of progress slowed considerably all at once. Spirit rank dragon wave was extremely hard to break through. Yi Yuan fumbled for a long time and also just barely managed to reach peak initial stage spirit rank. But what made Yi Yuan glad was that even if this spirit rank dragon wave only advanced a tiny bit, the increase in the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's power was rather considerable. Presently, the power of Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was already way stronger compared to before. Taking a look at the dragon scales all over his body, Yi Yuan could not help smiling bitterly. If I carry on cultivating, I won't become a real dragon, right? Then wouldn't I, a dignified human, turn into the dragon race? And? This sort of feeling appeared again. This feeling seems to be in the direction of the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Could it be that there's something at the bottom of this pool? Boy, you struck rich. There is a dragon race supreme treasure at the bottom of this pool. Hurry up and go down to bring it up. Right at this time, Long Tongue's voice sounded out once more. Senior, you finally came out. Can I please invite Senior to inform just what on earth divine inscriptions are? Regarding the dragon race supreme treasure at the bottom of the pool, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry. Finally managed to nab Long Tongue. His first reaction was to ask about the divine inscription matters first. However, after Long Tongue said one sentence, there was no sound again. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth hatefully in his heart. This fellow was clearly intentionally avoiding him. But speaking of which, even though Yi Yuan was already the vast heaven pagoda's owner now, he actually could not even find where Long Tongue was located at. This guy was definitely hiding many secrets on him. But regarding Long Tongue, Yi Yuan really could not do anything to him. Yi Yuan was very clear that even when he was at his prime, he might likely not be this old guy's match either. By observing a part, one can infer the full picture. Yi Yuan reckoned that this Long Tongue's pinnacle period strength was likely not beneath the 10 great divine kings. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only go to the bottom of the pool first to investigate properly. At this desolate ancient drip essence pool, Yi Yuan walked to the coremost 7th level region. The pool water did not have much repulsion to him either anymore. Yi Yuan went in with a dive, sinking down to the bottom of the pool. Not long after sinking down, Yi Yuan felt a tremendous pressure transmit over, supporting his entire body from under towards the surface of the water. He could not sink down at all. Yi Yuan was very familiar with this pressure. It was precisely the pressure of the dragon race. Yi Yuan could not help being secretly alarmed. This Long Tang's perception was truly sharp. He himself only faintly sensed that something was beckoning him at the bottom of this pool, but was entirely unable to determine what it was. But Longtang could actually sense that it was a dragon race supreme treasure in the vast heaven pagoda. One had to know that he had already sunk down a distance of several thousand feet now, before sensing this dragon race pressure. This dragon race pressure was rather powerful. If Yi Yuan did not temper his physical body in this pool water, it would likely be very hard to endure it. Right away, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it either, immediately releasing true dragon power once more to withstand this pressure. Indeed, after releasing true dragon power, the pressure on Yi Yuan's body eased up, and he continued sinking down towards the bottom of the pool. This desolate ancient drip essence pool is actually so deep. I've already dived down several tens of thousands of feet deep, and actually haven't reached the bottom yet. Yi Yuan could not help being alarmed inwardly. He had already dove down for close to 2 hours and actually had not reached the bottom yet. The depth of this pool water could be imagined. Furthermore, the further down to the bottom of the pool, the more powerful that dragon race pressure. If not for Yi Yuan refining true dragon blood essence, it was completely impossible to swim so deep. Right at this time, 2 streaks of gloomy light came from below. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, thinking that it should be almost reaching the bottom of the pool. Could it be that the location of this gloomy light was the whereabouts of the treasure? Yi Yuan did not lower his guard. Generally, places that had treasures were all dangerous places. The more precious the treasure, the greater the danger accompanying it. Previously, Longtang said that it was a dragon race supreme treasure. Yi Yuan did not know what kind of treasure it was either, but it looks as if it was probably not some ordinary item. Those 2 streaks of shiny green gloomy light became increasingly clearer, like 2 beams of lantern light, shooting up from the bottom of the pool. The bottom of the pool was pitch black, unable to see one's fingers when stretching out one's hand. But after Yi Yuan's body went through the remolding, his visual prowess was extremely good too. At the same time, Yi Yuan entered heart-like monolith realm, grasping everything in the surroundings. Seeing as he was about to sink to the bottom of the pool, Yi Yuan finally saw clearly what those 2 beams of gloomy light were. All the pores on his entire body opened up. A sense of immense danger welled up in his heart. How was this some lantern light? It was a black flood dragon entrenched at the bottom of the pool. Yi Yuan saw distinctly that this black flood dragon's head actually already gave birth to dragon horns. This was clearly the omen of about to turn into a dragon. This black flood dragon was going to transform into becoming a genuine true dragon very soon. This black flood dragon seemed to have long known that somebody was going to come down and actually restrained its aura. Yi Yuan only discovered it with the power of his naked eye by moving close in front too. At this time, Yi Yuan was merely around 1,000 feet or so away from this black flood dragon. Although Yi Yuan was unable to perceive this black flood dragon's cultivation to be able to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon, it was at the minimum phaseless realm strength too. Phaseless realm martial artists were not what the present Yi Yuan could resist. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan turned around and fled. Ignorant human to actually dare pry into this dragon's treasure. Where are you running to? This black flood dragon actually spoke human language. His body shot out from the bottom of the pool like a cannonball, heading straight for Yi Yuan. This underwater was the black flood dragon's domain in the end. The advantage of Yi Yuan's speed could not be brought out at all. In a blink of an eye, the black flood dragon was going to catch up to Yi Yuan. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan was currently escaping when he suddenly turned around and gave a palm. This palm was already the limits of his strength. Boom! The black flood dragon was struck until his figure stopped. But he was completely unscathed. With this, Yi Yuan finally probed out this black flood dragon's strength. It was indeed the phaseless realm. Furthermore, looking at it, it was actually at the high-level phaseless realm. This level of strength, Yi Yuan, was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. If it was the Heaven Enlightenment realm, Yi Yuan could still think of ways to deal with it. But the phaseless realm, Yi Yuan was at a complete loss on what to do. Earlier, if not for Yi Yuan reacting fast to the situation, the Black Flood Dragon could annihilate him with a wave of a hand. Even so, it was also a certain death situation right now. No wonder you want to covet this dragon's treasure. I didn't expect that a puny little human actually possesses such unadulterated dragon pressure. But it makes this dragon jealous. Brat. After this dragon eats you and refines all of your flesh and blood, it should be able to help me break through the fetters. Being struck by Yi Yuan, the Black Flood Dragon was not the least bit angry. From his words, one could instead faintly detect a hint of agitation. Even though the Black Flood Dragon did not take human form, with his phaseless realm strength, his intellect was not the slightest bit inferior to humans. He was even smarter than most martial artists. Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm move earlier, the dragon pressure was pure to the extreme. It was countless times purer than the dragon race bloodline in his body. Then Yi Yuan very likely refined true dragon bloodline. That was how he came to possess such a pure bloodline. As long as he devoured Yi Yuan's fleshy body and blood, he naturally had ways to refine out blood essence. At that time, his impure true dragon bloodline would evolve by a large margin. Breaking through the fetters to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon would be close at hand. An intense sense of danger hit Yi Yuan's heart. He urged his essence energy to the max, wanting to escape the Black Flood Dragon's pursuit. But it was all futile. The Black Flood Dragon in the water was originally like fish in the water. His speed was much faster compared to Yi Yuan's. In just a blink of an eye, the Black Flood Dragon caught up to Yi Yuan. Boy! Become a meal in this dragon's belly. The Black Flood Dragon gave a cold laugh and actually opened up his oversized jaws, wanting to grind Yi Yuan up in one bite. Yi Yuan clenched his jaws tightly and was currently awaiting mutual destruction. But he felt an even more terrifying dragon pressure envelope the entire bottom of the pool in an instant. A black silhouette suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. The Black Flood Dragon's figure stopped abruptly and actually did not advance in fear. Senior Longtang, Yi Yuan said with joy. Longting did not turn his head and just said faintly, a little snake dares to proclaim as a dragon in vain too. Truly audacious Gaul. Don't you know how severe the crime of pretending to be my dragon race is? What made Yi Yuan astonished was that the Black Flood Dragon actually trembled facing Longtang. Longtang was clearly a clone right now. His strength might not even be a match for this Black Flood Dragon. But this Black Dragon was actually in fear. Truly inconceivable. El Lord Throne. This lowly subject knows his mistake. I beg your excellency to spare this lowly subject. The Black Flood Dragon's unbearable arrogance from before actually vanished into thin air at this time. Facing Longtang, the Black Flood Dragon was actually like a rat that saw a cat. Yi Yuan could not help clicking his tongue in wonder when he saw. His dragon pressure was extremely pure as well. Why was this Black Flood Dragon not afraid of him but was scared of Longtang? Longtang's pinnacle period strength was indeed very terrifying. But right now, this sort of strength seems like there was nothing for people to be afraid of, right? If the two people really fought, who would emerge victorious was still an unknown. Longting said coolly, capital punishment can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. From today onwards, you'll serve Yi Yuan as your master all the way until Yi Yuan takes the initiative to set you free. Are you willing? Nothing could be perceived from the Black Flood Dragon's face. But Yi Yuan clearly sensed his difficult emotions. Indeed, the Black Flood Dragon opened his mouth and said, "This, Lord Throne, how can our dragon race serve a human and for him to be our master?" Longtang said disdainfully when he heard that. Dragon race? A little snake dares to proclaim to be of the dragon race in vain too? Disregarding that you haven't transformed from a flood dragon to a dragon yet, even if you really successfully transformed into a dragon, it's also the lowest level dragon race bloodline. You dare to proclaim to be of the dragon race. Longtang's words were utterly discourteous. Yi Yuan was stricken with terror hearing it at the side, fearful of him enraging this Black Flood Dragon. But the Black Flood Dragon was unexpectedly obedient facing Longtang. It was just that this matter of serving him as master, he seemed to keep on hesitating. Long Tongue felt rather annoyed and waved his hand and said, "Within 5 breaths, if you still don't make a decision, I'll make a move to destroy your several thousand years of cultivation. 5, 4, 3. Right as Long Tongue counted to 3, the black flood dragon finally could not endure it and opened his mouth and said, "Lord Throne, this lowly subject agrees to it." The more Yi Yuan listened, the more bewildered he got. A clone of Long Tongue's could actually intimidate a late-stage phaseless realm black flood dragon? Could it be that this black flood dragon was a simpleton? And consider yourself sensible. The two of you enter a contract then. If you dare to play tricks, you should know the outcome. Long Ting said coolly. The black flood dragon hurriedly said, "This lowly subject dare not." Yi Yuan had a baffled look when he saw the situation. Just now, it was still life and death hanging by a thread. Did not think that, in a twinkle, he took in a phaseless realm black flood dragon as a servant. With this black flood dragon, as long as he did not run into Tao profound realm powerhouses, with how vast this divine realm was, wouldn't he be able to travel plenty of areas? Under Long Ting's supervision, Yi Yuan and the black flood dragon entered a soul bond. This black flood dragon's life and death were governed in Yi Yuan's hands. Blackwind pays respect to master. The black flood dragon finally lowered his high head in front of Yi Yuan. Blackwind was this black flood dragon's name. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "N. You don't need to feel wronged either. Following me, there will naturally be benefits for you in the future." Taking in the black flood dragon, Yi Yuan was finally aware of his strength too. Blackwind was at the great circle of the phaseless realm, but no matter how formidable Blackwind was, he was merely at the phaseless realm. As long as Yi Yuan recovered to his peak, even letting Blackwind reach Divine King realm was not impossible either. To Yi Yuan, as long as there were sufficient heaven and earth spirit medicines, he could even train a group of Divine King powerhouse. Of course, creating Divine Kings was completely different from other cultivation realms. Refining Tier 9 and above medicinal pills, each heaven and earth spirit medicine required was all too rare. They were all things which could come by with luck, but not by searching for it. Even the former Medicine King Hall and Alchemist Association, these level of super major factions, could not put together a few sets either. Blackwind was Yi Yuan's servant now. Towards Yi Yuan's words, he naturally did not dare to disagree. But regarding the authenticity of Yi Yuan's words, he clearly still harbored doubts. But Yi Yuan could not be inclined to explain anything either. In the future, he would naturally know Yi Yuan's strength. After saying all these, Yi Yuan finally found time to find Long Tongue to clear the doubts in his heart. Long Tongue seemed to know what Yi Yuan wanted to ask and said smilingly, "This black flood dragon was originally just a little snake. The dragon race bloodline it contained was extremely scarce. But this fellow's luck is extremely heaven-defying, to actually find a primeval dragon bone at the bottom of this pool. That's how he got today's achievements." Yi Yuan could not help being amazed when he heard that. His gaze, when looking at Blackwind, became somewhat astounded. Yi Yuan knew a little about the characteristics of the demon race's bloodlines. To be able to cultivate and become a flood dragon from a little snake with a faint bloodline, then almost cultivate to become a true dragon from a flood dragon, Blackwind's fortunes indeed deserve to be called heaven-defying. The chances of this sort of thing happening were way too small. Primeval dragon bone? What is that? Yi Yuan understood a little about the demon race's matters, but his understanding was clearly not as thorough as the human race, especially the dragon race, this kind of proud clan. It hid many secrets unknown to people even more so. Long Tongue did not speak and just said coolly, "Follow me." The two people and one flood dragon dove to the bottom of the pool. On a stone platform at the bottom of the pool, a glittering and translucent bone was placed. It should be the primeval dragon bone from Long Tongue's mouth. Seeing this chunk of primeval dragon bone, Yi Yuan was slightly shocked inwardly as well. The dragon race pressure coming from the dragon bone was incomparably powerful. It was actually even several times more intense compared to his own pressure. And the pool water around the dragon bone actually took on a pitch-black color. In this pool, the water has the effect of cleansing the marrow. It's all because of this primeval dragon bone. Just some energy overflowing from the dragon bone made all the water in this pool turn into a treasure trove. This little snake could continuously advance ranks because he was cultivating nearby as well, and was about to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon, Longteng said. Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. Turns out that the source of this desolate ancient drip essence pool was actually a dragon bone. This pool water was likely close to 100,000 feet deep. A measly little dragon bone was able to transform all the water in the pool into a heaven and earth natural treasure. The energy contained in the dragon bone itself could be seen at a glance. No wonder Longting said that he found a treasure. Turns out that he knew long ago. Senior, in your present state, it's probably very hard to deal with black wind, right? Why was he actually so fearful when he saw you? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Longting seemed to have long expected for Yi Yuan to have this query and said with a smile, the strictness of the demon race rankings far exceeds your imagination. Strength doesn't represent everything. For this little snake to want to deal with me, being 100 times stronger is more like it. Yi Yuan's eyes went wide as he said, 100 times? This Blackwind's strength was already at the great circle of phaseless realm. Another 100 times stronger, how would that do? Even though this little snake succeeded in evolving and his true dragon bloodline thickened a little as well, but even if he really transformed from a flood dragon into a dragon, it's merely just the lowest class among the dragon race. The genuine clan of true dragons is likewise rigidly stratified. Unless he has another heaven-defying lucky chance and can break through to the deity realm, otherwise, he can forever only listen to higher-class dragon race's orders, Long Tongue said. The demon race had always been bloodline as the highest. This point was not hard to understand. But Yi Yuan did not think that similarly of the true dragon clan, the disparity in ranking was actually so great. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and asked, Blackwind seemed to have called you something previously. Throne? Long Tongue nodded his head and said, in the dragon race, the ones possessing the purest bloodlines are hailed as the royals. But in the same era, dragons who possess a royal bloodline are extremely few. It can be said that the royals are the genuine true dragon progenies. In the divine Tao era, as long as the royals don't perish, they will all be able to achieve the deity realm in the end. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath. He did not think that the dragon race still had such formidable existences. Certain chance to enter deity realm. How much providence did this require from heaven? So, in other words, Senior, you are a royal? Long Tong said proudly. This seat was known as the dragon race's #1 genius back then. I'm naturally a royal. Then that drop of blood essence you gave me? That is a royal's blood essence too. However, the foundation of this physical body of yours is too poor. That drop of blood essence wasn't enough to let you evolve to a royal. A royal's true dragon bloodline is much purer than you imagine, Long Ting said. Yi Yuan's face revealed a disappointed expression. Regarding this kind of bloodline that could unequivocally enter the deity realm, Yi Yuan still quite yearned for it. Even if now is unable to achieve deity realm, the might of this sort of bloodline went without saying. What Yi Yuan needed now was strength. Seeing the disappointed look on Yi Yuan's face, Long Tongue smiled and said, you don't have to be disappointed either. That drop of blood essence not doing the trick doesn't mean that this dragon bone won't work. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, Senior, just what is the background of this dragon bone? If I didn't guess wrong, this should be a true dragon bone from the primeval era. Furthermore, it's even the bone remains of a deity realm powerhouse. Long Tongue clearly did not know the origins of this dragon bone either. But this did not hinder his conjectures about this dragon bone. Yi Yuan turned pale with fright and said, Primeval era. Doesn't that mean that it has already been 1,000,000 years since then? The history of the divine realm had no verifiable records. But according to the division of eras, 1,000,000 years ago from today was the primeval era. And this time of period where the divine Tao dwindled to 0 within 1,000,000 years was known as the ancient era. Long Tongue said that this dragon bone was a true dragon bone from the primeval era. Then it naturally had over 1,000,000 years of history. Truly have no way of imagining that a piece of dragon bone could preserve for 1,000,000 years and not decay. How formidable was the strength of the owner of this dragon bone when he was alive? Hey you, this brat know quite a bit. That's right, this dragon bone is indeed an object from 1,000,000 years ago. But because that era was too far back, the divine Tao aura on this dragon bone already dissipated to nothing. Therefore, you can also forget about prying into any divine Tao secrets from it. But with this piece of primeval dragon bone, it can be greatly surmised that your bloodline has the chance to evolve to a royal bloodline. Long Tongue looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile, seemingly seeing through something. Yi Yuan's heart went cold. This old fellow was shrewd and crafty, as if he realized a little something. Each and every one of his actions was all under his surveillance. He probably guessed some things long ago, except that it looks like Long Tongue did not seem to have any ill intent towards him. However, since the other party did not expose it, Yi Yuan might as well carry on pretending to be muddle-headed. Yi Yuan pondered and said, "This dragon bone should be a priceless treasure to Senior as well, right? Why is Senior giving it to me?" Long Tongue chortled with laughter and said, This bunch of old bones, have long lost the qualifications to seek out deity realm already. Refining another 10 pieces of dragon bones like this is a waste too. Might as well benefit you, this brat." Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly guessing Long Tongue's intentions of doing so. Without any doubt, this Long Tongue was deliberately grooming him. But what purpose he had for doing so, Yi Yuan had no way of knowing. Seems like under this sort of situation now, Yi Yuan had no other choice as well. Even if it was to quench his thirst with poison, Yi Yuan had to drink it too. From the intel obtained from Zhao Qian there, Ji Kanglin might have reached 10 great divine king strength already. This information was akin to a massive mountain crushing on Yi Yuan's heart. What he needed now was strength. The allure of a royal bloodline to Yi Yuan was tremendous. "Then thank you very much, Senior." Yi Yuan still has a query. The divine inscriptions that Senior talked about before, what on earth is it? What relation does it have with the deity realm? Now that it came to this, Yi Yuan was already very certain that these divine inscriptions were absolutely things which belonged to a deity realm powerhouse. It was just that how to use this thing, Yi Yuan was still at a loss. Since Long Tongue could shout out divine inscription with certainty, he presumably still had some understanding of it. Divine inscriptions are the dragon race's secret. You're not of the dragon race yet. I can't tell you. After you thoroughly refine this piece of dragon bone and achieve a royal bloodline, I'll tell you the matters about the divine inscriptions another time, Long Tongue said nonchalantly. Yi Yuan thought all along that these divine inscriptions his father obtained were unique. But he did not expect that the dragon race actually had knowledge of these divine inscriptions long ago. Looks like these divine inscriptions were also a highly classified level secret in the dragon clan. Hearing the meaning in Long Ting's words, it was evident that only a true dragon royal had the qualifications to know. Since Long Tongue said such words, it was naturally not right for Yi Yuan to ask again. Matters regarding deity realm, regardless of anyone in any race, they would all be extremely cautious. This sort of secret definitely would not be brought out to share with others. For Long Ting to be able to promise to tell him was clearly making an exception already. Otherwise, how could he possibly loosen up his lip for him, a human? Refining this dragon bone is not the work of a single day. Moreover, the process is extremely painful. You have to be mentally prepared, Long Ting said. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched and he asked, how painful is it? Yi Yuan had a foreboding premonition. When tempering the fleshy body in the pool water previously, it was already agonizingly painful. And this pool water was just a tiny bit of energy leaked out of the dragon bone. Therefore, the agony of refining the dragon bone itself would definitely be more terrifying than before. Compared to your tempering in the pool water previously, it's definitely 100 times more painful. If you can't withstand it, there's even the possibility of committing suicide because of the torment. Therefore, before refining, you have to think clearly. As Long Ting said, he sized up Yi Yuan's expression. Yi Yuan's heart palpitated. That sort of agony previously already made people wished for death. If it was 100 times more painful, then what kind of sensation was that? Yi Yuan's scalp tingled and he unwittingly became somewhat fearful towards this primeval dragon bone. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Long Tongue said with a smile, "What? Scared?" Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, "Isn't Senior a little immature to be using this kind of goading technique to deal with me? Refining must definitely be done. But I need to adjust my mindset a little. Yi Yuan's yearned for power to the extreme. It was not possible to give up such a fine opportunity. Furthermore, Longtongue said that after he achieved royal bloodline, he would even tell him the information about the divine inscriptions. Hoo-hoo, I have confidence in you. This primeval dragon bone is extremely hard to come by and is indeed a dragon race supreme treasure. Refining the dragon bone is actually just fusing this dragon bone into your skeleton. After refining, not only can you achieve royal bloodline, it can even make the power of your dragon race martial techniques double. At that time, your physical body will be indestructible. This little snake's bloodline is impure and completely can't withstand the dragon pressure in this dragon bone. Otherwise, how can this thing benefit you? Longting said smilingly. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he unwittingly started to look forward to it secretly. Obtaining the dragon bone, Yi Yuan returned to the water surface and started meditating. After half a day, Yi Yuan's state of mind entered a state of a dried-up well without ripples, and he began refining the dragon bone. Yet, only upon refinement did Yi Yuan realize that the 100 times more painful that Longtongue mentioned was still a little light. Saying that it was 1,000 times was, in fact, not overboard. That feeling of pain penetrating to the deepest area of the heart really made him better off dead. Arg! Yi Yuan rolled on the ground from the pain and even used his fists to slam fiercely on the ground. In the end, he actually directly used his own head and banged against a rock. Boom! With a single knock, debris flew everywhere, scattering all over the ground. Yi Yuan even thought that Longting said it rather exaggeratedly previously. No matter how painful, could it hurt until he committed suicide? But now he really wanted to directly end his own life. The bones all over Yi Yuan's body was rattling and creaking as if it was going to splinter into pieces straight away. This was truly hurting deep to the marrow. This sort of agony, it was completely unimaginable by ordinary people. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, the black wind by the side was somewhat uneasy. He could not resist asking Longtongue, "Lord Throne? Can Master pull through?" Longtongue's expression fell slightly too as he said, "If it were others, I wouldn't advise him to refine the dragon bone at all. But Yi Yuan, I'm still very confident in him. As for whether or not he can push through, it'll be up to him. The first refinement of this primeval dragon bone is the most painful. It is simply unable to imagine. Pulling through, the skies will be vast with brilliant prospects. If can't tide over." Longtongue clearly did not have absolute confidence when saying this too. Bang! Yi Yuan flew towards the sky, but with the essence energy cut off, he fell directly out of the sky, hurtling down with a dull crash. With this, Yi Yuan was much quieter. His entire person curled up on the ground, quivering. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth tightly, emitting grinding sounds. Many times, he fainted from the pain but woke up from the agony again. Repeating like this over and over, his consciousness gradually became fuzzy. How could the current Yi Yuan still have leftover strength to deploy whatever heart-like monolith? What was supporting him was just a conviction. That was the conviction for revenge. Now that Black Wind acknowledged Yi Yuan as master, he was deeply affected by his anguish as if he was experiencing it himself. He wanted to go over and support Yi Yuan many times but was stopped by Longtongue. Going over to help him now is harming him. Longtongue's expression was grim, and he only nonchalantly left behind this sentence. To the current Yi Yuan, every minute, every second was endless. In a blink, a day's time passed. But to Yi Yuan, it was like a lifetime had passed. His body was still continuously twitching on the ground, the joints of his fingers kneading with cracking sounds, making people extremely pained when they saw. 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. When it reached the 5th day, Longting suddenly stared with wide eyes. The gaze looking at Yi Yuan revealed a pained look. Yi Yuan was still huddled up on the ground, but his right hand reached out quiveringly, and actually slowly pressed down towards the top of his head. "Master, don't." Blackwind howled and was going to stop. Yi Yuan was committing suicide. Yet, before his figure moved, he was forcefully stopped by Longtongue. Longtongue's expression was as dark as water as he said, "This is his most difficult hurdle. Toughing it out, he'll receive endless benefits. Now, it will depend on how strong his willpower is." Longting stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's palm, shouting nonstop in his head, "Yi Yuan, you mustn't give up. Holy Lord, Right now. 1 month's time is almost up, Chun-Chin said with a complicated expression. A month's time was up, yet the Crimson Afterglow Valley still had no activities. Yi Yuan still did not come out. This signified that Tu Yu was going to expend the last of his lifespan to open up the Grand Array. This Grand Array had 5 days of debilitated period every 300 years. Opening up the Grand Array at this time was the easiest. The 5 days of debilitated period had already passed now. For Tu Yu to forcefully open up the Grand Array, the price expended would be much greater. In his present condition, whether he could open up the Grand Array or not was still another matter altogether. But regardless whether it could open or not, he was certain to die. However, Tu Yu's expression appeared rather calm. He said with a smile, "Looks like heaven wills it so. Yi Yuan's talent is sufficient to support my Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future. Using this not much lifespan of mine to exchange for his safe return. Worth it. Holy Lord." Chun-Chin's tears coursed down his old face. Tu Yu patted his shoulder smilingly and said, "All good things must come to an end. After I die, you have to assist Yi Yuan well. Let him grow up as quickly as possible." Chun-Chin nodded his head with tears in his eyes. Rumble. Tu Yu was currently waiting to cast a spell to forcefully open the Grand Array when all of a sudden, the earth shook, and the mountains moved. Tu Yu and Chun-Chin's expression both changed drastically. What's going on? The Grand Array that forefathers set up actually collapsed. Tu Yu was battered out of his senses. This Grand Array was the barrier to conceal the Crimson Afterglow Valley. It was precisely with the Grand Array that the Crimson Afterglow Valley could stand tall for so many years. But now, this Grand Array actually utterly collapsed before their very eyes. Lake water, verdant mountains, green grass, everything before their eyes became illusionary. Finally, the Crimson Afterglow Valley recovered its original appearance. The desolate ancient drip essence pool was completely exposed to the world. What to do about this? Chun-Chin said in a panic. A man dressed in white clothing slowly walked out from the valley. Behind him actually followed a black-colored flood dragon. When Tu Yu saw this scene, his expression could not help changing. This black flood dragon was actually at the great circle of the phaseless realm. "It's Yi Yuan," Chun-Chin suddenly cried out. Tu Yu's expression fell. He naturally knew that it was Yi Yuan. But why would a black flood dragon be following behind Yi Yuan? The situation was unclear. Tu Yu did not dare to rashly step forward to greet either. If he were at his prime, he naturally would not care about the black flood dragon. But in his present state, to really face off against the black flood dragon who would emerge victoriously was really hard to say. Yi Yuan slowly walked closer and clasped his hands at the two with a smile and said, "Holy Lord, First Elder, long time no see. I've made the two of you worry." Tu Yu nodded his head and looked at the black flood dragon behind Yi Yuan rather vigilantly. Yi Yuan understood and said with a smile, "You two don't need to be alarmed. Black Wind is my newly acquired servant. He won't be detrimental to the Holy Land. It's just that the desolate ancient drip essence pool will probably be unable to be used anymore in the future." "What did you say?" Chun-Chin was shocked once more in his heart. The desolate ancient drip essence pool was where the foundation of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land lay. Now, Yi Yuan actually said that it could not be used anymore. This was undoubtedly akin to a bolt out of the blue for the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Tu Yu heaved a sigh and said, "This Grand Array uses the energy in the desolate ancient drip essence pool as the foundation. Now that the Grand Array is utterly wrecked, the desolate ancient drip essence pool clearly met with an upheaval too. In the future, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will probably have to run its own course." When Chun-Chin heard that, his expression became extremely ugly too. Regarding this sort of situation, Yi Yuan was quite remorseful as well. This Grand Array was set up extremely ingeniously. The level of the person who set up the formation was probably not at all inferior to him either. But this array formation used the energy in the desolate ancient drip essence pool as the foundation, while the desolate ancient drip essence pool used the primeval dragon bone as the foundation. Now that the primeval dragon bone had a small portion refined by him, it already fused into his body, which was equivalent to destroying the Grand Array's foundation. Hence, that was why it would result in this scene before their eyes happening. At the critical moment previously, his father's, Ji Xingyang's, sincere advice before he passed away surfaced in his head. Recalling that smile of his father which was filled with hope, Yi Yuan forcefully reined in the thought of ending himself. That was the hope for him to live on well. This hope was like the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, letting Yi Yuan find the courage to live on. Just as Longting said, after Yi Yuan made it through this hurdle, he actually just pulled through a few days afterward just like that. After around 20 days, Yi Yuan finally refined the primeval dragon bone preliminarily. This also resulted in the Grand Array's collapse. After refining the primeval dragon bone, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already rose to the 4th level boundless. The strength of his physical body went up another level, strength comparable to the heaven enlightenment realm. This trip to the Crimson Afterglow Valley could be said to have tremendous harvests to Yi Yuan. It was just that the price was destroying the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's foundation. In a month's time, not only did you break through to Boundless Realm, you even broke through 4 minor boundaries consecutively, reaching the 4th level Boundless Realm. You suddenly discovered Yi Yuan's transformation and exclaimed in shock. Chen Qin's emotional fluctuation earlier was huge and did not notice Yi Yuan's transformation either. Taking a look at this time, it was indeed so. Even if he entered the desolate ancient drip essence pool, this kind of improvement speed was also a little too terrifying, right? This was all thanks to the desolate ancient drip essence pool. It's just that sadly, it seems like the energy I absorbed was a little excessive. That's how it resulted in, Yi Yuan said, rather embarrassed. Tuyu waved his hand and said rather excitedly, if my conjectures are correct, you should have entered the 7th level region, right? Yi Yuan nodded his head, but he thought to himself helplessly, more than just the 7th level region, I even excavated the desolate ancient drip essence pool's foundation. But Tuyu did not know the reason why and said excitedly, my Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, only Forefather alone reached the 7th level region to this day too. As long as you can break through to 9th level Dao Profound, it can protect my Crimson Afterglow Holy Land close to 10,000 years of prosperity. What does losing a desolate ancient drip essence pool count as? Since you've already come out from the desolate ancient drip essence pool, I wonder if you agree to my request previously or not. Tuyu looked at Yi Yuan rather hopefully. Previously, Yi Yuan kept on refusing to relent. But now, Tuyu raked up the past matter. Yi Yuan cried out sly old fox inwardly, but he said helplessly, now that it came to this, is there still leeway for me to refuse? Yi Yuan was not that sort of person who wiped their mouths clean after eating, tearing down the bridge after crossing the river. He obtained tremendous benefits in the desolate ancient drip essence pool and even ruined the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's foundation. If he still did not promise Tuyu, he would not even be able to live with himself. Tuyu was dead certain about this point as well. That was why he brought up the past matter. He also knew that if not for the desolate ancient drip essence pool being utterly useless now, Yi Yuan probably would not promise him at all. But now, it was very hard for Yi Yuan to refuse no matter what. Of course, if Yi Yuan really refused, this kind of person was undeserving of him to groom as well. Hearing that, Tuyu was overjoyed as he said, good! From today onwards, you're the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will do everything in its power to help you to break through to Dao Profound as soon as possible. Half a month later, Tuyu issued a decree, announcing to the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, appointing Yi Yuan as the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. 9 quasi-holy sons entered the Holy Hall together with the 7 holy sons, to assist Yi Yuan's rule with all their power. The various major families had to obey Yi Yuan's orders and comply with Yi Yuan's dispatchment. This decree stirred up a mighty uproar in the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord, according to custom, was always selecting the strongest one out of the 7 holy sons, and then making an announcement after the person broke through to phaseless realm. But this time, the Holy Lord actually behaved contrary to his normal self and directly appointed Yi Yuan, who was only boundless realm, as the young lord. Although there were First Elder and the various Holy Hall elders' support, this appointment still aroused quite a bit of opposition voices. Towards this sort of opposing voices, Yi Yuan did not care a whit. He was currently vexing over another matter right now. Since he promised to become the Holy Land's young lord, Yi Yuan naturally would not carry on living in ancient opulent city. He ordered people to fetch Ren Dong and Xiao Ruyan and the rest to the Holy Land, but did not expect that they actually brought over a piece of news. White Light actually left. Fortunately, White Light left a message for Yi Yuan before departing. But the message White Light left behind only had a few words. "We'll meet again another day. I'm going to the Demon Region." The Demon Region was not a territory with only a single region. The Divine Realm had 1,000 regions, while the Demon Region occupied roughly 1/5. The remainder 4/5 consisted of regions for humans. Of course, human regions had quite a number of demon race experts too. But to the Dragon Clan and the White Tiger Clan, this sort of clans, they basically could not be seen in human territory. Yi Yuan reckoned that White Light might have awakened some inheritance's memories and had compelling difficulties. That was why he would leave without saying goodbye. Being informed that White Light left, Yi Yuan could not help feeling somewhat lost. This goodbye, no idea what year and what day could they meet again either. Yi Yuan was quite worried for White Light too. After all, he was only at tier 6 right now. Wandering around the Divine Realm was still a little too dangerous. From the White Valiant region to the Demon region, in between this had to cut across many major regions. The storms involved naturally went without saying. It was just that White Light already left. Even if Yi Yuan went to find, it was not possible to find him either. The Divine Realm was too big. Furthermore, the demon race was very averse towards humans. If Yi Yuan went over with his current strength, he would not even be enough to fill the crevices between their teeth. The White Tiger region had quite a number of Divine King powerhouses. At the same time he announced Yi Yuan becoming the young lord, Tu Yu also declared pompously to enter terminal seclusion, planning to break through to the second-level Dao Profound. Of course, all this was just in order to pull the wool over people's eyes. With Tu Yu's present condition, forget about assaulting second-level Dao Profound. Passing away in meditation a day later would have to thank heaven and earth. But Tu Yu's meaning was already planning on handing over the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land entirely to Yi Yuan. Without the least bit of surprise, the first time Yi Yuan convened the Elders' Council to discuss matters, he met with a strong rebound. The Elders' Council was formed by the Holy Hall's elders and ordinary elders. These elders were all phaseless realm experts without exception. There were 3 Holy Hall elders, while ordinary elders had 10, respectively representing the Holy Land's 10 great families. First elder, according to the Holy Land's rules, before appointing a young lord, the Holy Lord has to go through the Elders' Council's approval for it to be carried out. This time, after Holy Lord issued the decree, he directly chose to enter closed seclusion. We didn't even get to meet him. Could it be that the Holy Lord is planning on kicking us 10 great families all out of the Holy Land? An ordinary elder said. Even if Yi Yuan obtained first place in the quasi-Holy Sun competition, rashly letting him inherit the position of young lord directly, is it too hasty? Yi Yuan is merely just at the boundless realm. His strength is way worse compared to the 7 Holy Sons. On what basis to take this position of young lord? The one talking this time was the Wu family's elder, named Wuxia. These 10 great families' strength were all very formidable. It could be said to occupy half of the Holy Land's landscape. Moreover, the Holy Hall's disciples, there were probably over half that came from these 10 great families. Therefore, their positions in the Holy Land were extremely high. Of course, no matter how high the position, as long as these families could not produce a Dao Profound realm, it was to no avail as well. The disparity between Dao Profound realm and phaseless realm was like cloud and mud. Not entering Dao Profound, even if their forces were any greater, they were just paper tigers too. It was as easy as turning over the palm for the Holy Lord to want to exterminate these families. Therefore, in a rank 9 Holy Land, the Holy Lord was a paramount divinity. First Elder snorted coldly when he heard that and said, "Could it be that each and every one of you wishes to rebel? The Holy Land's Elders' Council has to listen to the Holy Lord's wishes for everything. Since the Holy Lord already made the decision, do you guys dare to disobey?" But when Wuxia heard that, he said, "First Elder, these words are wrong. Holy Lord's wishes, we naturally dare not object. But this Yi Yuan inheriting the position of the young lord, is it truly Holy Lord's intentions? You count for yourself, how many years has it been since we, these 10 old fellows, haven't seen the Holy Lord? Ever since too you had a great loss in longevity. Most of his time was in close seclusion and not exiting, so as to reduce the depletion of longevity. Those able to see him was also just first elder. Even the other 2 of the Holy Hall elders rarely saw him. After so many years, the 10 great elders had long had suspicions about whether or not Tuyu was still in good health. Although the decree this time was on a grand and spectacular scale, the 10 great families had some doubts about the authenticity of this decree, especially since the Wu family was very opposed to Yi Yuan. Once Yi Yuan became the young lord, it would definitely be very unfavorable to the Wu family. Therefore, Wu Xian being opposed to Yi Yuan was naturally within reason too. Furthermore, the 10 great families were actually competing in the dark too these few years, all for the sake of the ascendancy problem of the next Holy Lord. If their family's disciple became the young lord, it would naturally be when one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too, with the entire family benefiting along with this as well. Therefore, the quotas to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley this time, the competition between the Holy Sons were very fierce too. But in the end it was Nailan Hong, Xianxia, and Pei Kuan, the 3 people who were a notch above. The strength differences between the 7 Holy Sons were not big. Most were around 4th level to 5th level heaven enlightenment. And these 3 people's strengths were clearly a level higher. Speaking of which, even though the Wu family's strength was formidable, there was really no member of the Wu family among the 7 Holy Sons. Originally Wu Jiandun had the greatest hope of catching up from behind. Who could have thought that the quasi-Holy Sun competition this time he was beaten black and blue in defeat? Wu Xiyuan, your meaning is that this Qin is forcing the emperor to do my bidding so as to command the dukes and princes? Have you thought about the consequences of saying this? Chun Qin said with a cold smile. Wu Xiyuan's expression changed, but he still said unyieldingly, First Elder, I didn't mean that. You're making slanderous charges here. Our 10 great families are steadfast and loyal to the Holy Land. But Holy Lord not meeting us for so many years, it can't be avoided that we have some notion, right? And the decree this time is issued bafflingly. I seriously can't figure out what right a puny little divine traversing realm has to take on the position of young lord. Just based on Yi Yuan entering into the 7th level region in the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Could it be that this reason is still not enough? Chun Qin said with a cold snort. At this time, the Nailan family's elder, Nailan Xian, opened his mouth to speak too. First Elder, my Nailan family is staunch and steadfast to the Holy Lord. I believe that everyone knows that. It's just that Holy Lord's current condition, we're indeed all very concerned. To talk about entering a retreat to assault 2nd level Tao Profound, this seclusion time is truly a bit too long. Yi Yuan inheriting the position of young lord, by right, we shouldn't question. But I heard Honger say that when they came out, Yi Yuan was only at the 6th level region. As for whether he entered the 7th level region or not, we have no way of knowing either. With Nailan Xian saying this, First Elder's face immediately became completely black. Looks like Holy Lord not showing face for several decades. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was already jittery. Nailan Xian's words, no one would call into question, because they were indeed loyal and faithful to the Holy Land. Just the phaseless realm Nailan family clan members who died for the Holy Land were as many as over a dozen. Looks like these 10 great elders had long become suspicious towards him. Letting Yi Yuan inherit the position of young lord this time, the 10 great elders finally erupted. Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who kept silent and did not speak all along, finally opened his mouth. Elder's skepticism towards me is nothing more than thinking that Yi Yuan's strength is shallow and is insufficient to inherit the position of young lord. Since that's the case, Yi Yuan is willing to accept the challenge of anyone among the 7 Holy Sons. If Yi Yuan loses, this position of young lord, not serving as one is fine too. Among the 7 Holy Sons, the strongest one at present was naturally Nailan Hong. And this time, Yi Yuan's opponent was precisely Nailan Hong. Actually, Nailan Hong did not have any complaints regarding Yi Yuan inheriting the position of young lord. Yi Yuan's talent was placed there. Even if he was not his match right now, Surpassing him did not need much time either. Even if Yi Yuan did not enter the 7th level region in the end, he at least entered the 6th level region too. Yi Yuan was way stronger than him, Nalan Hong. This kind of genius, he could not hold a candle to him. But when Nalan Xian told him this matter, Nalan Hong agreed without any hesitation. Honestly speaking, he was very curious about Yi Yuan's present strength as well. Missing this opportunity, he might not have the chance to fight with Yi Yuan in the future. One was because of identity, another was because of strength. Nalan Hong heard that Yi Yuan was already 4th level boundless now. With such a great improvement in a short 1 month's time, surpassing him likely would not take much time either. But this battle still stirred up a great uproar in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Boundless realm battling heaven enlightenment. Virtually a certain defeat scenario. Everyone did not know how Yi Yuan had the confidence to beat a genius martial artist like Nalan Hong. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was great, but looking down on all heroes under the heaven was his mistake. At this time, at the Holy Lands Plaza, a large, dense crowd of people surrounded. The entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was practically empty in the streets. Everyone came to observe this showdown between the new and old, 2 generations of geniuses. Yi Yuan said personally that as long as he lost this battle, he would give up the position of young lord. This battle affected the hearts of everyone in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Boundless realm challenging heaven enlightenment realm. This is simply jesting. This isn't a disparity of a major cultivation realm, but a disparity between the middle 3 realms and upper 3 realms. Can there be people capable of crossing this wide chasm? Don't be silly, you. This match isn't Yi Yuan challenging Nalan Hong, but Nalan Hong challenging Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan is over a major cultivation realm worse than Nalan Hong. How can he possibly win? Yi Yuan is indeed a peerless genius. But even if his supreme true intent is comprehended to the 5th stage, it's not possible to win Nalan Hong either, right? Really don't know how Yi Yuan thinks to actually agree to such a challenge. If he's defeated, where will Holy Lord's face be placed? The small groups in the crowd were all discussing fervently. However, the public opinion was practically one-sided, feeling that Nalan Hong would obtain victory. Not that they did not believe Yi Yuan's talent, but the gap between Yi Yuan and Nalan Hong was too great. If Yi Yuan had 9th level boundless strength, they would definitely feel that Yi Yuan would win. But 4th level boundless versus 5th level heaven enlightenment, there was nothing good to compete. No matter how great the talent, it was also impossible to cross such a great disparity. On the grandstand, the 3 great Holy Hall elders and the 10 great families elders were all in attendance. This kind of standard could be said to be the highest benchmark apart from the Holy Lord. The degree of importance they attached to this battle could be seen. At this time, Chun Qin's expression was very ugly. Other people thought that Yi Yuan wanted to be this young lord a lot. But he knew that Yi Yuan did not care at all. He did not agree even when Holy Lord personally invited. Could it be that this brat deliberately said those kinds of words so as to better shirk off this position of young lord? If it was really like this, Holy Lord's painstaking effort was wasted in vain. On the arena, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. But facing the powerful Nalan Hong, he was not the least bit afraid. Everybody could not understand just where Yi Yuan's confidence was coming from. Where's your sword? Could it be that you want to fight with me barehandedly? Yi Yuan did not draw his sword up until now. Nalan Hong was very uncertain. He had seen before Yi Yuan's 5th stage sword intent and naturally knew that what Yi Yuan was strongest at was sword intent. But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it seemed like he did not have the intention of drawing his sword. He was at any rate the leader of the 7 holy sons. Wasn't it underestimating people too much like this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Using a sword, you're not my match, so I won't use the sword." Nalan Hong's eyebrows jumped. He was greatly astonished in his heart. He even thought that Yi Yuan not drawing his sword was in order to intentionally humiliate him. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to admit that using a sword, Nalan Hong was not his match. Could it be that 5th stage supreme true intent was not yet Yi Yuan's limits? Could it be that this guy still had more powerful means? How is this possible? Could it be divine soul mystic arts? That was even less likely. Yi Yuan's soul force was at best just alchemy ancestor realm 2. Under the situation where he was prepared to some extent, it would not pose any threat to him at all. Seeing Nalan Hong's expression, Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You don't need to try to guess. You'll know right away. Then, let's begin." Nalan Hong revealed a solemn expression and nodded his head. The more Yi Yuan was calm like so, the greater the ominous premonition in Nalan Hong's heart. Humph! Pretending to be profound. At the quasi-holy sun competition, his means were all studied thoroughly. What other tricks could he still have that can cross the gap between upper 3 realms and middle 3 realms? Wuxia said disdainfully. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan moved. The moment Yi Yuan moved, Nalan Hong's expression changed drastically, immediately mustering all the essence energy in his body and bracing up an essence energy shield, because he did not have leftover time to carry out other responses at all. Without the slightest essence energy's undulation, Yi Yuan's figure rumbled towards him like a cannonball. Turns out that Yi Yuan's reliance was actually his physical body. Clank! A crisp sound. Yi Yuan's fist smashed onto Nalan Hong's sword, without the least bit of flashiness. One punch. The crowd were all flabbergasted. Nalan Hong, this heaven enlightenment realm expert, was actually smashed flying by Yi Yuan immediately, and the longsword in his hand snapped with a clank. What the hell? The longsword in Nalan Hong's hand is a high-grade profound artifact. Yi Yuan actually only relied on the fleshy body and snapped a high-grade profound artifact. Just what in the world did this guy experience in the Crimson Afterglow Valley? During the quasi-holy sun competition, his physical body was absolutely not so strong. Too scary. The magnitude of his physical body is probably already comparable to Heaven Enlightenment Realm, right? No wonder he dares to challenge Nalan Hong. Turns out that this is his true trump card. This punch of Yi Yuan's was too outrageous. It actually forcefully broke the longsword in Nalan Hong's hand. Such a spectacle was too astounding. And this was the result after Yi Yuan was tormented by the primeval dragon bone for over 20 days. His physical body was even tougher than a high-grade profound artifact. The originally trash-like body actually caught up from behind, even surpassing the essence energy cultivation realm. From start to end, Yi Yuan did not even utilize a shred of essence energy. Just by relying on the explosive power of his fleshy body, his speed and strength were already on par with Heaven Enlightenment Realm experts. Adding in the strength of a true dragon, Yi Yuan leaping realms to challenge Nalan Hong was actually as a matter of course. "Are you ready? I'm coming." Although this punch snapped the longsword, Nalan Hong was completely unscathed. But regarding triumphing over Nalan Hong, Yi Yuan was brimming with confidence. "Wait a minute. I concede." Yi Yuan was just about to move when Nalan Hong actually admitted defeat directly. Even though Yi Yuan's physical body was daunting, to talk about defeating Nalan Hong, it would probably still needed to take some effort. But he did not expect that Nalan Hong actually directly admitted defeat. The sword breaking is akin to the person breaking. There's no need to compete anymore, Nalan Hong said depressingly. The sensational great battle that everyone had high hopes of actually lowered the curtains in this one round, making everyone's jaws hit the ground. Yi Yuan snapped a profound artifact with one punch. Everyone no longer doubted his strength. Yi Yuan inheriting this position of the young lord was reputation following merit. A boundless realm martial artist could cross a major cultivation realm to defeat the head of the 7 holy sons. What else could be called into question? Young lord is mighty. Young lord is mighty. Long live young lord Yi Yuan. In the crowd, ardent shouting gradually erupted. In the end, it actually integrated as one. Very clearly, Yi Yuan used his strength to conquer all the people present. If there were still people harboring suspicions about Yi Yuan succeeding the position of young lord previously, everyone was giving unswerving support towards this decision of holy lords at this time. In the end, this was a world where the strong reigned supreme. Yi Yuan's potential was put there. Given time, Yi Yuan would become an existence more powerful than the holy lord. Only this kind of powerhouse could lead the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to head towards being powerful. The Holy Land's decline, as well as 2U's endless seclusions, already gradually made everyone lose faith in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Quite a number of people had started panicking. This sort of feeling was not only present among the 10 great elders, but it was also already like a plague propagating in everyone's hearts. They were terrified inwardly, being scared that maybe someday they would become destitute and homeless. Once this kind of fear erupts, it would cause the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to fall apart into pieces. But through this battle, Yi Yuan injected everyone with a cardiac tonic. They all took Yi Yuan's talent into their sights. As long as he grew up, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would radiate in splendor in the White Valiant region anew. Without any doubt, Yi Yuan already won everyone's support. At this time, the 10 great elders who originally harbored suspicions in their hearts lowered their banners and muffled the drums too, tacitly acknowledging the fact of Yi Yuan succeeding as young lord. Even Wuxia shut his mouth up sensibly too. But the feelings of excitement on Chun Qin's face could not be concealed at all. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan's strength would actually be daunting to such an extent. Looks like the Holy Lord's eyes were indeed keen. Yi Yuan did a hand gesture to make everyone quiet down. Very quickly, the entire plaza became silent. I know that everybody is harboring suspicions in their hearts about the Holy Lord's seclusion. But everyone, please think about it, if something really happened to the Holy Lord, who sent us into the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Why did he dare to increase the slots to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley as well? Holy Lord's condition is much better than you all can imagine. Everybody's not thinking it over. How can the second-level Dao Profound Realm be that easy to break through? Through so many years of seclusion, the Holy Lord, he has already had some gains. That's why he chose to enter close seclusion without hesitation. After all, to the Holy Land, his strength is the benchmark to determine the Holy Land's position. Right or not, everyone? Yi Yuan spoke with confidence and composure. Yeah, why am I so stupid? Didn't even think of this. Holy Lord secluding for many years, isn't it still in order to take the Holy Land into consideration? We actually doubted him. We really shouldn't have. Young Lord, we support you. The human heart was a very abstruse thing. Sometimes it was very easy to be bewitched. What they needed was only a psychological assurance. Under Yi Yuan's deliberate guidance, he first conquered the minds of a portion of the people, and the discussions between them infected others very quickly too. Of course, this sort of guidance was established on the basis of Yi Yuan's powerful strength. He used his strength to make his words become convincing. That was why people chose to believe him. To be able to select such a daunting young lord, how could the Holy Lord's condition possibly be poor? The Holy Lord is in close seclusion to assault the second-level Dao Profound and neglected the management of the Holy Land's matters. That's how it made everybody give rise to some thoughts that shouldn't be there. Therefore, that's why he selected a young lord to reassure the hearts of people and preside over the overall situation. This Yi is incompetent and received Holy Lord's care unduly to take on this huge responsibility. I hope that everybody can offer your kind support. Yi Yuan's words were logical and well-grounded, sounding perfectly reasonable and fair, which dispelled the suspicions in everyone's hearts even more. Cries of bravo sounded up beneath the stage. Each and everyone all expressed support towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan continued, "Since everyone chooses to believe this Yi, then this Yi won't decline to shoulder the responsibility, taking on this position of young lord. But this Yi will say the nasty stuff first. If there's still anyone who dares to intentionally spread lies and vilify the Holy Lord, I, Yi Yuan, will be the first one to not forgive him. This Ye's methods, I believe everyone has not witnessed before yet. If anybody wishes to have a look at this Ye's methods, feel free to come and give it a try." While talking, Yi Yuan's gaze carelessly swept towards Wuxia, the warning overtones unreserved. Right then, a series of screams suddenly sounded out in the crowd. A black-colored flood dragon soared into the air and circled around in the sky. It was precisely Black Wind. At this time, Black Wind displayed his original body, and his body was actually 1,000 feet long. Could be said to blot out the sky and cover the sun. A powerful dragon pressure smothered the entire plaza, making people's hearts palpitate. Roar! Apart from Chun Qin, those phaseless realm elders were all akin to facing a great enemy, and even thought that there were demonic beasts invading the Holy Land. A flood dragon at the great circle of phaseless realm could virtually be said to be invincible in the same realm. These phaseless realm elders below added up probably was not his match either. Everyone, there's no need to panic. This black flood dragon is my servant. In the future, he will be the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's guardian divine beast, Yi Yuan said with a clear voice. Hearing this, the panic on everybody's faces instantly became dumbfoundedness. Was there a mistake? A boundless realm martial artist actually took in a Tier 8 demonic beast as a servant? Especially Wuxia. The expression on his face was ugly to the extreme. At the same time, he was also secretly somewhat rejoicing a little in his heart. Luckily, Yi Yuan won today. If Yi Yuan lost, the first one to die would probably be him, Wuxia. With a divine beast descendant at the Great Circle of Tier 8 as a servant, Yi Yuan could totally do whatever he wanted in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Even Chun Qin, First Elder, was not this black flood dragon's match either. Blackwind's appearance dispelled the last traces of everyone's doubts. With such a powerful supporter, who else dared to call into question his authority, this young lord? Blackwind, there is a deep pool in front of the Holy Hall. In the future, you'll inhabit that place. Yi Yuan instructed Blackwind. Yes, master. Blackwind spoke human language. Finished talking, Blackwind turned into a black line, plunging into the deep pool in front of the Holy Hall directly. At this time, the gazes that everyone looked at Yi Yuan with underwent a transformation once more. Even though the position of the young lord was powerful, Yi Yuan's strength was too low when all was said and done. The way many people saw it, the one presiding over matters was still First Elder. But with Blackwind, Yi Yuan himself had the strength to govern the entire Holy Land. Right then, First Elder Chun Qin and the other two Holy Hall elders suddenly got up and knelt down towards Yi Yuan and said, Young Lord Yi, please lead the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to flourish anew. Even First Elder submitted. What else could the rest still say? Right away, everyone, including the 10 great elders, all knelt down. A swarm of momentous and title-like voices sounded out in the plaza. Young Lord Yi, please lead the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to flourish anew. At the Profound Wind Holy Land, in the White Valiant region. An elderly man and a youth stood in the air right overhead the Holy Land. The youth carried a long wooden staff on his back, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression lofty. Young Master Tong, this place is the White Valiant region's boundary line, the elder said. And this White Valiant region is average in strength. Virtually all of them here are ranked 9 holy lands. There's no challenge for me at all, the youth said in annoyance. In this 1 year, young Master Tong's strength made remarkable progress. Heaven and Earth staff art had been mastered 50% of in terms of level and skill. Given time, young Master Tong will definitely be able to reach Master's standard, the elder said. 1. Master said that the path of staff techniques doesn't have shortcuts. There is only non-stop battle after battle. But in this 1 year, I really didn't encounter many adversaries. Grandpa's son, why not forget about this White Valiant region? Let's go to rank 8 holy lands. As per Master's instructions, young Master Tong still has half a year's time before you can challenge rank 8 holy lands geniuses. This old man dare not make the decision arbitrarily, the old man said fearfully. The youth pursed his mouth and said unhappily, So troublesome. Recently, my staff technique is advancing slower and slower. I can't find opponents in rank 9 holy lands at all. What need is there still to carry on accumulating? Forget it. Forget it. I also know that it's hard on Grandpa Sunday. I'll just follow Master's plan. When the youth saw the elderly man's difficult look, he ultimately still did not continue being willful. The old man smiled warmly. Only now did he set his mind at ease. After half a day, there were wailing cries at the Profound Wind Holy Land. What kind of lousy holy land? The young lord's strength is actually so weak. This kind of place can also be called a holy land? Master's rule is really troublesome. How many more of this kind of rookies do I have to fight with still? The youth put away the staff and said disdainfully. The old man said with a smile, Hoo-hoo, how many people can have young Master Tong's level of talent? Even Master praised young Master Tong too, saying that when he was around your age, his accomplishments weren't even as high as yours. The youth waved his hand and said, Downright boring. Let's go, Grandpa son. We still have to hurry on to the next Holy Land. Under the watchful eyes of the people, the one old man and one youth slowly left. In the crimson afterglow Holy Land's holy hall, Yi Yuan sat at the head seat while the Wu family's elder, Wu Siyuan, sat at a lower position. Young Lord Yi, previously it was all Jiantong who didn't know any better. A great man rarely stoops to pettiness. Don't be angry with him anymore. I've already grounded him for a year, making him stay at home to cultivate in seclusion honestly. He isn't permitted to go out and stir up trouble anymore, Wu Siyuan said with an obsequious smile. The expression on Wu Siyuan's face even carried fawning, behaving completely different from before. Yi Yuan maintained composure and said, Elder Wu, finding this young lord, I wonder what matter is it for? Wu Siyuan continued smiling flatteringly as he said, Young Lord Yi is indeed a young genius, to actually be a rarely seen alchemy martial dual genius. Not only is young lord's martial arts superb, I didn't expect that you also have heaven-defying means in alchemy. Wu Siyuan feels that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is absolutely able to soar to the skies with one bound under young lord's leadership. My Wu family also firmly endorses young Lord Yi. Yi Yuan chuckled inwardly. This fellow going round and round, wasn't it still hoping for him to help refine medicinal pills for him? Wu Jiantong had also reached the crucial period to break through to the heaven enlightenment realm. A transcendent grade spirit enlightening pill was of utmost importance to him. Ever since Yi Yuan inherited the position of the young lord, the Nalan family and the Pei family, these two great families, were the first to express support, making many shows of representations towards Yi Yuan openly and covertly. But the Wu family and several families on familiar terms did not have any movements for a long time. 8 great families uniting together was generally not a force that could be ignored. They were waiting for Yi Yuan to take the initiative to go find them. Furthermore, this period of time, these few families' disciples in the Holy Hall were not very obedient either. The teams were very hard to lead. Yi Yuan had Black Wind and First Elder, this kind of experts as supporters. It naturally would not do for the Wu family, these few major families, to be forceful. Therefore, they changed to gentle. Actually, Yi Yuan could understand their mentality too. Not that they were disloyal to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. They only wished to strive for greater benefits. Them doing so was in order to let Yi Yuan know their importance and attach importance to them from there. But what kind of person was Yi Yuan? How could he possibly submit obediently? These few days, Yi Yuan refined quite a number of medicinal pills for the Nalan family and the Pei family who threw their lots with him. Furthermore, the moment he made his move, it was all transcendent-grade medicinal pills. Before Alchemy Ancestor and Alchemy Saint, there was similarly the crossing from middle 3 realms to upper 3 realms. After breaking through, Soul Force had a qualitative leap. Yi Yuan was currently a middle-rank Alchemy Ancestor, but his soul force was already comparable to an alchemy ancestor at the Great Circle of Perfection. It was just that such soul force still could not let him cross this enormous step to leap realms and refine Tier 7 medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan felt that continuing to develop like this, when his divine soul broke through to high-rank alchemy ancestor, he absolutely would be able to refine Tier 7 medicinal pills. At the thought of this, Yi Yuan was faintly quite excited too. This sort of heaven-defying soul force was absolutely only one of a kind in the divine realm. These few days, Yi Yuan helped these two major families' boundless realm geniuses refine quite a few extremely hard to refine Tier 6 medicinal pills. With this, Wu Siyuan could not sit still anymore as well. With Wu Jiantong's talent, he would definitely be able to reach the 7 Holy Suns' height in the future. Therefore, the more solid his foundation, the further he could walk in the future as well. Very clearly, the Wu family wished to heavily groom Wu Jiantong. As luck would have it, Wu Jiantong offended Yi Yuan badly. Wu Siyuan was also adopting a wait-and-see attitude now and similarly offended Yi Yuan considerably. Under such circumstances, how could Yi Yuan possibly take action to help them refine medicinal pills? Elder Wu, I think that you might have some misunderstanding. This young lord was appointed by the Holy Lord. You don't pledge loyalty to me, but you swear fealty to the Holy Lord. Yi Yuan, don't seem to need you to make your stance clear, Yi Yuan said coolly. Haha, young lord, you must be jesting. The young lords have always inherited the position of the Holy Lord all along. Swearing fealty to young lord and swearing fealty to the holy lord, there isn't any difference. Wuxia thickened his skin and said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, saying it like this isn't wrong either. And alright then, I'm aware of Elder Wu's loyalty already. I still have a lot of things to do here and won't see Elder Wu off. Wuxia panicked and hurriedly said, Don't go yet, young Lord Yi. This old man apologizes to you. Oh? Why does Elder Wu need to apologize to this young lord? Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. This old man shouldn't have lost my mind and attempted to need young lord. This old man shouldn't have incited the various elders and attempted to change the laws. This old man? Old man. Sigh. I beg young Lord Yi to raise your hand high in mercy and help Jiantong refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill. With this, Elder Wu yielded utterly. A transcendent-grade spirit enlightening pill was too important. It was able to lay down an extremely solid foundation for the cultivation of the upper three realms, letting the upper three realms' cultivation be even smoother. This sort of medicinal pill was hard to get even with a mountain of gold. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's alchemy path was not highly developed. Nobody could refine this kind of medicinal pill at all. Even the two major trading firms' high-level alchemists completely could not refine it either. If Wu Xiyuan did not throw out this old face, Wu Jiantong would be pulled far apart from the 10 great families' same-generation martial artists. At that time, forget about any 7 holy sons, even the Wu family's position within the 10 great families might not be able to be preserved too. Striking where it hurts, this move of Yi Yuan's was seriously too ruthless. Yi Yuan ultimately still accepted Wu Xiyuan's apology and helped Wu Jiantong refine a transcendent-grade spirit enlightening pill. Even the Wu family could not hold on anymore. How could the other 7 families still hang in there? Hence, each and every one of them fell over each other to express loyalty to Yi Yuan. Tidying up the 10 great families, the Elders' Council was considered utterly under Yi Yuan's control. With Yi Yuan's alchemy means, there were plenty of times when the 10 great families had to beg him. In the future, if they wanted to have any funny ideas, they naturally had to weigh it over. Taking care of the Elders' Council, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's danger was finally considered to have been preliminarily cleared. First, Elder Chen Qin broke into a cold sweat in fear too, throwing himself down at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration. If not for Yi Yuan, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was probably going to fall into a huge crisis. Once the internal affairs were chaotic, the other holy lands in the White Valiant region would likely see through flaws. At that time, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would be in danger. On this day, Yi Yuan came to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company alone. In a secret chamber, the moment Kai Yu saw Yi Yuan, her entire person pushed against Yi Yuan's bosom. Young Lord Yi, you're making your way up in the world now and forgot this lowly one. This lowly one missed you to death these days. That seductively bewitching power truly reached the bones, making people lose their minds in ecstasy. Listening to these words, you clearly knew that she's seducing you, but you just could not control yourself. Yi Yuan touched Kai Yu's inviting shoulders, but he pushed her down onto a seat while he himself sat down on another seat. Elder Sister Kai Yu, don't use this move on me anymore. It's useless. This time, coming to find Elder Sister Kai Yu, is wanting to request Elder Sister Kai Yu for a favor, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Kai Yu looked at Yi Yuan with a look of hidden bitterness and said, Elder Sister is wholeheartedly sincere, but you treat it as ill intent. Forget it. Forget it. Whatever instructions young Lord Yi has, just go ahead and say it. Even if not looking on account of the gold token, looking on account of young Lord Ye's handsome face, Elder Sister won't dare to not do either. Yi Yuan becoming the young lord, 1 billion earth essence crystals was naturally no object. He had long ordered people to come over to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to settle it already. But ever since after the auction last time, this was Yi Yuan's first time coming to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Towards Kai Yu's sort of ultimate seduction, Yi Yuan enjoyed it very much, but he would not fall for it. After all things were said and done, didn't Kai Yu just wanted to feel Yi Yuan out? To say that Kai Yu really had any thoughts towards him, Yi Yuan would not believe even if he was beaten to death either. Kai Yu was naturally very depressed in her heart. Regarding her techniques of seduction, anyone would swallow the bait. But this brat in front of her just did not look her straight in the eye. I want several kinds of Tier 9 spirit medicines, this is the list. Additionally, I also want to invite a person to take action and help me refine a kind of Tier 9 medicinal pill, Yi Yuan said. Kaiyu was startled inwardly. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would ask for a Tier 9 medicinal pill right at the start. But Kaiyu was still somewhat doubtful. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company had Alchemy Emperor experts. Just invite them to take action. Why invite another person alternatively to take action? Elder sister doesn't need to guess. This medicinal pill, ordinary people can't refine it. It has to be that person taking action. Yi Yuan clearly saw through what Kaiyu thought in her heart and said with a smile. Kaiyu smiled sweetly and said, "Young Lord Yi has such a keen mind, to even know what elder sister is thinking about. Kaiyu is sincere towards young Lord from the bottom of my heart. Is it possible that young Lord Yi dislikes that Kaiyu is no longer chaste?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "How could it be? Elder sister is so alluring, which man wouldn't be moved? Then why does young Lord Yi not even look elder sister in the eye?" Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak, not following up. Kaiyu took a shot at Yi Yuan, took over the list from Yi Yuan's hands with a smile on her face, and said smilingly, "You, this young man, are really born with a heart that can see through all illusions. Even some old fellows probably don't have your keen mind too. All right then, elder sister will take a look what Tier 9 medicinal pill you want to refine. I'm telling you, Tier 9 spirit medicines are all very expensive." As Kaiyu was talking, she examined the inventory list at the same time. Talking halfway, the seductively charming look on her face faded entirely, and what replaced it was an astonished expression. Immortal plume peach, ground spirit turtle shell. These spirit medicines you want, are you sure that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land can afford it? Kaiyu turned pale with fright and said, "The spirit medicines Yi Yuan wanted, each kind were all heaven and earth rare treasures. The price was ridiculously expensive. Furthermore, some even had the demand but no supply. Yi Yuan buying these spirit medicines was sufficient to bankrupt the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Hence, that was why Kaiyu would be so shocked when she saw this list. Dao Profound Realm powerhouses were extremely wealthy, especially Dao Profound powerhouses who founded Holy Lands. They would be 100 times wealthier compared to ordinary Dao Profound realms. But even so, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could not shoulder the price of these spirit medicines either." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder sister, calm down. I didn't say that this money will be at the expense of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land." Kaiyu was stunned. Is young Lord Yi joking with elder sister? If not the Holy Land paying, could it be you paying? Don't forget, you couldn't even take out 1 billion Earth Essence crystals. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Does elder sister know why your Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would give me a gold token?" Kaiyu was stunned again, shook her head, and said, "This is the trading company's secret. My level is insufficient, so—" Kaiyu clearly inquired about this intel before, but with her rank, she did not have the qualifications to know at all. To a rank 1 Holy Land, her status, this phaseless realm, was too low. The higher-ups only said to make her satisfy all of Yi Yuan's requests to the best of her ability. The rest? Kaiyu was completely clueless. Yi Yuan smiled as he passed a jade slip over to Kaiyu, saying, "Since elder sister doesn't know, then it's not convenient for me to say much. Elder sister, hand this jade slip and the list along with it to the trading company. The people above will naturally agree." Kaiyu received the jade slip dubiously and was instinctively going to use divine sense to check it out. But Yi Yuan warned, "I placed a restriction in the jade slip. Elder sister better not investigate it. Otherwise, if it were known by upstairs, even if there isn't any danger to your life, you probably receive severe punishment too. These 2 items elder sister must send over through a top-level channel." Kaiyu was startled inwardly and hurriedly withdrew her divine sense. Yi Yuan had always been very courteous when talking with her. Furthermore, he was bright and cheerful, an appearance of harmless to man and beast. But Kaiyu knew, a youth able to make headquarters issue a gold token absolutely would not be that simple. If other youngsters warned Kaiyu like this, she would definitely brush it over with a laugh. But Yi Yuan saying so, she had no choice but to be cautious. Kaiyu was deeply aware that this youth was a legend. Since he uttered these words, it was absolutely not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. Furthermore, objects able to trade in for so many rare spirit medicines were naturally very precious. But the more she thought so, the more Caillou wanted to know the contents inside this jade slip. She found it very hard to imagine that a tiny little jade slip could make the headquarters issue a gold token. Young Lord Yi, don't say it so terrifyingly. You scared elder sister's little heart badly. Fine. Don't look then, what's the big deal? Caillou grumbled begrudgingly. An expression which enthralled people to death without doing anything could be seen on Caillou's face. But it was also a complicated expression filled with curiosity. Elder sister is so nice to me. I obviously can't make it hard on elder sister, isn't that so? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Caillou rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan and spat. Heartless little fellow. Driving elder sister to her death at the drop of a hat, and still say that it's for elder sister's good. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Didn't I come to find elder sister for help because I couldn't do anything about it? Humph. Say then, just which alchemist you want to help you to refine pills. Elder sister isn't very knowledgeable about medicinal pills and can't tell what kind of medicinal pill you want to refine with these spirit medicines of yours, Caillou said. Tier 9 medicinal pills were extremely complex. On the list Yi Yuan made, just the core ingredients were as many as 9 types, let alone the supplementary materials. Furthermore, Tier 9 pill formulas were mostly all cherished dearly. There were extremely few mutual collaborations between alchemists to make up what the other lacked. Therefore, it was very hard for situations where everyone knew the pill formulas like those low-level medicinal pills to happen. Of course, being an alchemist had a benefit, that was that those finding him to refine pills must provide their own pill formula. As time passed, high-level alchemists would accumulate many pill formulas. Therefore, to alchemy emperors, alchemists with higher success rates and better quality would obtain more Tier 9 pill formulas too. Because everyone all liked to go find him to refine medicinal pills. As for Yi Yuan, the Tier 9 pill formulas he knew was naturally a whole bunch. Apart from those martial artists who came to find him to refine medicinal pills, he even self-created many unique pill formulas that the outside world did not know at all. Therefore, 1 or 2 formulas for Tier 5 medicinal pills Yi Yuan did not mind at all. What he gave the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company were 2 types of the Tier 5 pill formulas which he had improved. Using Tier 5 pill formulas to exchange for Tier 9 spirit medicines sounded like a fantasy tale. But Yi Yuan's pill formulas could bring incalculable profits for the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. This point could not be exchanged for no matter how many Tier 9 spirit medicines. Therefore, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters would definitely agree to this exchange. Xianxia, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Pui, Caillou was currently drinking a mouthful of tea. Upon hearing this name, she spat it all out. Soul Martial Divine King, Xianxia? Caillou cried out in shock. That's right, it's him. Yi Yuan nodded and said, No, on what basis would the Soul Martial Divine King refine medicinal pills for you? Forget about you, even if Lord Head Chairman went to find him, he would not give this face either. Caillou broke down and said, Soul Martial Divine King, Xianxia, the only soul martial artist among the 10 great divine kings. One could say that this person, was the pinnacle of soul martial artists. Soul martial artists were originally extremely mysterious existences, and Xianxia cultivated to the realm of the pinnacle of soul martial artists. What made people even more envious was that Xianxia was even a peak alchemy emperor, and his alchemy's might was unfathomable. To make a figure like this refine pills, was Yi Yuan kidding? Did he, the soul martial divine king, lack your bit of remuneration? You're making him refine pills as and when you like. Who do you think you are? Yi Yuan said, You help me bring a sentence to him. He'll naturally agree to help me refine the medicinal pill. Caillou did not speak, looking at Yi Yuan like she had seen a ghost. Suddenly, she touched Yi Yuan's head like she was crazy, then touched her own head. Not having a fever, SP, why do you keep talking nonsense? Do you think that the 10 great divine kings are your family's little doggy? You make him come and he comes, make him go and he goes? To martial artists, the 10 great divine kings were invincible existences. No one dared to provoke at all. This bunch of characters who stood at the apex of the divine realm, who dared to become conceited and gesture at them on what to do. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Elder sister, just have to pass the message. Seeing Yi Yuan's calm look, Caillou could not help guessing. Could it be that Yi Yuan could really strike up a relationship with the Soul Martial Divine King? But how was this possible? All right then, say it. But I dare not guarantee that the Chamber of Commerce one will agree to your request. Caillou said. Provoking the 10 great divine kings was something that each faction was unwilling to do. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was naturally no exception either. Not only was each and every one of the 10 great divine kings' strength perversely formidable, their temperaments each had their quirks too, very hard to grasp. Any unhappiness, and that was an apocalyptic calamity. Relax. The Chamber of Commerce will agree, Yi Yuan said. The Chamber of Commerce was just passing on information. There was no loss to the Chamber of Commerce. These 2 kinds of Tier 5 pill formulas Yi Yuan only gave half. The remainder half, they would naturally be given only after the matter was completed. Yi Yuan believed that the Chamber of Commerce would not be able to withstand the temptation of these 2 kinds of Tier 5 medicinal pills at all. Caillou looked Yi Yuan with glinting eyes and discovered that she could see through this youth less and less. What kind of message to pass on? Caillou said curiously. Returning to hang it on the tree before the grave too. Knowing one's heart eternally. Tell him these words. He'll naturally refine the pill, Yi Yuan said. Returning to hang it on the tree before the grave. Knowing one's heart eternally? Caillou ruminated for a long time and did not understand what these words meant either. The matter was agreed upon, so Yi Yuan naturally did not stay as well, planning to get up and leave. Young Lord Yi, you have to come and take a look at Elder Sister in the future often. Don't let Elder Sister long for you, Caillou said bashfully. But the current Caillou was clearly not that relaxed like at first. People with discerning eyes could tell with one look that Caillou actually felt even more pressure when facing Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Elder Sister, rest assured, Yi Yuan will naturally drop by when I'm free. However, this heavenly terminal meridian physique of Elder Sister, indulging in carnal desires, is just quenching thirst with poison. Elder Sister has to take it easy. A smile was still hanging on Caillou's face earlier, but at this time, her expression changed drastically and she said stammeringly, how did you know that I'm of the heavenly terminal meridian physique? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Elder Sister's deeds, I've still heard before a little. If not for the heavenly terminal meridian physique, how can you possibly jinx your husbands to death one after another? Unless you require the strong yang qi in their bodies. Caillou was thoroughly defeated and said with a bitter smile, Do you think that Elder Sister wants it? But the heavenly terminal meridian physique is a renowned terminal physique. What other ways do I have? There are no absolutes in the world. Heavenly terminal meridian physique might not be a terminal ailment either, Yi Yuan said. Those possessing this heavenly terminal meridian physique were all females, and their date of birth and 8 characters of horoscope were all They lacked yang qi in their bodies congenitally. This was also a type of spirit physique, but an extremely dangerous kind of spirit physique. People in possession of this sort of spirit physique were completely unaware of their own spirit physique in their early years. But after the first time they engaged in coitus, the spirit physique would abruptly erupt, requiring to absorb the yang qi of a man continuously to live. Before long, the man's yang qi would be absorbed entirely and they would naturally die. Hence, that was why Caillou would jinx several husbands to death. At first, she felt that it was odd too. But later, only after asking the Chamber of Commerce's high-level alchemists, did she know that it was because she was of the heavenly terminal meridian physique. But this action of absorbing men's yang qi was like quenching thirst with poison. The yin qi within Caillou's body would get increasingly heavier and eventually die. Caillou being so bewitching was actually something that could not be helped either. But hearing Yi Yuan's words, it was like Caillou grasped a final piece of life-saving straw. Young Lord Yi, why you have a solution? Caillou said agitatedly. One's personal affairs, one would be aware. Caillou knew that she had one foot in the grave already. But now Yi Yuan gave her hope. Heavenly terminal meridian physique, it is after all caused by the yin qi within the body being overly excessive. Wanting to reach yin-yang harmony, one naturally needs yang qi. A small amount of yang qi is simply unable to relieve the yin qi in your body and will instead induce the propagation of even more yin qi. With so many years, your spirit physique has already reached the limits. Elder sister is right at a youthful age. Wouldn't passing like this be pitiable? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Not that Yi Yuan was mocking Caillou. Her age was naturally much older than Yi Yuan's. But among martial artists, she had merely just reached middle age too. In fact, it really was not considered very old. Caillou said with a bitter smile, Young Lord Yi, this lowly one is at most considered a middle-aged woman who is still attractive. How am I right at a youthful age? But letting this lowly one pass on right now, I'm extremely unwilling. If young Lord Yi really has ways to save me, this lowly one is willing to do anything for you. As she said, Caillou prostrated herself in worship. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped her up and said, Elder sister is also considered to have looked after this young lord. That day, if not for Elder sister, I wouldn't have obtained the Star Moon sword either. This favor, it naturally has to be returned. Caillou naturally did not know the Star Moon sword's significance to Yi Yuan. She lent Yi Yuan 1 billion Earth Essence crystals on account of the gold token. But to Yi Yuan, it had extraordinary meaning. Caillou was just about to speak but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. Yi Yuan said, this method to resolve it isn't considered much to me either. No harm in teaching elder sister. The heavenly terminal meridian physique is a congenital terminal physique. There is only one way if you want to resolve it. That is birthing yang from extreme yin. Elder sister can find a land of extreme yin and absorb the extreme yin chi in it with all your power. After 9 by 9, 81 days, the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique will be eliminated on its own. Caillou was stunned. See, can this work? What the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique feared most was yin chi. But Yi Yuan made her hunt for a land of extreme yin. This made her somewhat doubtful. Lands of extreme yin were extremely dangerous places to normal people, let alone her, this heavenly yin terminal meridian physique. Caillou was even worried that she would croak right after entering the land of extreme yin. Yi Yuan naturally saw through Caillou's suspicions, but said with a smile, if elder sister trusts this young lord, you can feel free to give it a try. If you don't believe, just take it as if this young lord never said it. As he said, Yi Yuan left immediately. That was all he had. How Caillou chose, it was her own matter. According to Yi Yuan's estimation, Caillou could still struggle for at most a year. Just leaving the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, he saw Xianxia running over in urgent haste. Young lord, not good. No idea where this old man and also a youth came from, saying they want to challenge our Holy Land's young geniuses. Pei Kuan went up and was knocked down by that youth in a single staff blow. Right now, Nalen Hong is currently in the heat of battle with him, and looks like he's going to lose soon, Yang Xiao said. Yi Yuan was stunned, but then he asked, then why are you completely fine? Yang Xiao said with a mocking smile that youth was too formidable. I knew I wasn't a match at first sight. Wait. No, I have a more important mission. That is to come and inform you. Yi Yuan said helplessly. You this fellow, really shameless. Go on, lead the way. When Yi Yuan rushed there, a large group of people already surrounded the plaza. The Holy Hall elders and the 10 great elders were actually all present. Chun Qin saw that Yi Yuan arrived and said in a solemn voice, this youth has such formidable strength. It's a complete drubbing against Nalen Chu. Also, that old man, his strength is unfathomable. I can't see through at all. Yi Yuan did not even look and said, no need to guess, that old man is definitely Dao Profound Realm without a doubt. Furthermore, his realm isn't low. If not for so, how can Black Wind possibly not even dare to show his face? If that old man's strength was not powerful, Black Wind should have come out long ago at this point. Right now, Black Wind did not even dare to show his face. Very clearly, he already sensed this old man's might. Yi Yuan looked over towards the youth and Nalen Hong who were entangled in battle. His expression could not help changing. Bang! Right at that very moment, that youth struck Nalen Hong with a staff blow, directly smacking him down from the air. So strong. This youth's age is at most about the same as young lord's, but his strength overwhelms Nalen Hong. His staff technique has probably already reached the 4th stage of supreme true intent, right? Such terrifying talent. He's likely not at all inferior compared to young lord either. Where on earth did a freak like this pop out from? The youth's strength made everyone suck in a cold breath. An existence like Nalen Hong was actually completely suppressed. The youth put away the staff and said disdainfully, "You really can't take a beating. Little lord, I haven't even exerted my full power yet and you got beaten down. This White Valiant region's young geniuses are really too garbage. Hey, Grandpa-son, this is the last one, right? Can we change places already or not? There's still half a year's time. Fighting with opponents like this is really so boring." Hoo-hoo, young Master Tong's staff technique has improved a level further. If Master knows that young Master's improvement is so quick, he'd definitely be very happy, Grandpa-son said with an amiable smile. Tisk, Master, he clearly looks down on me, insisting on making me come to such a remote place, finding whatever genius martial artists to train. A lousy place like the White Valiant region, what geniuses are there? I think they are more like a bunch of nitwits. Just now this one could still take some beating. You look at those whatever young lords we encountered previously, all smacked down by me with one staff blow. Truly good for nothing, the youth said disdainfully. The two people chatted as if no one else was present, having utterly no respect for everyone. Han Feng, Zhang Tianyi, these young geniuses, each and every one of their faces revealed expressions of extreme unwillingness to submit, dared to feel indignant, but dared not to speak. This young Master Tong was too strong, even Nailan Hong was defeated. They were not his match at all. Furthermore, young Master Tong's words made each and every one of them incredibly terrified. Hearing the meaning in these words, they had already challenged many holy lands in succession, and the young lords of those holy lands were actually all defeated at his hands. Along the way, just how many young lords fell under his staff? That youth suddenly swept towards the crowd and asked again, "Is there still anyone stronger?" "Little lord, I became somewhat spirited from fighting. Hands are a little itchy." "Oh, right, your young lord doesn't seem to have come out yet. Where's he?" Everyone's faces changed, but no one spoke. Clearly, they were not willing to reveal Yi Yuan's whereabouts. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly arrived in front of the youth and said with a smile, "I'll do it." The youth shot Yi Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, "Boundless realm? Are you here to be funny? When little lord, I strike down with a staff blow, your little life will be gone." "I'm the young lord," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. "You? The young lord?" The youth finally looked Yi Yuan in the eye and discovered that Yi Yuan was more or less his age. The youth swept another glance over the expressions on everyone's faces and knew that Yi Yuan was not lying. He was really the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. A boundless realm becoming the young lord, are you kidding? The youth could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan again and suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Even a boundless realm can become the young lord. Your holy land is really interesting. However, I won't pull any punches if I use too much power." "Heh." Yi Yuan said with a smile. "No need to hold back. Let me have a good look at the power of the heaven and earth staff art." The others still did not feel anything, but these old man and youth's expressions changed drastically when they heard that. "How do you know the heaven and earth staff art?" the youth said with a shocked look. "Ho-ho, it's just a set of staff technique. What's odd about knowing it?" Yi Yuan said with a laugh. "A set of staff technique? Only? Heh. Really shameless boasting. You aren't thinking that you're impressive for recognizing the heaven and earth staff art, right? Just a measly little boundless realm, and your tone isn't small," the youth said with a cold laugh. Very clearly, he was very displeased with Yi Yuan's attitude. This heaven and earth staff art was the consummate skill his master became famed for. The power was unparalleled. And Yi Yuan's voice was actually filled with belittlement. How could he be pleased? Yi Yuan said indifferently when he heard this, "I naturally don't think that I'm very impressive, but I also don't feel that a set of staff technique is very amazing." "Insolent thing. Do you know what kind of person imparted young Master Tong this set of staff technique?" That one sentence utterly enraged Grandpa-son. An appalling pressure undulated out, making everyone's hair stand on its end. Dao Profound Realm. Indeed, an emperor-level powerhouse. Just what background are these old man and youth? Such a powerful martial artist has never been seen before in the White Valiant region. Could it be that they came from other regions? Why do I feel that this old man's pressure seems to be even stronger than the Holy Lord's? The might of this old man before their eyes greatly surpassed everyone's expectations. In front of this old man, they actually could not muster up the slightest desire to resist. They even had a feeling that this old man was even stronger than the Holy Lord. Dao Profound Realm was extremely mysterious. After advancing to Dao Profound Realm, it was like entering another world for martial artists. It was completely different from previous cultivation realms. Don't look at how the White Valiant region had so many genius martial artists. Those able to break through to Dao Profound Realm were only that meager few people. The difficulty of breaking through to Dao Profound Realm was even harder than adding up all of the realms prior to it. Therefore, the moment this old man became furious, it was as if heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Yi Yuan's sword intent slowly opened up, as if adding a protective screen for himself. No matter how powerful Grandpa Sun's pressure was, it was unable to change his countenance the least bit too. Perhaps Yi Yuan would be finished off in a single blow in front of Grandpa Sun. But using 5th stage Supreme True Intent to withstand this kind of pressure was sufficient. Sensing Yi Yuan's sword intent, the youth's expression changed due to it. 5th stage Supreme Sword Intent. I really didn't think that in a remote and backward place like this, there's actually still such a monster. Looks like I've underestimated you. However, if this is your capital for being arrogant, I'm afraid that it's still not enough, the youth said in great surprise. Humph. So what if 5th stage Supreme True Intent? To dare insult the heaven and earth staff art. Let this old servant kill him for young master. Grandpa Sun's killing intent was bared. Wait a minute. This boy's age is similar to mine, but the true intent boundary he comprehended is actually even higher than mine. He is worthy for this young master to make a move. He actually dares to look down on the heaven and earth staff art. So let this young master kill him with this staff technique. It's also considered a worthy death. As he said, the youth swung the staff. A powerful staff intent immediately gushed out. Boy, you have the qualifications to know this young master's name. Remember, this young master is called Luo Tong. Luo Tong did not say another word, directly treating the staff as a whip, striking down at the top of Yi Yuan's skull. This blow had overwhelming power, and the speed was abnormally fast. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast too, directly drawing out the Star Moon sword. His wrist shook and the longsword trembled, and it actually swung away Luo Tong's staff directly. Terrific boy. Have some capability. Eat this young master's staff again. Total annihilation. This move was similarly incomparably powerful. But it was actually like Yi Yuan saw through Luo Tong's staff technique in advance. The Star Moon sword was waiting there long ago, sweeping the staff away easily again. Life and death by a thread. No restrictions. Heavenly steeds soaring the skies. Luo Tong's staff technique was uninhibited and its power was extremely grand, making everyone's hearts palpitate with fear and anxiety. No wonder this Luo Tong could sweep across all of the White Valiant region's geniuses. His strength was completely not on the same level as the White Valiant region's geniuses. Under his staff shadows, one virtually could not see leeway for Yi Yuan to retaliate. The hearts of each and every one in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land leaped to their throats, all breaking into a sweat with fright for their young lord. Looking at this situation currently, he totally did not use all his power dealing with Nalan Hong earlier. If it was these moves in front of them, Nalan Hong probably could not even block a single move. For young lord to be able to persist until now was already extremely impressive. But at this time, Grandpa Sun's expression was becoming increasingly ugly by the side. He was a Dao Profound Realm martial artist. His perception was entirely not what ordinary people could compare to. Luo Tong looked like he took the upper hand completely, but actually he was at a disadvantageous position all along. If not for Yi Yuan being a major cultivation realm lower than Luo Tong would have already lost long ago at this moment. This Yi Yuan seemed to be extremely familiar with the heaven and earth staff art. Every move and stance of Luo Tong's was seen through by Yi Yuan. Each of Yi Yuan's attacks was extremely skillfully executed. It did not even expend much essence energy. But his points of attack were all the weak points in Luo Tong's staff art each time, making Luo Tong extremely bitter. If Yi Yuan's essence energy was sufficient, he could even defeat Luo Tong in one move. This How is this possible? The Heaven and Earth Staff Art is a Tier 9 martial technique. Master relied on it to cultivate to the Divine King realm. Its power is peerlessly formidable. Young Master Tong has already obtained Master's true inheritance. Even if he doesn't reach his level, it's also impossible to be utterly deciphered by a boundless realm, right? Grandpa Sun was incomparably shocked in his heart. He was totally unable to imagine that a Divine King-level staff art was actually cracked thoroughly like this without an unscathed patch of skin. Just what was the background of this youth in front of him? No wonder he recognized the Heaven and Earth staff art with one glance. Looks like he was extremely familiar with this set of staff technique. He was even perfectly aware of the staff art's flaws. Just what is going on here? That youth clearly takes the absolute upper hand, but he just can't defeat young Lord. Pooh! What's your meaning here? Could it be that you hope for young Lord Yi to be defeated at other people's hands? How can that be? I only feel that it's strange. Seems like young Lord Yi has been using essence energy to battle all along up until now and didn't employ the power of his fleshy body at all. If he utilizes the strength of his fleshy body, it shouldn't be this sort of situation. With you saying it like this, it's really somewhat odd. But speaking of which, who can see through young Lord Yi? In a twinkle, 400 to 500 rounds passed. The more they fought, the stranger everyone felt. Their concern towards Yi Yuan became increasingly lesser too. From the very beginning, Luo Tong took the absolute upper hand. But after 400 to 500 rounds, he still had not defeated Yi Yuan. There must be some fishiness in it. Clank! Another crisp sound transmitted over. The two figures finally separated. Luo Tong gripped the staff tightly, panting heavily for air, and was actually somewhat out of breath. Clearly, the essence energy expenditure was immense. In contrast, Yi Yuan stood there calmly, like he was completely fine. How is it possible? Why are my moves completely restrained by you? Luo Tong wielded his staff, and his expression turned incomparably ugly. He seriously could not figure it out. His staff technique had been ever triumphant all along. But why could it not unleash any power at all when it arrived in front of Yi Yuan? Actually, Luo Tong had detected something amiss long ago. But he was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner and completely unresigned, foolhardily persisting for 400 to 500 rounds. But he discovered now that Yi Yuan being able to restrain his staff art was absolutely not a coincidence. Even though the Heaven and Earth staff art is a high-grade Tier 9 martial technique, it doesn't mean that it's an invincible martial technique. Is it very strange to be subdued? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Impossible. Even if your strength is stronger than mine, it's also not possible to completely subdue me. Unless you're very familiar with the Heaven and Earth staff art. Who on earth are you? Luo Tong pointed the staff and asked without any courtesy. You're really forgetful. Didn't I tell you earlier that I'm the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord? Humph! This Heaven and Earth staff art is Master's highly guarded secret. It's completely impossible for outsiders to be so familiar with the staff art. If you don't give me an account today, I'll destroy your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, Luo Tong said with a cold snort. When Xianxia and the rest heard these words, their hearts pounded. That old man's strength was too powerful. Perhaps even the Holy Lord was not a match either at his prime, let alone talk about now. He alone was sufficient to wipe out the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. But the moment these words came out, Yi Yuan's expression instantly became cold. Luo Tong was unsettled by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and actually took a step back involuntarily. That instant earlier, he actually felt like who he was facing was not a youngster but a most exalted king. I was actually afraid. This brat is merely a boundless realm. I was actually unsettled by his aura. I'm a divine king's disciple, how could I be intimidated by a backwater bumpkin? Luo Tong was incomparably ashamed and indignant in his heart. Ever since he came out, he made a clean sweep all the way. Today, facing a martial artist whose cultivation realm was lower than his, he was actually afraid. This was what he could not accept. Exterminating people's entire family at the slightest provocation, was this how Dong Fei Yang taught you? Yi Yuan took a step forward in an imposing manner. Luo Tong forcefully composed himself, but no idea why. He actually took a step back again. You? How do you know Master's name? Luo Tong exclaimed in shock. The White Valiant region was a very remote small region. Its strength was very weak and information was out of touch. The people here might have heard before the title of Frenzied Staff Divine King, but it was simply impossible to know Dong Feiyang this name. But this youth in front of him actually called it out flatly. Heh, wanna know who I am? Go back and ask Dong Feiyang and you'll know. As for the words earlier, I'll treat it as if I didn't hear it. If Dong Feiyang heard it, he'd exterminate you, this unfilial disciple, without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan said coldly. Luo Tong's expression changed, and he said, Heh, a measly little boundless realm. You think you can scare me with a couple of words? Do you take me to be a 3-year-old kid? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, looks like Dong Feiyang is really declining with each passing day to actually have taught such a rude and unreasonable disciple. If you feel that I'm scaring you, you can very well let this old man make a move and give it a try right now. I dare assure you that Dong Feiyang definitely won't end your life with just a simple death. Yi Yuan was clearly not joking around with Luo Tong. His meaning was that it would not be that easy of a matter for Luo Tong to die even if he wanted to. It would be a torturous pain, wishing himself to be dead. Chen Qin and the rest all had their hearts leap to their throats. They did not think that Yi Yuan was still so domineering, facing a Dao profound realm expert whose depths could not be fathomed. If he angered this old man, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would have to be buried together. In front of a Dao profound realm, they did not even have hopes of escaping. Luo Tong was taken in by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and actually broke into a cold sweat. He looked at Yi Yuan, wanting to see a hint of panic from Yi Yuan's eyes. Yet, he was disappointed. In Yi Yuan's eyes had not the slightest hint of fear. Instead, it carried the thick disdain of a king. Clearly, Yi Yuan really thought nothing of him and Grandpa's son, and he was not playing a game of bluff. To dare do so, Yi Yuan was either a fool or really had some reliance. Could it be that there was really some relationship between Yi Yuan and Master? All of a sudden, Luo Tong seemed to have thought of something, his expression changing dramatically. This guy wouldn't be Master's son, right? The more Luo Tong thought, the more he felt that the likelihood of this was huge. Master made him tour this area. Furthermore, the time was restricted. Could it be in order to create this encounter of fate? Apart from teaching him, Master was even guiding this youth in front of him. Otherwise, how to explain why Yi Yuan was familiar with the heaven and earth staff art to such a degree? Each move and stance of Luo Tong could not unleash its power in front of Yi Yuan. Could it be your master's son? Luo Tong asked weakly. Yi Yuan froze and then could not help laughing soon after as he said, to think that you can come up with that. Don't guess wildly anymore. Wanna know who I am? Go back and ask your master and you'll know. Your master. Is he well currently? In Yi Yuan's words carried extremely complicated emotions. Luo Tong could not help being stupefied when he saw it. Yi Yuan asked these words like reminiscing about an old friend he had not seen for many years. Just earlier, he clearly saw that splotch of a crystalline teardrop in Yi Yuan's eye. Although Yi Yuan controlled his emotions very well, he still saw it. This was absolutely revealing one's true sentiments. But Yi Yuan's age, how was this possible? Luo Tong was baffled right now and became even more suspicious about Yi Yuan's identity. But he was really somewhat afraid regarding Yi Yuan's threat now. Master's condition isn't very good. He had restrictions placed on him by someone and is unable to crack it all along. He has been in closed seclusion all the way these few years. It's very hard for outsiders to meet him now, Luo Tong answered. Yi Yuan's expression changed, but he heaved a sigh again very quickly and transmitted his voice to Luo Tong. You go back then. Want to know who I am? Just ask your master, and you'll know. When you see him, help give him my regards. If he wishes to come and see me, tell him not to come over. You tell him, when the right moment comes, I'll go and find him. Some words naturally could not be said in front of so many people. Although this Luo Tong was a little domineering, one could tell that Dong Feiyang should have pinned high hopes on him. Otherwise, he also would not send a third-level Dao profound servant to bring him to travel around. Therefore, this Luo Tong should be trustworthy. Luo Tong had an uncertain look and asked, You really know my master? My master's old friends. I've seen most of them, but I have never heard of you before. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You, This brat really won't give up. You don't need to probe me anymore either. I won't tell you. Wanna know? Better go ask Dong Feiyang. Also, the essence of heaven and earth staff art lies in these words. Heaven and earth. The moment the staff art is unleashed, your heaven and earth, lording over a stretch of heaven and earth. Your staff technique only acquired the form, but it has yet to obtain the meaning. It's still way too lacking. Grandpa Sun's expression changed and he exclaimed in shock, "You actually said it exactly the same as Master." Master made him come out to temper his staff technique because he knew that young Master Lu Tong's staff technique has yet to obtain the true intent. So this trip is to seek a breakthrough point. Luo Tong was astonished when he heard that and said, "What did you say?" Master made me come out to challenge young geniuses because of this reason. Grandpa Sun nodded his head and said, "That's right. This was Master's appraisal of you in private. It's just that he says he wants to let you comprehend yourself. That's why he didn't tell you. This youngster is very strange." Luo Tong looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a complicated look. This youth was clearly around the same age as him, but that elder-like behavior was really sufficiently intimidating. But at this point, Luo Tong no longer doubted Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. To be able to speak exactly the same words as his master, this was not what ordinary people could accomplish. "Okay. I'll go back and ask Master right away. If I discover that you're lying to me, your entire holy land will have to prepare for destruction." Luo Tong gave a cold snort, put away the staff, and left. Grandpa Sun followed closely behind too. The two people's figures gradually vanished from everyone's sight. Seeing that unfathomable old man leave, everyone heaved a long sigh in relief too. The pressure Grandpa Sun gave them was seriously too great. Their nerves were tensed up very tightly, not daring to loosen up at all. However, the gazes the elders looked at Yi Yuan with became somewhat complicated. Grandpa Sun's strength was at least second-level Dao Profound, maybe even third-level Dao Profound, but he called Luo Tong's master as master time and again. This indicated that Luo Tong's master strength was definitely unfathomable. But hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, he was actually old acquaintances with that Dong Feiyang. This was also too bizarre. But to them this did not seem important. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan was protecting the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. This was sufficient. The more formidable Yi Yuan's strength, the brighter Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future in the days to come as well. And these families would clearly also receive benefits along with it. Luo Tong and Grandpa Sun's appearance brought an enormous upheaval to the White Valiant region. Virtually all of the Holy Lands were swept once by them. Some Holy Lands that had no eyes were even taught a fine lesson by Grandpa Sun, crippling phaseless realm elders. Those young geniuses were also beaten badly enough by Luo Tong. Some were even crippled. The only one that remained completely intact was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. After this incident, Yi Yuan's prestige in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land rose unprecedentedly. And the medicinal pills Yi Yuan refined helped the Holy Land's young geniuses break through bottlenecks successfully. The one who received the greatest benefits among them was actually Wu Jiantong. Yi Yuan helped him to refine a transcendent-grade spirit enlightening pill. After he consumed it, he broke through the fetters very quickly and reached the Heaven Enlightenment realm. Wu Jiantong knew that he would not catch up to Yi Yuan's footsteps in this lifetime, even if he broke through to Heaven Enlightenment realm. After this, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land entered a relatively quiet period. And Yi Yuan himself also was not aware that a huge danger was currently in the midst of brewing. Currently, in the faraway Great Xiang region's vast Sun City, Zhou Yan finally got Yi Yuan's news he waited for. "You're saying that Yi Yuan, that aboriginal, actually become the young lord of a rank 9 Holy Land in around a year's time? Furthermore, his strength is already comparable to Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists? You're certain that you're not joking?" Hearing this news, Zhou Yan's mood was clearly not that good. The retainer, Zhou Yu, who was sent out by him, said cautiously, "Absolutely true. The person this subordinate sent out laid low in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land for a month's time. Their new young lord should be the Yi Yuan that young master said. He was still planning on capturing this Yi Yuan back alive at that time, but that Yi Yuan used no idea what method and actually subdued a black flood dragon at the Great Circle of Tier 8 who is on the verge of transforming into a dragon. He's not a match at all. Hence, that's why he dare not act rashly without careful thought. Black Flood Dragon at the Great Circle of Tier 8? You're sure that this information isn't wrong? On what basis does he, a boundless realm, have to bring a Black Flood Dragon at the Great Circle of Tier 8 under his control? Zhou Yan said in disbelief. Zhou Yu said, when the subordinate heard this news, my reaction was exactly the same as young master's. But this matter is indeed true. On the day Yi Yuan succeeded the position, he defeated the strongest one of the 7 holy sons in one move, then let out the Black Flood Dragon. All of the people in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land saw this scene. It can't be faked. Zhou Yan's face was as dark as water and was suddenly incomparably vexed in his heart. No idea why, his inner heart actually produced that tiny hint of threat. When he saw Yi Yuan in the lower realms, Yi Yuan was still just a Soul Sea realm martial artist. Just how much time had passed here, Yi Yuan actually cultivated to boundless realm with lightning speed. Furthermore, he even had strength comparable to Heaven Enlightenment realm. At this rate, Yi Yuan catching up to him was also not something impossible. Being surpassed by a bumpkin like Yi Yuan, Zhou Yan absolutely did not allow it. Moreover, Yi Yuan was even his greatest love rival. These 2 years' time, Zhou Yan often saw that sort of longing and affectionate expression on Yu Mengli's face. This deeply wounded his pride as a man. Any person in this world could surpass him, Zhou Yan. Only Yi Yuan could not. Originally, Zhou Yan did not attach any importance to Yi Yuan at all. But hearing this news, he had no choice but to face this aboriginal squarely. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was too alarming. Zhou Yu, take a trip with me to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Zhou Yan was silent for a long time and suddenly said, Yes, young master. Zhou Yu was very familiar with Zhou Yan. When he heard this news, he knew that Yi Yuan would definitely be unlikely to survive. Hence, hearing this order of Zhou Yan's, he was not surprised at all either. On a small island somewhere in the divine realm, the scenery was delightfully beautiful, giving people a feeling of an otherworldly paradise. On the island was a small peak. On the small peak was a pavilion. A stone table was placed in the pavilion. The 2 ends of the stone table sat a middle-aged man and an old man, currently playing Go. The old man played black, put down a piece, and said with a loud laugh, Zhong Zizhen, you lost again. In these 10 days you didn't win a single match. How did the exalted soul martial divine king become someone weak and then obsessed with Go? This isn't like you. That middle-aged man was actually the legendary soul martial divine king, Zhong Zizhen. Zhong Zizhen said with a smile, No idea why. I keep feeling uneasy recently, as if something is going to happen. The old man's expression changed, and he said, Cultivation reaching yours and my boundary can pry into the heavenly Tao. You being hit with a sudden inspiration like this, there might really be some major event that's coming. Zhong Zizhen nodded his head slightly and said, These few years, the undercurrents of the divine realm are flowing. I fear that before long, something major will really happen. At that time, it will likely be hard for you and me to escape this maelstrom too. The old man sighed slightly and said, At our level, our hearts are no longer filled with distracting thoughts towards these secular matters. Apart from deity realm, what else can still move yours and my heart? Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? Back then, how glorious were the deity realm powerhouses. Didn't they turn to ashes overnight too? How can you and I escape the maelstrom of this era? Zhang Zizhen said. Speaking of which, the Medicine King Hall changed owners overnight back then, which was similarly bewildering. Until now, nobody could figure out the reason why too. Looks like this divine realm really has quite a number of things that you and I are unable to control, the old man said with a sigh. Zhong Zizhen's expression changed slightly but nodded his head powerlessly as well. Right then, a ripple spread out in the space in front of the 2 people. A pale yellow paper crane pierced through the void and arrived in front of Zhong Zizhen. The paper crane flapped its wings like it was telling Zhong Zizhen something. Looks like you have a guest here. This old self will take his leave right now, the old man said. Zhong Zizhen waved his hand and said, Sip some tea for a moment. I'll be right back. Losing so many days in a row, I got to at least win back 1 round. Finished talking, Zhong Zizhen strode out and directly vanished on the spot. Outside the island, An old man stood with his hands by the side, appearing very respectful. If outsiders knew, it would definitely make their jaws hit the ground. This old man was precisely the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's first elder, who gave Yi Yuan the gold token. He was also an 8th-level Dao profound expert, but facing the Soul Martial King, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. All of a sudden, a series of distortions emitted from the space. A middle-aged man slowly walked out from the void. Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Liao pays respect to Soul Martial Divine King. First elder bowed down low and said. Xianxia had both hands behind his back as he said coolly, "Speak then, these few days, my mood isn't very good. If you don't give me a proper reason, don't blame me for going to find Zhui Yuhai to get an account." Although Xianxia's alchemy path means were exceptionally skilled, people finding him to refine pills were extremely few. His temperament was very eccentric, and he rarely made a move too. Annoying him, he would even make a move to kill people. Furthermore, he would not need to give a reason at all. At that time, the medicinal pill did not get refined, and the person lost his little life instead. The Zhui Yuhai Xianxia talked about was naturally the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's head chairman. Liao knew that for Xianxia to show himself and meet in person was most likely on account of head chairman's face. But Liao's heart pounded when he heard Xianxia's words. What luck, why did he just happen to pick the time when this malefic star was in a bad mood? Actually, the one who requested our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to bring this news is a White Valiant Region's rank 9 Holy Lands young lord named Yi Yuan. He says that he's your excellency's old acquaintance and that as long as we bring the news, my lord will definitely agree to refine medicinal pills for him, Liao said deferentially. Liao's words directly sold Yi Yuan out. Facing a powerhouse like the Soul Martial Divine King, Liao had no choice but to respond carefully. Therefore, the meaning in his words was that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was actually just responsible for passing the words. The others, they were completely not responsible. If not for the allure of Yi Yuan's 2 kinds of pill formulas being too great, and also wanting to make friends with this future alchemy path genius, how could Liao, this first elder, possibly come to pay a formal visit to Xianxia personally? Hearing Liao's words, Xianxia's brows knitted together once more. Do you all feel that this seat is very free, and will become old acquaintances with the young lord of a rank 9 Holy Land? But I'm quite curious, though, what kind of benefits that whatever young lord gave you, to actually be able to invite you to come to find me personally. A feeling of immense danger welled up from the bottom of his heart. Very clearly, Xianxia was really enraged. Liao's expression changed, and he secretly cursed Yi Yuan in his heart. Really got possessed by a ghost, to actually believe that Yi Yuan would be on familiar terms with the Soul Martial Divine King. When Xianxia heard Yi Yuan's name, he did not have any reaction at all but flew into a great rage instead. But him agreeing to make this trip clearly harbored some hopes of a fluke too. Yi Yuan's alchemy path talent was too freakish. It was on an entirely different level from ordinary young geniuses. Just based on this, he might really know the Soul Martial Divine King. Perhaps Yi Yuan was even Xianxia's successor. It appears now that it was completely bull. The entire Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was cheated by Yi Yuan. How could the lofty Soul Martial Divine King possibly refine pills for an unimportant rank 9 Holy Lands young lord? Liao hurriedly bent his body low and said, "Calm your anger, your excellency." He said to let me bring a sentence for my lord. As long as my lord hears it, you'll definitely agree to help him refine pills. Xianxia said impatiently. Scram. This seat doesn't have the patience to listen to your rubbish. Finished talking, the space became warped once more. Xianxia turned around and was about to leave. Liao panicked. If Xianxia were to leave, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would screw it up on both ends. This Yi Yuan could take out 2 kinds of such heaven-defying pill formulas randomly. Clearly, his stock was not little. Once he offended Yi Yuan, forget about the transaction this time falling through, it would probably utterly fizzle out in the future too. Returning to hang it on the tree before the grave, knowing one's heart eternally. Could it be that the boy was lying to me? Liao had a clever idea hit in an emergency and grumbled softly. He believed that with the Soul Martial Divine King's hearing abilities, he was bound to be able to hear this sentence. If he still did not have any reaction, then he could only just leave. Actually, Liao was also harboring the mood of making a Hail Mary effort. He did not expect that with him grumbling like this, Zhong Zijian's figure became stiff and space returned to normal. What did you say just now? Say it one more time. Zhong Zijian furrowed his brows and said, replying, Your Excellency, the words that youth made me bring was returning to hang it on the tree before the grave, knowing one's heart eternally. Liao hurriedly said. Zhong Zijian's expression fell, an extremely complicated expression showed in his gaze. After being silent for a moment, Zhong Zijian suddenly asked, You're certain that this person who made you pass on the message is a rank 9 Holy Land's young lord? Liao nodded and said, Very certain. It's just that this youth seems to be quite different from ordinary geniuses. Oh? Different in what way? Let's hear it. Zhong Zijian's expression already returned to normal. Liao could not tell what he was thinking about too. But seeing Zhong Zijian inquire, Liao did not dare to conceal either, roughly going over Yi Yuan's matters once. Yi Yuan's information, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company had been following with interest all along. Therefore, the First Elder was very familiar with him. Listening until the end, Zhong Zijian suddenly said, Leave the spirit medicines behind. You can go already. Liao was startled and had somewhat yet to recover to his senses. Zhong Zijian pulled a long face and said, Didn't hear it? Liao shuddered all over, hastily taking out a storage ring and throwing it to Zhong Zijian. Zhong Zijian received the storage ring, turned around, and left. Just what background does this Yi Yuan have to actually really be able to let the Soul Martial Divine King agree to refine pills for him? Furthermore, the Soul Martial Divine King refining pills is extremely expensive. The price might even be as much as several times of the medicinal pills. This time, the Soul Martial Divine King actually didn't even open his mouth to charge a price. Liao said in astonishment. In Liao's impression, Yi Yuan became even more enshrouded in mystery. Zhong Zijian's figure appeared in the pavilion once more. So slow. Really didn't think that you would be so long-winded with people. The old man sipped tea as he said with a smile at the same time. Zhong Zijian smiled bitterly and said, Song Choyu, not keeping you behind this time. Let's battle again next time. The old man was slightly surprised but did not say anything. Nodding his head, he left right away. After the old man left, Zhong Zijian looked into the distance and said somewhat absent-mindedly, You came back. On a high ridge at the borders of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, several figures gazed into the distance. Young Lord, these zombies one appeared out of God knows where. Each and every one of their strength is very formidable. Whenever night comes, they will come out in full force and wreak havoc in the nearby cities. In a short half a month's time, they have already destroyed 3 cities. None of the city lords of these 3 cities were lucky to escape. Right now, everyone in this region is in a state of panic. The one speaking was a phaseless realm elder called Wang Zan, who was also the person in charge of a large area, with more or less the same status as Yangtze. In this half a month, a zombie uprising suddenly erupted outside the borders of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's northwest position. Every time night came, tens of thousands of zombies would engage in wanton massacre everywhere, killing people on sight. Wang Zan organized a large group of martial artists to come and kill these zombies. The result was that they returned in utter defeat with heavy casualties. That was why they had no choice but to seek help from the Holy Land. Hearing Wang Zan's plea for help, Yi Yuan also felt that the zombie uprising this time was rather unusual too. Therefore, he brought Wu Xiyuan and Black Wind together and came here to investigate the situation. Speaking of which, ever since after Wu Xiyuan saw Black Wind, he no longer had any disloyalty towards Yi Yuan. He knew that even if he exhausted the Wu family's power, it was also not possible to be Black Wind's match. Yi Yuan could subdue a powerful demonic beast like this. What else was there that he was unconvinced by? Standing on top of this hill could scan far into the distance at the situation nearby. But it was broad daylight currently. Those zombies went to hide at God knows where. Not even a trace of them could be seen. But Yi Yuan could sense that the evil yin qi in the large stretch of the area around was extremely heavy. What Wang Zan said was clearly not false. Yi Yuan even went to the 3 cities that were destroyed prior to this. Over there was simply purgatory on earth. Even Yi Yuan, this kind of person who had very rich experiences, could not help being visibly moved because of it as well. He also secretly made up his mind to definitely eliminate these zombies. According to observations during these 2 days, these zombies seem to be intentionally expanding their territory. If it carries on developing according to this sort of trend, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will likely be plunged into an abyss of suffering, Yi Yuan said with a frown. Wang Zan was startled. Carefully recalling the process of the corpse tide happening, it seems like it really was the case. This, young lord, what should we do now? Even though we haven't seen yet, but in this corpse tide, there's definitely a tier 8 earth corpse. Wang Zan could not quite make the decision. Yi Yuan was silent for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth and said, "The corpse tide erupted very suddenly. Furthermore, it's very controlled. I feel that there is someone manipulating these zombies at the back." Wang Zan's expression changed, and he said, "Young lord, such a scale of corpse tide. How formidable a strength does one require to be able to manipulate it?" This sort of conjecture, isn't it? Very clearly, he felt that Yi Yuan's conjecture was somewhat nonsensical. Wang Zan was certain that there absolutely existed a tier 8 zombie in this corpse tide. Moreover, the scale of this corpse tide was completely not what ordinary martial artists could manipulate. Yi Yuan actually suspected that someone was manipulating behind. This kind of possibility was too low. Regarding Wang Zan's questioning, Yi Yuan paid no attention to it and said with a smile, "Manipulating these zombies doesn't necessarily need to have cultivation realm corresponding to them. As long as the method is apt, martial artists can even cross realms to control the zombies." Suddenly, several small black dots in the sky approached close from far away. Several silhouettes landed on this hill as well. A martial artist who looked like a youth swept a glance over Yi Yuan trio and said disdainfully, "Hey, your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is really incompetent to actually have such a large-scale corpse tide erupt, causing our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land to suffer along with it too. Truly preposterous." This youth's age was not old and actually had peak heaven enlightenment realm strength. When Wang Zan saw this youth, his expression could not help changing. "Young Lord Wei Cheng, your words are a little prejudiced. This area is at the borders of our 4 great holy lands. How is it caused by our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land?" Wang Zan said indignantly. This youth in front of them was precisely the young lord of the adjacent Cloud Watchtower Holy Land called Wei Cheng. After Yi Yuan assumed this position of young lord, although he had not seen before the other holy lands' young lords, he had heard before this Wei Cheng's name. Even though the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land was a rank 9 holy land too, its overall strength was quite a bit stronger compared to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. This Wei Cheng was the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's #1 genius, who was inducted by the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's Holy Lord last year. His strength was extremely formidable. In comparison, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's junior generation was way worse. Hence, they kept stalling and did not appoint a young lord, all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. Hearing Wang Zan explained away, Wei Cheng said with a cold snort, resorting to sophistry and self-justification, "This stretch of area is the region where the corpse tide erupted the fiercest. You don't tell me that this area is not your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's boundary. Our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land coming over now is to help you resolve the danger. And you guys actually have such an attitude. Looks like we were somewhat meddlesome. Let's go." Wang Zan's expression changed, and he hurriedly went forward, wanting to stop the other party, but was stopped by Yi Yuan, who said coolly, "Let him go." Wang Zan was somewhat put on a spot and said softly, "Young lord, the corpse tide this time is too massive. It's probably not what we, a single holy land, are able to resolve." But when these words landed in Wei Cheng's ear, his eyebrows raised up, and he said deridingly, "Good gracious, I was wondering who it was. Turns out that you're the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's newly appointed Boundless Realm young lord. Everyone says that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is declining with each passing day. Looking at it now, it's indeed the case. A puny little Boundless Realm martial artist was actually appointed as young lord. Really disgraceful enough." The moment Wang Zan heard, his face flushed scarlet red. He had been garrisoned at the frontiers all along. Although he was aware of the matters that happened in the Holy Land, it was mostly from hearing. Toward this boundless realm young lord, he was actually quite disapproving in his heart. Being verbally insulted by another Holy Land's young lord at this time, he felt deeply affected, like he had experienced it himself, and felt that it was humiliating to the extreme. Hehe, young Lord Wei Cheng's aura is somewhat unstable. There seems to still be some bruises on your face. No matter how you look at it, it seems like you were taught a lesson by someone. Oh, right. Heard that an old man and a youth came to the White Valiant region some time ago to challenge the White Valiant region's young geniuses. The wound on young Lord Wei Cheng's face wouldn't have been done by them, right? The Wuxia, who did not speak at the side, all along ridiculed at this time. Wei Cheng's expression sunk when he heard that. He involuntarily recalled countless staff images in his mind. The bruises on his face were left behind by precisely Luo Tong. Before Luo Tong and Grandpa Sun came to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, where they arrived at was precisely the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. The Wei Cheng who was rated as invincible in the same realm was actually beaten into a pig's head by Luo Tong. Even though close to a month's time had already passed, the bruises on his face had not recovered. This was Wei Cheng's greatest humiliation in his lifetime. But he had the scars directly torn open by Wuxia. Insolent. That youngster's strength was unfathomable. Young Lord Wei Cheng only succumbed because his mind wandered for a moment. Wuxia, don't defame young Lord Wei Cheng. If you have the capabilities, let this boundless realm young lord of yours go try fighting him, denounced a phaseless realm elder who was behind Wei Cheng. Ha ha ha. When Wuxia heard that elder's words, he could not refrain from bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Wei Cheng said with a grim expression. Laughing at what? I'm laughing at your ignorance. That Luo Tong came to our White Valiant region in order to train. Could it be that you think he won't come to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land? He's already young lords vanquished so long ago, but you guys want young lord to go fight with him? Isn't that very laughable? Wuxia said with a hearty laugh. What did you say? This boundless realm young lord of yours can beat that Luo Tong? Wuxia, do you take me, Wei Cheng, to be a fool? Wei Cheng said with a cold smile. He was all too familiar with that Luo Tong's strength. Even though his cultivation realm was a little higher than Luo Tong's, in front of Luo Tong, he had no strength to retaliate in the slightest. Only after seeing Luo Tong did Wei Cheng know what was called a true genius. But now Wuxia said that Yi Yuan defeated Luo Tong. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Luo Tong was a full major realm higher than Yi Yuan. Furthermore, his concept's comprehension was exceptionally high. For Yi Yuan to want to beat him, the possibility did not exist at all. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land personally witnessed this incident from top to bottom. Could it still be faked? Wuxia said disdainfully. Wei Cheng clearly did not believe it, but Wuxia readily called out Luo Tong's name. Clearly, Luo Tong had already been to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. But Yi Yuan was completely unscathed currently, unwittingly making Wei Cheng become somewhat uncertain. Logically speaking, Luo Tong went to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land after the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. If Yi Yuan really exchanged blows with Luo Tong, it was impossible to not leave behind injuries on his body. Is that so? Whether it's a mule or a horse, drag it out for a walk and you'll know. Wei Cheng's heart stirred and looked towards Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression. Both parties were 3 versus 3 right now, with the 2 other elders tying down the other 2. It was as easy as turning one's hand for him to feel out Yi Yuan's depths. While talking, Wei Cheng already scuttled towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. Careful, young lord. Although Wang Zan was rather disapproving of Yi Yuan was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord after all. How could he be bullied by outsiders? But his figure had yet to move when it was held back by Wuxia. Wuxia, what are you doing? Wang Zan glared at Wuxia and said. Very clearly, he was extremely discontented with Wuxia's way of doing things. The young lord was encountering danger. How could they look on with folded arms? Just watch, this young lord of ours isn't an average man. For Wei Cheng to want to bully him, it's still early, Wuxia said with a smile. Roar. Wei Cheng's figure was still 80 feet away from Yi Yuan, when a black flood dragon suddenly appeared between him and Yi Yuan. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. Wei Cheng forcefully stopped his figure. Seeing Black Wind, the faces of Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's 3 people changed drastically. To dare offend Master, deserve to die, Black Wind said coldly. Forget it, Black Wind. No need to haggle over it with him, Yi Yuan said indifferently. The pressure of the Great Circle Tier 8 releasing out, Wei Cheng had a feeling of being at death's door. But what made him even more shocked was that this Black Flood Dragon actually called Yi Yuan as master. A boundless realm actually brought along a Great Circle Tier 8 demonic beast servant. This was also a bit too extravagant, right? Yes, master. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Black Wind retreated to one side obediently. Wei Cheng's eyes went wide. This was a Great Circle of Tier 8 servant. Forget about him, even if it was the Holy Lord, it was very hard to have such treatment either. A Great Circle Tier 8 demonic beast was not so easy to run into. Furthermore, a Great Circle Tier 8 demonic beast. Every single one had extremely high intelligence. It was easy for the Holy Lord to want to kill, but wanting to make the other party pledge allegiance was incredibly difficult. Let alone that Black Wind was even a demonic beast who was about to transform into a dragon. He was considered half of the dragon race already. This kind of demonic beasts was extremely proud, making it even less likely to become a human servant. Yet Yi Yuan obtained such a demonic beast. Wei Cheng naturally would not think that this was subdued by Yi Yuan himself. Apart from the Holy Lord Tuyu, who else in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land had this kind of strength? These few years it was widely rumored that Tuyu's situation was not good. Looking at it now, this was absolute rubbish. Young Lord Wei Cheng, don't feign composure here anymore. If the corpse tide isn't controlled, forget about my Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Even the entire White Valiant region might become a death zone. Therefore, what we need to do now is sincere cooperation and not stirring up trouble, Yi Yuan said coolly. Wei Cheng's expression was very ugly. Turns out that his thoughts were seen through by Yi Yuan long ago. Although the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land situation was not as severe as the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, the situation could no longer be ignored as well. Humph! Looking at the current situation, the source of this corpse tide is absolutely your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Causing such a major incident, I want to see how you guys give an account to the other Holy Lands, Wei Cheng said with a cold snort. Being caught by Yi Yuan, Wei Cheng was very unhappy. But he was wary of Black Wind too, so he could only bring out the other Holy Lands to suppress Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan heard that, he said, right now the corpse tide clearly shows a trend of spreading. Furthermore, after ordinary martial artists are killed by the zombies, they will be controlled by the zombies too. At this rate, the scale of the corpse tide will become increasingly massive. At that time, it will be unsalvageable. If I were you, I'd take out sincerity to cooperate. Get off my back about whatever source issues. Want to really talk again after stopping the corpse tide. Right now was clearly not the time to be disputing over trifles, but for the various Holy Lands to cooperate properly and eradicate the corpse tide. Right at this time, 7 to 8 silhouettes appeared in the horizon and were currently approaching them. Wu Xiuan whispered by Yi Yuan's ear. It's the Fire Feather Holy Land and the Soaring Rainbow Holy Land's people. Those 2 young men are the Holy Land's young lords. One is called Hua Shujia. The other is called Shang Jun. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, indicating that he got it. After a round of small talk, Hua Shujia and Shang Jun both got to know that Yi Yuan was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's newly ascended young lord as well. Naturally, they could not dispense with contempt in their hearts. But with Black Wind around, even if they looked down on him, they got to suppress it in their hearts too. Since you've come, you should also understand the situation at the moment. This time, our 4 families should contribute a share to eliminate this corpse tide. Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, Heh, why don't young lord you say just how our 4 families should cooperate? Wei Cheng said with a cold laugh. Although unwilling to admit it, what Yi Yuan was talking about was indeed a matter that brooked no delay. Each day it was delayed. The difficulty level of dealing with this corpse tide would become even greater. Yi Yuan had a well-thought-out plan long ago and opened his mouth and said, This corpse tide is limitless and simply can't be killed. Finish. Forcefully dealing with these zombies will only increase the casualties in vain. Want to eliminate the corpse tide this time, we still got to figure out the real reason for corpse tide's eruption. Hence, I plan on fishing out just where these zombies came from after night falls today. I wonder what everyone's opinions are. Xianxia thought about it and said with a nod, "What young lord ye said is right. In this Hua's opinion, even if everyone has some conflicts, put it down first. It's not too late for us to shut the doors and settle accounts after pushing back the corpse tide. I have no objections either. With our strength, these zombies can't come close at all. Today, we'll go in the same direction the zombies come from and search properly. Best if we can find their den and wipe them out altogether." At night, dark clouds covered the moon, causing people unable to see one's hands in front of them. Roar! All of a sudden, a low roar echoed out, shattering the night's tranquility. Following this low roar, faint grinding sounds started sounding out on the Earth's surface, making Yi Yuan and the rest unwittingly feel their scalps tingle. A terrifying air crept out. Even if each and every one of these people were courageous because of superb skills, their hearts could not refrain from speeding up at this time too. "It's here," Yi Yuan said solemnly. His vision was extremely good and could already see the tidewater like zombie army surging over towards here. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The quantity of this zombie army before their eyes was seriously too outrageous. As far as the eye could see were all densely packed zombies, giving people an overwhelming sense of pressure. Isn't this number a bit too terrifying? Even if every person spat a mouthful of spittle, it can drown us to death too, Xianxia said. "They are not people but zombies. Still talking about spitting spittle, don't you find it disgusting?" Xianxia said sarcastically. "You guys are still in the mood to jest around. Such numbers of zombies, even if we're the ones who get trapped inside, we'll get exhausted to death too," Wei Cheng said grimly. A vast expanse of corpse tide stretching to infinity, the sensory organ impact it brought to people was seriously too shocking. Even if it were these phaseless realm elders, all of them had grave expressions too, akin to facing a formidable foe. The strength of these zombies were all not strong. The vast majority were under tier 6. But when the numbers reached such a horrifying extent, it already went from a quantitative transformation to qualitative transformation. Phaseless realm martial artists getting bogged down inside had very slim chances of survival too. Looking at the direction they are headed, it should be Waterplane City. "Looks like they really want to expand territory," Wuxia said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said coolly, "Everyone rush over in the same direction where the zombies are coming from, don't turn back. We only have a night's time. Everybody, make the best use of time and don't get enamored with fighting." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's feet suddenly unleashed a move and actually took the lead to sprint towards the corpse tide. Wang Zan's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation and shouted at Yi Yuan's back view, "Wait for us, young lord." In Wang Zan's view, Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was the Black Flood Dragon. He definitely had some capabilities himself, but facing this ocean-like corpse tide, how could it be adequate? Wang Zan's figure moved and he chased after too. Wuxia followed closely behind. Black Wind chased after Yi Yuan like a gust of wind as well. Wei Cheng sneered coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Reckless thing with no idea of death or danger. A measly little boundless realm actually dares to take the lead." Xingjun smiled too and said, "This new Crimson Afterglow's young lord seems rather reckless. Haha. Hope that these zombies will show mercy and not hurt him. Stop making irresponsible and carping remarks here. Let's go together. If that Yi Yuan dies, we won't gain any advantage either. No matter how lacking his strength is, isn't there still a great circle of tier 8 Black Flood Dragon? With him around, we have no worries this trip," Xianxia said. Everyone nodded, their figures rushing speedily over towards the corpse tide too. But their figures had yet to walk out very far when they all froze abruptly. The looks on their faces were fascinating to the extreme. Far away, Yi Yuan was in the front ranks. It was only for them to see him brandishing the long sword in his hand. Countless sword lights were instantly released, attacking towards those zombies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan's sword lights were like cutting grass, instantly reaping a large stretch of zombies. For a moment, those residual limbs of those zombies flew everywhere in the sky. The spectacle was shocking to the max. Just one move and Yi Yuan immediately opened up an enormous gap in the corpse tide. He did not stay, rushing over straight towards the gap. The Star Moon sword in Yi Yuan's hand was like a major killing tool. The places he passed through, he swept away all obstacles. Wei Cheng and the rest following at the back were all dumbfounded. In the corpse tide, there were large swathes of Tier 5 zombies whose strength were comparable to Boundless Realm martial artists. Yi Yuan's attack actually directly disregarded their cultivation realms. Wang Zan was a phaseless realm martial artist at any rate. He was already almost catching up to Yi Yuan before this. But at this time, the expression on his face was shocked to the extreme, and he actually forgot to attack for a moment. Suddenly, his back was patted by someone. Turning around to take a look, it was Wuxia. Is it very shocking? Told you long before. This young lord of ours is special. Wait until he truly grows up. It will be the hour of our crimson afterglow Holy Land's splendor once more, Wuxia said. From opposing Yi Yuan to being filled with anticipation towards Yi Yuan now, Wuxia's transformation could be said to be huge. Yi Yuan already used his strength to thoroughly conquer the people's hearts in the crimson afterglow Holy Land. Ho-ho. Don't stand there in a daze anymore. Even though young lord is powerful, facing a corpse tide like this, it's also beyond one person's power. Let's go help him, Wuxia said with a laugh. Wang Zan nodded fiercely and said with an excited look, with such a young lord, our crimson afterglow Holy Land is bound to rise up. Wuxia and Wang Zan duo rushed over soon after. These two people were both phaseless realm. Their strengths were a great deal stronger than Yi Yuan's. Dealing with some low-level zombies was naturally a cinch. What they were truly afraid of was being trapped deep in this corpse tide and being forcefully exhausted to death by these zombies. Killing so many zombies in one go, they obviously had to expend quite a bit of essence energy too. Over a long time, they could not bear it too. Heh. Indeed rather capable. We've underestimated him. To think that he's only boundless realm. If he breaks through to the heaven enlightenment realm, the few of us are probably not enough for him to look at all. After the shock, Wuxia came back to his senses too, his words filled with bitterness. Even with their realms, they also could not do it like lifting something heavy as if it were light like Yi Yuan in this corpse tide. Humph. Just putting on a pretense. In my view, he's intentionally showing off here. I don't believe that this kind of move can be unleashed many times. Wait until his essence energy is exhausted. I want to see what he does. Wei Cheng said scornfully. No matter what, just this move, his supreme true intent has likely been comprehended to the third stage already. This crimson afterglow young lord seems to really be quite formidable. But what you said is true as well. This kind of move, with his boundless realm cultivation, he shouldn't be able to unleash it more than a few times. Let's go. If we still don't go, the gap that they opened up is going to be filled up by zombies, Xianxia said. The people of these three families rushed forward too and caught up to Yi Yuan very quickly. With them joining in, the speed that the team advanced sped up considerably all at once. These zombies themselves aren't much, but their physical bodies are extremely formidable. Everyone take note, don't get your essence energy depleted by these zombies. Watching Yi Yuan cutting them up like melons and cabbages earlier gave them a misconception that these zombies were just a little more in quantity and there wasn't anything impressive. But the moment they clashed with these zombies now, Wei Cheng discovered that they looked down on these zombies too much. The strength of the zombies in itself was stronger compared to martial artists of the same realm. The most terrifying thing was that their fleshy bodies were extremely powerful. Want to thoroughly kill them, they must expend even more essence energy. One or two obviously could hardly show anything. But once the quantity ramped up, the essence energy expenditure would become very frightening. Right now, they were already utterly surrounded by these zombies. If they did not charge out as soon as possible, they would be forcefully exhausted to death by these low-level zombies. Forget that Wei Cheng was just a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist. Even the phaseless realm elders they brought here were probably unable to escape by luck too. The number of these zombies were too terrifying. In a twinkle, for hours passed. Yi Yuan and the others already advanced forward several hundred miles distance. Not only did the zombies in front of them not reduce, but it also had an increasingly worsening trend instead. The more zombies killed, the more there were, making these phaseless realm elders somewhat start losing all hope. Wei Cheng, Hua Shujie, these people's essence energy expenditure were immense. The speed of killing the zombies distinctly slowed down compared to before. His gaze involuntarily looked over towards Yi Yuan and was incomparably shocked in his heart. Could this punk be a freak? It's been 4 hours, and his combat capability is actually still roughly the same as when it just started. It's virtually without much reduction. That level of martial technique, how can a boundless realm martial artist possibly execute it consecutively for 4 hours? Wei Cheng thought to himself. He thought from the bottom of his heart that Yi Yuan would deplete his essence energy very quickly and seek Blackwind's help from there. Who knew that 4 hours passed, and not only was Yi Yuan's martial technique like as though it did not expend essence energy, it was even releasing nonstop. Even the killing speed of the phaseless realm martial artists slowed down. Only Yi Yuan's speed of reaping these zombies did not reduce the least bit. Yi Yuan was still at the forefront, forcefully opening up a gap in the corpse tide. Young lord, carrying on like this is not the way to go. The strengths of these zombies are becoming stronger and stronger. Right now, the majority of what we are killing are already tier 5 zombies. There are even quite a number of tier 6 zombies mixed up inside. I suspect that if it continues like this, ahead will probably all become tier 6 zombies. The more Wu Xiyuan fought, the more alarmed he became, and he could not help becoming somewhat afraid of the grim situation before his eyes. Facing the tidewater like zombies that had no regard for danger. These phaseless realms, were also at a loss on what to do. These zombies did not know what was fear at all and did not have any consciousness either. They only attacked them blindly. What was even more damnable was that their physical bodies were extremely powerful. Wanting to kill them took quite a bit of effort. How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's lair? The more powerful the zombies at the back, the more it means that we're getting increasingly closer to the source of the zombies. There is already no path of retreat at this time. All of you just respond with care and follow me, Yi Yuan said without hesitation. One sentence made Wu Xiyuan flush red to his ears. He, an exalted phaseless realm, actually had to hide behind Yi Yuan. But this was also something that could not be helped. To talk about the speed of killing these zombies, his efficiency was really not as high as Yi Yuan's. Under this kind of circumstances, these phaseless realms, did not dare to execute any large area of effect martial techniques. That was no different from seeking death. What they could do was to kill the zombies around them and charge forward all the way, conserving essence energy to the greatest limit. In a blink, another 4 hours passed. Everyone already killed God knows how many zombies. Even the phaseless realm martial artists killed until their hands were weak too. They all consumed quite a number of essence energy restoring medicinal pills, but still could not stop the essence energy in their bodies from being depleted bit by bit. By their sides right now were all tier 6 zombies. There were even some tier 7 zombies inside occasionally. The pressure these elders experiencing soared greatly one by one. Let alone Wei Cheng they all, who were only at the heaven enlightenment realm. Tier 6 zombies, their fleshy bodies' resilience advanced a great deal from before too. The essence energy expended in wanting to kill them would be much more. Wei Cheng's entire body was already drenched in sweat. He was almost reaching his limits already. Too careless this time. Really didn't think that these zombies' strength would be so powerful. Wei Cheng gritted his teeth and said. Hua Shujie hacked a zombie with a sword and similarly gasped for air as he said, "Hang in there a while more. It's going to be daytime very soon. I almost can't keep going anymore. My medicinal pills are almost exhausted already. Even if I consume medicinal pills, the speed of restoring essence energy is also far from matching up to the speed of consumption." Wei Cheng said. Just what kind of cultivation method did Yi Yuan that fellow cultivate? This essence energy recovery speed is also too terrifying, right? I didn't even see him consume medicinal pills, and he actually relied on essence energy recovery to persist until now. Simply makes people dare not believe it, Sheng Jun said. 8 hours went by, Yi Yuan's combat power was still off the charts. Even if it was all tier 6 zombies around him, he still reaped like chopping up melons and cabbages. The speed was actually not much slower compared to before. This kind of strength made everyone incredibly shocked. "Everybody double up. We shouldn't be far from the source of the zombies already," Yi Yuan suddenly said in a clear voice. As he was talking, Yi Yuan raised his hand, and it was a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The places the palm force reached, the zombies turned to piles of dust, directly splitting open several thousand feet in distance. This palm even decimated the few Tier 7 zombies mixed up inside. Wei Chang and the other two exchanged a glance, seeing astonishment in the other party's eyes. They finally knew how Yi Yuan became the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. Those Tier 7 zombies' bodies were incomparably tough. Even sabers and swords hacking over was very hard to cause them injuries. Furthermore, the recovery abilities of these Tier 7 zombies were extremely strong. If they could not kill them, the wounds on their bodies would recover back to normal very quickly, extremely hard to deal with. But in front of Yi Yuan, these Tier 7 zombies simply could not withstand even a single blow. Tier 7 zombie, those were existences equal to human martial artists' heaven enlightenment realm. What are you still in a daze for? Keep up. Take this time, you guys recover some more essence energy. Further to the back, I might not be able to deal with those Tier 7 zombies anymore. Yi Yuan shouted loudly. Wei Chang and the rest were startled inwardly and hurriedly kept up with Yi Yuan's footsteps, directly pushing forward several thousand feet in distance. Not only were these zombies not intimidated by Yi Yuan's palm force, each and every one seemed infuriated instead, surrounding over very quickly. Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all, firing out another coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Another large swathe was obliterated. At this moment, Yi Yuan was akin to a war god. Wei Qing even produced a misconception that if they let Yi Yuan keep on killing like this, would he really be able to finish these zombies that blotted out the skies and covered the earth or not? But he quickly felt that this idea was too laughable. There were too many of these zombies. Yi Yuan definitely could not kill all of them. Yi Yuan did not spare physical power and essence energy, directly unleashing big moves. It also let this party of people advance a lot faster. Seizing this opportunity, everyone also consumed medicinal pills nonstop, recovering essence energy as soon as possible. But this process did not persist for long, because the zombies at the back got increasingly stronger. There were more and more Tier 7 zombies. Even though Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was powerful, it was still a little lacking to deal with late-stage Tier 7 zombies. Fortunately, through a period of time of rest and rehabilitation, the others' essence energy also recovered considerably and were able to help Yi Yuan share the burden a lot more. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle. A feeling of danger instantly enveloped his entire body. Black wind. Be on alert. Tier 8 corpse venerables appeared. Yi Yuan shouted. To be able to make Yi Yuan give rise to such a sense of crisis, there were only Tier 8 corpse venerables. Rest assured, Master. With Blackwind here, these zombies can't hurt you. Blackwind also knew that it was different now, directly shielding in front of Yi Yuan. Not far away, several shiny green lights were faintly discernible. Yi Yuan saw it clearly. Those several rays of shiny green lights were emitted by those few zombies. These zombies were clearly Tier 8 corpse venerables. After martial artists die and their bodies did not decay under some special circumstances and absorb heaven and earth essence energy instead, this would strengthen their fleshy body, causing them to turn into a zombie. At the beginning of birth, a zombie was just a walking corpse that had no consciousness. Because martial artists produce evil qi after death, so it kills instinctively. Once a zombie was formed, they could seize the martial artist's essence to strengthen their own fleshy body when they kill martial artists. This was actually a cultivation process, only that it was done at a subconscious level. Following the fleshy body becoming more and more powerful, the zombie would even give birth to intelligence belonging to its own. This intelligence already had no relation whatsoever with the martial artist when he was still alive, becoming another life form. After giving birth to intelligence, the zombie could cultivate on its own and could even cultivate to deity realm. In the Divine Tao era years ago, there was a 10,000-year zombie king that once cultivated to deity realm, becoming a legend. But at that time, he was already not much different from ordinary humans. The birth process of natural zombies was extremely slow. The conditions required were very stringent too. But if they were refined by people, this process would be greatly reduced. Yi Yuan and the others killing until now, the intelligence of these zombies were mostly not high. These Tier 6 zombies before their eyes all had some intelligence but were very limited. Tier 7 zombies, the intelligence was clearly a great deal higher. And those Tier 8 zombies hiding in the zombie horde, their intelligence was clearly very high. They knew that this party's strength was formidable. There were even quite a number of Tier 8 phaseless realm existences. Therefore, each and every one of these Tier 8 corpse venerables was all roaming, not coming into contact with those elders. They only let ordinary zombies come and deplete the elders' essence energy while they wait for an opportunity to attack at the sides. More and more Tier 7 zombies rushed up, making the elders' pressure skyrocket. Even though Tier 7 zombies could not cause much threat to them, following the increase in numbers, their essence energy expenditure would also increase by a large margin. By the time their essence energy was almost depleted they would be at the mercy of these Tier 8 corpse venerables. Black Wind, don't stint on essence energy anymore. I feel that we're already not far from the source of the zombies. Use your strongest attack and open up a way, Yi Yuan said in a grave voice. Yes, master. All of a sudden, Blackwind's body was becoming larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly turning into a 100-foot-long black flood dragon. A colossal dragon pressure spread out. The pressure of the great circle of Tier 8 instantly erupted. Surging floodwaters. Blackwind opened his mouth wide. Rapid floodwaters gushed out like a waterfall. It was abnormally turbulent. Those Tier 6 and 7 zombies were sent flying one after another under these floodwaters. Those slightly closer were even smashed to dust by the massive impact force. Under one move, no idea how many zombies suffered a devastating cataclysm. The originally tightly packed zombie horde had a massive gap flushed open too. Yi Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the situation and said, "Well done, Black Wind. Phaseless realms, open up the path in front. Charge over in one go." Wei Chen and those elders were all dazed. This Black Flood dragon's destructive powers were too terrifying. But Blackwind's big move also roused their spirits. With Blackwind around, maybe they were really able to escape with their lives. The great circle of Tier 8 was indeed not for show. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, all of them did not dare to dawdle either, rapidly breaking out of the encirclement through the flushed open gap. Those Tier 8 corpse venerables were merely initial stage Tier 8. Seeing the power of Blackwind's move, they helplessly stared as the crowd rushed forward, not daring to charge forward. Yi Yuan and the others raised their speeds to the extreme, charging out several miles of distance in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, the party's movement stopped, forcefully stopping their footsteps. Astonished expressions emerged on everybody's faces, being struck dumbfounded by the scene before their eyes. In front of them was an enormous sinkhole that stretched beyond what the eye could see. As far as the eyes could see, inside the sinkhole was all dazzling white bones, looking horrifying to the mind. These martial artists cultivating until now, God knows how many people they had killed. But even so, this scene that they saw was unbelievably shocking too. Right at this very moment, a glimmer of dawn lit up from the horizon. Those zombies seemed to have sensed something, retreating over into the sinkhole like tidewater. Those few Tier 8 corpse venerables hesitated a little too. Then they tunneled into the sinkhole headlong. Just what kind of place is this? Such a huge sinkhole actually appeared at the borders. Why have I never known? Wei Cheng sucked in a deep breath and said, "Impossible. I remember that this area should be a flatland. How can it possibly be a massive sinkhole?" Sheng Jun said with a solemn expression. Hu Shujie followed up and said, "What you said is right. If I didn't remember wrongly, this place was indeed a region of flatland. It's impossible to have such a huge sinkhole appear." "Humph! What's impossible? The fact is placed right before your eyes. Could it be that we're all in an illusionary realm right now?" Wu Xiyuan said coldly. "I really didn't expect that this place actually has such a large chunk of boneyard. No wonder it would erupt such a large-scale corpse tide. This place is an area of Ingrado, gathering extremely strong powers of evil in one place. As long as one places martial artists' corpses here, it will become zombies before long. But looking at the situation of these white bones, it should be very far back already. It's not possible to form zombies. Then there's only one type of possibility. Somebody intentionally buried countless corpses here, then erupted a corpse tide, Yi Yuan said with a solemn face. Hearing Yi Yuan's analysis, everyone was stricken with terror. What Yi Yuan said is right. It's just that I still have some doubts. Just what kind of person has such extraordinary capabilities? And what is his goal too? Sheng Jun said. Yeah. Major powers with this kind of ability shouldn't take fancy on us, these puny little rank 9 holy lands, right? Why on earth are they doing so? Xu Huajie said. Humph. What we should be concerned about right now shouldn't be this, right? Aren't you all going to worry over a little how we should quell this corpse tide? Yi Yuan, aren't you very capable? Try telling us, Wei Cheng said with a cold smile. Witnessing Yi Yuan's methods, Wei Cheng was even more jealous in his heart. Along the way, Yi Yuan basked in the limelight, making Wei Cheng give rise to a thick sense of inferiority complex in his heart. That's right, it was the feeling of inferiority. Since young, Wei Cheng had always been cut off from this kind of feeling. But facing Yi Yuan this time, this sort of emotion was born uncontrollably. At present, they had already gotten away from danger. This sort of emotion was currently being magnified endlessly. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance and said, I have a feeling that those few Tier 8 corpse venerables shouldn't be the most powerful existences yet. Want to quell the corpse tide? We probably still have to. Enter this boneyard. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's face changed drastically. Yesterday night's corpse tide. They still had lingering fear in their hearts until now. If not for Yi Yuan and Black Wind, these phaseless realms would probably have to perish here too. Now, Yi Yuan actually said that they still had to enter inside this sinkhole. This made each and every one of them become hesitant. There's no more time for you guys to hesitate. This matter not only impacts my Crimson Afterglow's safety, but it also likewise has to do with you all. Once this corpse tide erupts, the entire White Valiant region will likely be completely devastated and barren too, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The elders all revealed conflicted looks on their faces. Clearly, the impression yesterday's corpse tide gave them was too deep. One look at this boneyard, and it was clear that it was not an unimportant land. A single misstep and one's little life would be left here. A phaseless realm elder entering inside might not obtain any advantages too. Young Lord Yi, this corpse tide is already not what phaseless realm can stop. Unless it's our various holy lands' holy lords personally making a move, otherwise it's totally impossible to quell it, said one elder from the soaring Rainbow Holy Land. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the holy lords making a move? Can it be quelled? Everyone's faces changed, but they all fell silent. Just what was in this boneyard, nobody knew either. But to be able to trigger such a large-scale corpse tide, it was likely not that simple in there. The Holy Land's holy lords were merely first-level Tao profound. Although powerful, whether or not could they come out after entering, it was really hard to say. Young Lord Yi, what ideas do you have? No harm in saying it out first. Everybody can confer too, Sheng Jun suddenly said. After a night, Sheng Jun's view of Yi Yuan had already utterly changed. Even talking was much more courteous. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said slowly, everyone's consumption last night were all very huge. There's no rush to enter this boneyard right away either. I have a suggestion. Announce this matter to the entire White Valiant region's 7 holy lands, stating to them the pros and cons of this matter. Then, each holy land has to send at least one phaseless realm to lead the team. Everybody enters inside together. Life and death up to each one's fate. Holy lands that don't come will be the White Valiant region's common enemy. The White Valiant region was a small region. The vast majority of the territories were all ruled by the 7 holy lands. These 4 holy lands at present were already more than half of the White Valiant region's power. These 4 families announcing to the White Valiant region, the other 3 had no choice but to answer their summons too. When related to survival or extinction, this kind of major thing, these 4 holy lands naturally would not be ambiguous either. Then if, Hua Shujie said somewhat hesitantly, if we all die inside, this White Valiant region naturally can't stay on anymore either. Everyone find your own way out yourselves then. This matter is of utmost importance. Everybody best goes back and explain to your holy lords before making a final decision. But latest by 3 days, each family will have to confer a final conclusion. If after 3 days everyone has not answered yet, my crimson afterglow will be the first one to withdraw out of the White Valiant region. Yi Yuan said coolly. What? You want to enter that boneyard? No way. Absolutely not. Tu was also filled with worries hearing about the matter of the boneyard. But when he heard that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the boneyard, he refused to agree no matter what. Yi Yuan was the successor he designated. Essential experiences and tempering could be had. But this sort of dangerous place, how could he let Yi Yuan risk his own life? Young lord, according to what you guys said, this boneyard is a land of extreme peril. Phaseless realms might not be able to come out safely if they went into. You're tied to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future. How can you risk your own life? Chen Qin also tried his best to urge Yi Yuan. We, these old bones, can go and die at any time. But only you can't die. Forget it. I don't have many years to live anymore either. This emperor will risk his old life this time and take on this boneyard. Tu said with a resolved look. Through this period of observation, Tu was satisfied to the extreme with Yi Yuan, this young lord. Regardless whether was it talent, mind, or methods, Yi Yuan was perfect as the young lord. He was absolutely the one and only choice to succeed the position of the Holy Lord. If Yi Yuan lost his life in the boneyard, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would really be finished. Seeing Tu's worried expression, Yi Yuan was moved inwardly, but he shook his head and said, The death chi on Holy Lord's body is gradually worsening. Your lifespan barely has much left. That boneyard is a land of extreme yin. The evil chi force is extremely strong. If you go there, you'd probably drop dead right away. Furthermore, your present condition, once you make an appearance, even if Crimson Afterglow pulls through the crisis this time, we'd likely be targeted by the other families too. This trip still needs a person to take charge. Clearly, I'm the most suitable candidate. Tu could not help choking up. Yi Yuan thought it out more thoroughly than him. Moreover, Yi Yuan's performance clearly already made the other few families certain that he was in closed seclusion. The moment he made an appearance, everything would be exposed. Tu heaved a sigh and said, Sigh, I'm really a good-for-nothing as the Holy Lord. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Actually, this trip might not be that dangerous either. The reason why I said so to the others was in order to make the other Holy Land's Holy Lords not take action. If the other Holy Land's Holy Lords all make a move with only Crimson Afterglow having no movements, it will likely arouse their suspicions. Tu looked at Yi Yuan and seriously did not know what he should say. This child was meticulous in considering things and had a long-term vision and great foresight. If it were him, it was also not possible to do it better than him. All right, then you must pay attention to safety during this trip. If the matter can't be done, you must treat preserving your life as the priority. If you have any needs, feel free to speak. Tu said helplessly. 3 days later, the White Valiant region's Holy Lands, all 7 of them, gave a response regarding the corpse-tide incident this time and sent people one after another here to the boneyard. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that the other few Holy Lands young lords actually all came. But the lineup this time was clearly much stronger than before. Each family sent out 2 phaseless realm elders and brought along over a dozen Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists. 7 families gathered together. It was actually as many as over 100 people. On the Crimson Afterglow side, there was 1 additional phaseless realm martial artist. Apart from Wang Zan and Wu Xiyuan, there was Kaiyu. The incident this time gave rise to much discussion. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company naturally would not be unaware too. What made Yi Yuan surprised was the Kaiyu heard that this boneyard was a land of extreme yin and actually took the initiative to find him, requesting to come together. Having an additional helper, Yi Yuan naturally would not be unwilling. Hey kid, you're the one who came up with the lousy idea to force our 3 families to come here and take the risk, right? A young man suddenly approached Yi Yuan and said unhappily. This person was the Skymist Holy Land's young lord, called Kingstone. Yi Yuan shot him a nonchalant glance and said, This is your responsibility. Where's the talk of forcing? Bullshit responsibility. This lousy place isn't bordering on our 3 families either. What right do you have to make us come tread into this messy situation? Kingstone spat. When Wei Chang in the distance saw this scene, he was pleased in his heart. This Kingstone had a short fuse. He instigated slightly just now, and he immediately came to find Yi Yuan to pick a fight. Although coming to this boneyard was having no alternative being needed by Yi Yuan, he was unhappy in his heart. Not finding a bit of trouble, he could not be happy in his heart no matter what. No right or anything. If you aren't willing to come, you can go right now. Nobody will stop you, Yi Yuan said coolly. You, Kingstone could not help choking up. Have some brain. Is it very fun to be used as cannon fodder by others? To think that you're even the Skymist Holy Land's young lord. I really don't know how your holy lord chose a moron like you, Yi Yuan said with a cold expression. You, punk, I'll shred this mouth of yours. Kingstone had a fiery temper. The moment he heard, he immediately exploded. If I were you, I wouldn't do this kind of foolish thing, to go provoke Brother Yi. Kingstone was just about to make a move when a voice sounded out behind him. Turning around to take a look, it was Xingjun. Kingstone's face fell, and he said, Xingjun, what do you mean by that? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you look down on Brother Yi because he's boundless realm, you'll suffer a huge loss, Xingjun said coolly. Humph. Boundless realm is boundless realm, can he still overturn the heavens? Yi Yuan's strength, if not personally witnessed, it was very hard for the average person to imagine. Yi Yuan's performance that day already made Xingjun utterly convinced. In his eyes, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be treated as an equal with them young lords. No need to say no more rubbish either. How Brother Ye's strength is like, you'll naturally know after entering the boneyard. Right now, it's still best to not stir up trouble. Wait until you enter the boneyard. You'll naturally know Brother Ye's painstaking efforts. Making you guys all join in was also something that couldn't be helped, Xingjun said. Kingstone shot a fierce glare at Xingjun and said with a cold snort, Humph! This score. We'll settle it again later. Finished talking, Kingstone turned right around and left. Many thanks to Brother Sheng for helping out. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, Ho-ho, Brother Yi is too kind. With Brother Ye's strength, Kingstone can't do anything to you at all. I just don't wish for unnecessary issues to crop up before entering the boneyard. That's why I made an unnecessary move. Xingjun responded with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded, indicating that he understood. Brother Yi, the 7 great holy lands have already gathered together. What should we do now? Right now is still daytime, that boneyard has already disappeared. How do we enter? Hua Shujie came up to ask as well. Yi Yuan said, let everybody gather around first. After a round of calling, 100 over people gathered around. Yi Yuan fished out several glass balls from inside his storage ring and threw them into the air, casually firing out several attacks and directly shattering the glass balls. Milky white powder scattered down, as if it was snowing, enveloping these 100 over people inside. Wei Cheng's expression changed, and he said, Yi Yuan, what the hell are you doing? As he was talking, he was going to avoid these powder. The other people's reactions were the same as him, all afraid of Yi Yuan being up to some mischief. Whoever wants to deal with the zombies by themselves, just directly go out. I won't stop. One sentence made everyone freeze. Yi Yuan swept over everyone and said coolly, This thing is called agarwood powder. It has extremely strong corrosive effects against zombies and is also something that zombies are very fearful of. Covering on the body, zombies will automatically avoid you guys. It's actually agarwood powder. Heard that this thing is extremely hard to refine. Didn't expect that Crimson Afterglow actually has this kind of excellent stuff. I also heard before that zombies below tier 5 will melt upon contact. Can be said to be a jinx of zombies. I even heard that there are higher grades of agarwood powder that even corpse venerables, corpse emperors are extremely fearful of. Great! This time, entering the boneyard, we finally have an additional layer of protection. These were all elder-class martial artists. Their knowledge and experiences were all very extensive. Some people were immediately overjoyed when they heard that it was agarwood powder. In order to enter this boneyard, Yi Yuan also made ample preparations these few days. Agarwood powder was one of them. The zombies inside were too many. If killing one by one, it was also not possible to kill finish when one killed until they were completely drained. In order to save essence energy, one naturally had to avoid these zombies. Apart from this, Yi Yuan naturally also refined a large batch of a useful medicinal pill. With the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land as support, Yi Yuan naturally had assurance in refining these things as well. Before long, the agarwood powder landed, blanketing a layer on everyone's bodies. Regarding this trick of Yi Yuan's, everyone was naturally endlessly grateful. Finished doing this, Yi Yuan flew into the air, overlooking this stretch of flatland. His gaze revealed a ruminating look. Humph! Purposely pretending to be mysterious. If the boneyard can be found during the day, was there still a need to wait until the corpse tide erupted before discovering it? Wei Cheng said scornfully. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly had several additional small flags appear in his hands. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, Yi Yuan fired out all of the small flags in his hands, inserting in various positions. Just as everyone was feeling baffled, a several dozen feet wide hole suddenly appeared in the ground, linking straight underground. This? How is this done? Could it be that there is still a grand array here? But I didn't detect it at all. A phaseless realm elder exclaimed in shock. Brother Yi, how did you do it? I even thought that we have to wait until nighttime and have a huge battle with the zombies again. Shang Jun said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I already detected it on that day. There seems to be an ancient grand array here. This power is extremely strong. This boneyard should have existed all along. It's just that because it was concealed by the ancient grand array, that's why it became a flatland. If my conjectures are right, this ancient grand array should have loosened up somewhat, that's why it resulted in the evil Xianxia escaping and zombies running rampant. And the boneyard will also appear when the Xianxia is at the peak at night. Shang Jun was taken aback from shock. They were killing the zombies together with Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan actually perceived so many things and thought of ways to crack it. This Yi Yuan was truly remarkable. He was actually even well-versed in array formations. The skill of Yi Yuan's evidently opened up a hole in the grand array, linking straight to the boneyard. Brother Yi truly has excellent measures. This Shang is ashamed of his inferiority. Shang Jun praised from the bottom of his heart. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Shang is too kind. This grand array concealing the boneyard should only be an outer ring array formation. Through countless years of depletion, the power is already far from before. Otherwise, with this bit of strength, I can't crack it either. Yi Yuan said it simply. Actually, opening up a hole in this grand array was not what the average person could accomplish. This grand array was extremely profound and fitted together perfectly with the surrounding environment. It was extremely hard to be detected. If Yi Yuan did not study the array formation's 3 volumes, he might really not have the ability to crack it. Yi Yuan already detected the grand array on that day. After returning, he prepared several array flags for the sake of today's array cracking use. The matter brooks no delay. Take the chance that the time of the day is still early. Let's enter the boneyard earlier. Daytime's Xianxia is extremely flourishing. Even if zombies hide underground, their strengths are greatly weakened too. It's precisely the opportune moment for us to infiltrate, Yi Yuan said. Everyone naturally did not have any objections and entered the boneyard from the entrance of the hole. After everybody disappeared, 2 figures appeared from goodness knows where and stood at the entrance of the hole. The 2 people were covered up in black clothes all over their bodies. Their faces could not be seen clearly at all. JJ, these guys really have no idea of death or danger. To actually dare enter the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, one of them said. Them entering the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array is just nice having a little more blood to offer up as a sacrifice to the Lord Fiend God. Another half a month's time, and we should be able to borrow the power of the corpse tide to thoroughly crack the grand array. The other person said, I didn't think that this white valiant region actually still had such a capable person. That Crimson Afterglow boy isn't simple. That boy is indeed quite peculiar. But doesn't matter, he's going to die soon either way. The party followed the long corridor, walking deep underground. Waves of wind howled over in the corridor. That bone-piercing feeling was practically on the verge of freezing everyone. This place was akin to an underground city. Not far away from where everyone was, there were even quite a number of zombies moving about aimlessly. The entire scene appeared incomparably horrifying. But these zombies were clearly very fearful of this group of people, all avoiding them like the plague. This hellhole, no wonder it would cause such a large-scale corpse tide. If it keeps blowing like this, I feel like I'm going to be turned into a zombie. In the dark, no idea who was the one who cursed either. All thanks to young Lord Yez Agarwood Powder. These zombies seeing us is like they saw ghosts, avoiding us immediately. Otherwise, who knows how many bitter fights we'd have to experience going underground. Pooh! You're the ghost. Your whole family members are all ghosts. Do you know how to talk or not? Although the spectacle was quite harrowing, these martial artists all loosened up a little when they saw that it was not too dangerous either. They even cracked jokes. The jesting dialogue incurred a wave of loud laughters too. Young Lord, apart from zombies in this place, it's still zombies. Where do we start? Wuxia suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Yi Yuan said, here are all low-level zombies. The source must be in deeper areas. We just have to care about walking towards the depths. We'll definitely be able to discover a little something. But before this, we have to find a Yin wind lair first to let Elder Sister Kai Yu absorb extreme Yin Qi. Elder Sister Kai Yu, you're very sensitive towards perceiving extreme Yin Qi and should be able to find a Yin wind lair, right? Kai Yu was currently trembling all over. She was clearly not very used to the gloomy and cold environment here. Her heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique loves places with strong Yang Qi the most. She was very sensitive to this kind of gloomy and cold places. It was precisely because so that this kind of physique did not dare to come into contact with the boneyard, this sort of land of extreme Yin. Yet Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way. Not only did he bring Kai Yu in, he even wanted to make her absorb the extreme Yin Qi. Kai Yu nodded her head when she heard that. Pointing to a passageway, she said, carry on walking another 10 miles or so in that direction, there should be a Yin wind lair. All right then, we'll walk in that direction, Yi Yuan said. The chilly air on this elder sister's body is so heavy. You're actually still using extreme Yin Qi to treat it. Yi Yuan, are you helping her or harming her? This elder sister, our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land, has a high-rank alchemy venerable powerhouse. He's definitely much stronger compared to this brat. As long as elder sister is willing, younger brother is willing to invite him to take action and help treat elder sister, said Wei Chang, who suddenly moved closer to Kai Yu. Wei Chang did not know what illness Kai Yu had and was also unaware of Kai Yu's Black Widow title. But he indeed had his breath taken away by Kai Yu's looks and seductiveness. Even though Kai Yu's age was slightly older, she emitted the lingering charm of a mature woman from head to toe. Forget about Wei Chang, a young lad brimming with vigor and vitality. Even those phaseless realm elders, each and every one of them was also unable to hide their covetous eyes. In this boneyard, Kai Yu's body was incomparably frail. How could she still emit seductiveness like normally? But her condition at present could stir up men's desire to protect even more. Hearing Wei Cheng's words, Kai Yu forced a smile and said, thank you for young Lord Wei's good intentions. But this lowly one's illness, I'm afraid only young Lord Yi can treat it. Even that alchemy venerable of yours is bound to be at a loss on what to do as well. Wei Cheng's face turned black, his face unwittingly somewhat burning. In the White Valiant region, a high-rank alchemy venerable was absolutely a pinnacle existence already. He fully thought that by pulling out an alchemy venerable, he could definitely make Kai Yu throw herself into his arms. Who knew that Kai Yu actually made him unable to get down the stage in front of so many people? Wei Cheng did not know Kai Yu's identity. How would he know that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company did not lack alchemy venerable experts at all? If an alchemy venerable could treat her heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique, she would have been cured long ago. Kai Yu suddenly gave a muddled groan, her soft body toppling down into Yi Yuan's embrace. Yi Yuan hurriedly supported her. Softness in his embrace and extremely alluring fragrance tunneled into Yi Yuan's nostrils. This woman was truly phenomenal. Even if she was wan and sallow until like this, it was also a tremendous temptation to men. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally in his heart. Young Master Yi, this lowly one is so cold and can't walk anymore. Hold me tightly in your arms, all right? Caillou said quiveringly in Yi Yuan's embrace. She really could not walk anymore and did not have the slightest intention of acting spoiled. But this scene was ambiguous to the extreme the way others saw it. Especially Wei Cheng, his eyes nearly popped out. This woman must be Yi Yuan's exclusive slice of meat. This brat. Based on what? Wei Cheng hated immensely in his heart. With Wei Cheng's identity and status, whatever kind of woman he wanted, they could be obtained easily. But reaching Yi Yuan here, it just did not work. He even brought out a high-rank alchemy venerable, but Caillou did not even pay attention to him. Yi Yuan saw that Caillou's conscience was already somewhat fuzzy, muttering non-stop in his embrace. He heaved a slight sigh right away and lifted Caillou up. Yi Yuan clearly sensed many odd meaningful looks, but he could not be bothered to explain, walking over in the direction Caillou pointed. A very pure man and woman relationship, but it was completely not the case in other people's eyes. This kind of sexy femme fatale being embraced in Yi Yuan's embrace, how could others not be envious? Walking a few miles, the majority of the people were no longer able to go deeper. The so-called Yin Wind Lair was like the mouth of a spring, continuously sending out extreme Yin Qi. It was a place where Yin Qi was the heaviest. Ordinary martial artists could not withstand this kind of chilly Yin Qi at all. Extreme Yin Qi entering the body would cause irreversible damage to the body. There is an open ground there. You guys go there and wait first. I'll bring Caillou in, Yi Yuan said to everyone. Wuxia's expression changed and he said, Young lord, this Yin Wind Lair's extreme Yin Qi is too heavy. Even I can't quite withstand it. You going like this, nothing will happen, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Just some extreme Yin Qi. No harm. Finished talking, Yi Yuan carried Caillou and walked towards the Yin Wind Lair, his profile gradually vanishing in everyone's line of sight. Yi Yuan's true dragon body and the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art were both extreme yang and indomitable cultivation method and physique in this world. Though the extreme Yin Qi in here was strong, it really could not do anything to him. Really know how to pretend. This young lord doesn't believe that you'll be completely fine entering this Yin Wind Lair. Best if you never come out again. Wei Cheng secretly cursed in his heart. Wei Cheng's entire person was almost frozen stiff. The Yin Qi here was already on the verge of reaching his limits. Separating from the team, Yi Yuan's speed was released fully. The distance of several miles was covered very quickly. This place was an enormous cavern. The extreme Yin Qi on the ground was practically materialized, forming a vortex as if it was a black hole. The extreme Yin Qi continuously scoured Yi Yuan's body but was directly shaken off by him. Ugh! Caillou already thoroughly fainted at this time, and was completely unable to take the initiative to absorb the extreme Yin Qi. Yi Yuan sighed slightly, put her on the ground, and summoned Blackwind. Blackwind, you help to guard me. I'll help her absorb the extreme Yin Qi. Yi Yuan instructed. Yi Yuan laid Caillou flat on the ground. He casually pulled out 100 over Earth Essence crystals and started to swiftly set them up around Caillou. The array formation he set up was similar to a spirit gathering formation. But this time it was used to gather extreme Yin Qi. The speed Yi Yuan set up the array formation was very quick. It was done in a short while. Once the array formation was complete, it started to operate automatically. Titanic amounts of extreme Yin Qi swarmed towards the array formation with a howl. But when Yi Yuan saw the situation, he furrowed his brows. Caillou already lost consciousness and is completely unable to take the initiative to absorb the extreme Yin Qi. At this rate, it will bring only harm and no benefits to her body. Forget it, when doing someone a favor, go all the way. Let me lend you another helping hand. Yi Yuan jumped lightly, entering inside the array formation. He helped Caillou sit up. A surge of essence energy enveloped her, letting her sit steady, then 4 palms came face to face. Huff huff. Yi Yuan revolved essence energy, absorbing all of the extreme Yin Qi gathered by the array formation into his own body, then passing it into Caillou's body from his palm. Just like this, the extreme Yin Qi his Caillou's body accumulated more and more, while her body became increasingly colder too. In the end, her body actually did not even have a trace of vitality anymore. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious and still poured extreme Yin Qi into her body. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan opened his eyes, looking at Caillou rather excitedly. He distinctly detected it just now. A hint of Yang Qi was born in Caillou's body. Ugh! Caillou's brows were slightly knitted, moaning slightly. She actually survived from a state of impending death. Gradually, the young qi within Caillou's body became increasingly vigorous. When she gradually opened both eyes, she could not help being startled inwardly. Yi Yuan actually used his own body to pass the extreme yin qi onto her. This would cause tremendous harm to Yi Yuan. Calm your spirit and focus your mind. Continue absorbing the extreme yin qi. If there's anything to say it later. You're tantamount to have already died once. The heavenly yin terminal meridian physique is already broken. In the future, not only will it not ask for your life, it will even make your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. This extreme yin qi is highly beneficial to your cultivation. Absorb it in full force. Seeing Caillou wake up, Yi Yuan directly retracted his palms and instructed her. Caillou's heart jolted. After nodding slightly, she started absorbing extreme yin qi with all her strength too. Yi Yuan got up and left the array formation. The moment he landed, he actually staggered and nearly tumbled to the ground. Black Wind jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Master, are you all right?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No worries. The extreme yin qi here is indeed impressive. Even my body constitution couldn't quite suppress it." The friend inside, "You've already peeped for so long. Do you plan to keep on peeping like this?" Black Wind went blank. He actually did not discover that there were still others here. A shadow revealed his figure from behind the yin grotto. It was a middle-aged person dressed in black robes. Looking from the exterior, this middle-aged man was no different from ordinary people. But a faint green light emitted from his eyes, appearing rather demonic. "Looks like we seem to have interrupted your peaceful cultivation. Sorry about that." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, "You absorbed so much extreme yin qi and actually didn't die." The middle-aged man's voice was very hoarse, sounding very dry, making people very uncomfortable. "Just some extreme yin qi, it won't take my life yet. But I didn't expect that this yin grotto is actually a corpse venerable's grotto. This one was anxious in saving people and was rather presumptuous." Yi Yuan said coolly. This middle-aged man was actually a Tier 8 corpse venerable. Seems like apart from the eyes, he was already not much different from normal people. This yin grotto was a highly dangerous place for human martial artists, but to corpse venerables it was a superb cultivation site. Not even a single zombie was seen in the vicinity here. Clearly, they did not dare to approach this place, because here was the grotto of this middle-aged man before their eyes. Of course, if this corpse venerable were not wary of Black Wind, he would probably have made a move long ago to deal with Yi Yuan. The middle-aged man sized Yi Yuan up for a while and opened his mouth to say, "I've seen you before. You're very formidable." "Oh? Looks like you were present on that day too. Didn't expect that you can actually remember me." Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "Us zombies are very sensitive towards smell. Even though a layer of agarwood powder is covered on your body, the original scent can't be hidden from me," the corpse venerable said. This agarwood powder was useful against low-level zombies. But to corpse venerable this kind of rank, it basically only existed in name. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Fine then. There's no need for us to catch up. But I'm quite curious. The few of you corpse venerables have clearly been here for a very long time already and have never interfered with the affairs of human martial artists. But why did you have to control those low-level zombies to attack humans this time?" The middle-aged man mused for a moment and opened his mouth to say, "Nothing to do with us. However, I can't tell you the reason why." "All right, then I'll change the question. Inside this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, just what kind of existence is sealed? If my conjectures are right, this corpse tide probably can't be unrelated with him, right?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. The middle-aged man had a deadpan face and was completely expressionless. But at this time, he was clearly unbelievably shocked by Yi Yuan's guess. In reality, Yi Yuan had seen through the actual situation about this grand array on that day. The reason why he dragged the 7 great holy lands all into the water was in order to find more helpers to deal with the situation. Yi Yuan researched very extensively into array formations. This unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was a very famous grand array in the ancient era. Moreover, it was a Tier 10 grand array that only deity realm powerhouses could lay down. An existence that this kind of array formation sealed was bound to not be something ordinary. On that day, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand arrays loosening up, and he also sensed the incredibly dangerous aura coming from inside the boneyard. Once this sort of thing broke out, those who would suffer would probably not just be the White Valiant region. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would summon so many people down. The goal was in order to stop this thing from breaking free. You actually recognize this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Looks like you're even harder to deal with than I imagined. But even if you know, it's useless too. I urge you to best return to the surface as soon as possible and make haste to leave this area. The corpse venerable said in shock. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, "Who asked me to be a goody two-shoes? This sort of thing, if I didn't run into it, then forget it. Since it let me, Yi Yuan, run into it, then I can't let him escape. If the matter can't be done, it won't be late for me to discuss it again at length." Yi Yuan did not have much sentiments towards the White Valiant region. But to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, he still had some feelings. This sort of feeling was very similar to when he was at the Tranquil Cloud sect back then. Letting him watch the people here be plunged into misery and suffering passively. He could not do it. Withdrawing out of the White Valiant region was just a final action that could not be helped. A large Holy Land's roots were deeply rooted. How could wanting to migrate be something easy? Boom! Right then, Caillou erupted with a powerful aura in the array formation, and she was actually going to break through on the spot. Looks like my friend has just about to recover. It was all thanks to your grotto though. Forget it, since that's the case, I'll gift you a lucky chance. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan circulated essence energy. With a convulsion, he actually expelled out all of the extreme yin qi within his body. That corpse venerable's pupils constricted. Clearly, he did not expect it to actually be so easy for Yi Yuan to deal with this extreme yin qi. Gifting me a lucky chance? You, this young man, are truly a bit too impudent. The corpse venerable said. Yi Yuan was merely boundless realm cultivation but said that he wanted to gift a Tier 8 corpse venerable a lucky chance. This sounded somewhat comical no matter how one listened. Yi Yuan just smiled and actually fished out a large number of earth essence crystals again and started to reinforce the array formation from before. Before long, inside this grotto was already completely covered by the array formation. You actually completely blocked the outflow of the extreme yin qi inside this yin grotto, raising the concentration of extreme yin qi within this grotto by several times. The corpse venerable said in shock. This array formation actually directly blocked off the outflow of yin qi through Yi Yuan's reinforcement, gathering all of the extreme yin qi within this cavern. If the corpse venerable cultivated here, it could be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Even if he had a corpse face, his expression at this time was fascinating to the extreme too. Just some meager tricks. Just take it as giving a plum in return for a peach. This array formation can roughly maintain for 1 year plus. In this period of time, you just cultivate well. Yi Yuan said coolly. Originally, the array formation Yi Yuan set up was just a temporary array formation and would dissipate very quickly. But after going through the reinforcement, not only did the power of this array formation obtain a tremendous increase, the duration lengthened a lot too. This way, the value of this yin grotto would be much greater. The corpse venerable cultivating in here would absolutely yield twice the results with half the effort. Just this 1 year plus was also sufficient to let his cultivation shake off those of the same species by a great margin. At this time, Caillou's breakthrough had also already drawn to an end. Originally, Caillou was peak 3rd level phaseless. Borrowing this yin qi force, she actually surged right through the 4th level phaseless bottleneck, breaking through to the middle stage phaseless realm. This was absolutely an enormous leap to Caillou. This hurdle, if Caillou cultivated normally without 10 years or 8 years, it was very hard to break through. But now, in just a short period, she crossed a small stage. For the first time in her life, Caillou felt that her heavenly terminal meridian physique was so wonderful. She came in front of Yi Yuan and bowed formally as she said, "Young Lord Yi, this lowly one's life will be yours in the future. Toiling like a slave is all up to a word of your instructions." Ever since triggering the heavenly terminal meridian physique, The fear of death was like a bone-festering maggot, plaguing her every day. Now she finally utterly eliminated this sort of torture. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder sister is so beautiful. If you toil like a slave for me, how many men under the heaven will hunt me down?" Caillou was just like a young maiden at this time. Hearing these words, she actually blushed red and said, "Young lord, don't make fun of this lowly one. Not making fun for you. You didn't see when I carried you in, what kind of expressions the rest looked at me with." Yi Yuan said with a smile. Caillou said with a face full of grievances, "So what? Young lord won't even look this lowly one in the eye. This lowly one knows that she is already unchaste and isn't good enough for young lord. But if young lord needs someone to wait upon you, you just have to say a word will do." The current Caillou could be said to be filled with amorous feelings. Her mindset was already completely different from when she just knew Yi Yuan. These words were not teasing words, but words from the bottom of her heart. It was just that the current Yi Yuan did not have much of a leisurely and carefree mood. "Elder sister don't need to treat me like a stranger. It's late, we'd best hurry back," Yi Yuan said. This boneyard was full of dangers. Leaving for a long time, Yi Yuan was worried about the rest too. That corpse venerable sent Yi Yuan away with his eyes but did not say much, directly entering inside the array formation and started to cultivate. Returning to the place everyone was resting, Yi Yuan sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Looking over, there were actually quite a few people missing. When Wuxia saw Yi Yuan, he hurriedly went up to greet, and said with a displeased look, "Young lord, that Wei Cheng simply doesn't know what's good for him. He got impatient from waiting and actually brought people from Skymist and another holy land away, and they headed towards the depths. He even said that young lord was deliberately mystifying things, delaying everybody's journey because of a woman." Wuxia had a face full of indignation. Clearly, he had a stomach full of pent-up anger from arguing with Wei Cheng just now. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly and he asked, "Where have they headed?" Wuxia pointed in a direction and said, "Over there have two fork roads." Wei Cheng brought people and entered the corridor on the left. Yi Yuan followed Wuxia's direction and looked over, and he could not help being speechless for a while. Ever since he entered the boneyard, he had always been advancing following the direction of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing Grand Array. But the direction Wei Cheng walked in just happened to be opposite from the Grand Array. What they would run into, Yi Yuan did not dare to guarantee either. After all, this boneyard was very bizarre. Any danger appearing was very normal. Really not afraid of godlike opponents, only scared of pig-like teammates. Right then, Sheng Jun suddenly came forward and said to Yi Yuan, "Brother Yi, Wei Cheng brought away quite a number of people. I also urged bitterly for a long time, but he wouldn't listen. In this kind of place, it's best for our strength to not scatter. In my opinion, let's go after them." Yi Yuan mused for a moment and felt that what Sheng Jun said was reasonable too. He nodded his head and said, "Fine then. Everyone hasten your footsteps. We'll catch up as quickly as possible." The group of people followed Wei Cheng's footprints, gradually entering deep inside. "Young lord," along the way, the zombies seemed to be getting lesser and lesser. Along the way, the surrounding zombies got lesser and lesser. By now, there were barely any zombies in the corridor. Yi Yuan discovered this sort of strange situation too and said solemnly, "Looks like there should be some powerful existence ahead. Even these zombies are also quite wary. Otherwise, it's not possible for these zombies' numbers to get smaller and smaller." Sheng Jun's expression changed, and he said, "Doesn't that mean that Wei Cheng, they all might run into danger at any time?" Yi Yuan nodded his head but did not say much. Now that it came to this, any more complaints were also of no help to the situation. He instructed everyone to quicken their pace and continued to chase over towards the depths. Barely traveling for a period of time, everyone discovered that the surrounding was already completely void of the figures of zombies. The entire corridor was empty and desolate inside, dead silent, making people feel rather uneasy instead. Right as they were walking, someone suddenly cried out, "Quickly look! There seemed to be people there." In front, there was indeed a person collapsed on the ground. Everyone walked closer to take a look. That person was wearing precisely the attire of the Skymist Holy Land on his. It was a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist. Yi Yuan still had some impression of this person. But he was already a dead man at this time. Yi Yuan went forward to investigate a little. This person was already deader than dead. There were injuries all over his body. His death state very wretched, virtually dismembered by someone with a flurry of blades. There was no longer an intact spot on his body. Xing Jun's expression changed when he saw the situation and said, "Could it be that there are still others underground here?" Looking at the wounds on his body, it should have been caused by blades and swords. Those zombies shouldn't know how to use blades and swords, right? On the way, they discovered quite a number of dead bodies. They were all dismembered by attacks from blades and then died. It was definitely done by people, not zombies. Without a doubt, Wei Cheng's group of people ran into danger. "Everybody be on guard," Yi Yuan instructed. Wei Cheng brought away 3 Holy Land's martial artists. Their strength was not weak, but there were still so many people killed. Clearly, the danger they ran into was also not ordinary. Everyone did not dare to disregard it when they heard that, becoming attentively and kept a sharp lookout. "Brother Yi, there seemed to be people fighting in the place ahead. Could it be Wei Cheng they all?" Xing Jun suddenly said. Yi Yuan heard the fighting sounds ahead too. Nodding his head, he said, "Very likely. Let's hurry over." The group of people hastened their footsteps and walked over following the fighting sounds. Not traveling very far, they indeed saw the profiles of Wei Cheng they all. They were currently immersed in an arduous battle. And what they were fighting was actually a large group of skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers were all holding production-style long sabers in their hands and were actually like an army. These skeleton soldiers' strength was very formidable. There was no shortage of some with Tier 8 strength among them. Furthermore, their numbers were massive, and they already surrounded Wei Cheng they all at this time. These 3 Holy Lands' losses were tragic. If Yi Yuan they all still had not reached in time, they would probably be completely wiped out. "Go!" Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, issuing the order immediately. Dozens of martial artists rushed forward and got tangled up in a battle with those skeleton soldiers. Wei Cheng was covered in blood all over at this time. He still sustained quite a few blades on his body. Even though he was holding a low-grade holy artifact in his hand, these skeletons' defense was seriously too formidable. Although he killed quite a few skeletons, there were still even more skeletons surrounding over. He already killed until his hands were weak. Could it be? "I'm going to die here?" If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted on my own. If I were to follow Yi Yuan, this sort of situation probably wouldn't happen, right? Wei Cheng already lost all hope in his heart. He was unbelievably remorseful in his heart right now. Although unwilling to admit it, Yi Yuan's ability in all aspects was more than a great deal stronger than him. The leader of this group of people was undoubtedly Yi Yuan being the most suited. But when he saw Yi Yuan being in the limelight everywhere, he could not feel good in his heart no matter what. Hence, he incited the other 2 Holy Lands to leave the main force together. He didn't think that the more they walked, the lesser the zombies got. In the end, many of this kind of skeleton soldiers actually dashed out all at once, surrounding them in all directions. They could not escape even if they wanted to flee. Although very unwilling to submit to Yi Yuan, in the final moment of his life, he actually deemed that Yi Yuan would be able to deal with this sort of situation. Bang! A skeleton soldier in front of Wei Cheng was actually directly smashed into dust. Bang! 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 Very soon, the skeleton soldiers around him all fell down one by one. Wei Cheng's originally dead and ash-gray eyes radiated splendor anew. A figure akin to a descended god let him saw hope anew. But when he saw that figure clearly, he could not help revealing a shocked expression. "Why Yi Yuan? He actually came to rescue me." At this moment, Wei Cheng felt incredible irony. He made things difficult for Yi Yuan in all aspects and even went off with other 3 Holy Lands martial artists. But at the final juncture, the one who rescued him was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not take notice of him and rushed to other areas immediately. With this exchange of blows, Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly too. These skeletons completely did not defend at all. They only went on the offensive blindly. The strength of their skeleton frames was actually even tougher than high-grade profound artifacts. Those Tier 8 skeletons, their bodies were even comparable to low-grade holy artifacts. It was difficult for ordinary blades and swords to cause damage to them at all. Low-grade holy artifacts were very scarce to rank 9 holy lands. Among these martial artists present, only the 7 holy lands' young lords and a small number of phaseless realm elders had low-grade holy artifacts. They could not cause any tangible harm to the skeletons at all. The strength of Wei Cheng's group of people was not weak. It was no wonder that they would fall into a bitter battle.
Blackwind, come out! Yi Yuan roared. Blackwind came out a roar. Roar!
Blackwind gave a roar and directly trampled a skeleton with a foot. Blackwind already reached the brink of transforming into a dragon. The power of his fleshy body was already not much different compared to a true dragon. It was actually even more powerful than these skeletons. Blackwind, you go and deal with those Tier 8 skeletons, Yi Yuan ordered.
Yes. Blackwind received the order and charged towards the skeleton group like a war chariot, falling into battle with those Tier 8 skeletons. Blackwind was well worthy of possessing true dragon bloodline. His combat strength was formidable until it made people's hair stand on end. His enormous claws were even comparable to holy artifacts. Under a single claw strike, even those Tier 8 skeletons were smashed. Among all of the martial artists, the only one who could keep up with Blackwind's speed of killing the enemy was Yi Yuan. Those Tier 7 skeletons completely could not take a single blow under Yi Yuan's fist. Yi Yuan once broke Nalanhong's sword with one punch. It could be seen how powerful his fleshy body was. Furthermore, Yi Yuan integrated the primeval dragon bone into his arm and underwent refinement daily. His fist was the most powerful place in his entire body, just like a glass cutter's diamond. Even if the bones of these skeletons were any stronger, it was also not possible to be stronger than the primeval dragon bone. With the addition of these two people, a change happened to the battle situation very quickly. The skeleton soldiers around the 3 Holy Lands martial artists were swept away clean very quickly. Being snatched from the jaws of death, the 3 Holy Lands martial artists erupted with a huge cheer. But at present, the 3 Holy Lands martial artists' casualties were already more than half. Could be said to be heavy losses. Bang! Just as everyone was cheering, a figure flew out all of a sudden, smashing heavily onto the walls of the cavern. Xingjun pointed at Wei Qing and roared in an uncontrollable rage, "So many martial artists died because you were jealous of those more able than you. Are you happy now?" The surroundings quieted down all at once. The cheers died down too, only hearing Xingjun's furious scolding. "You, this fool, think yourself to be infallible. As the young lord, you put your own subordinates in a dangerous situation. What is your intention? You take a look at them yourself. Because of that laughable pride of yours, they almost died because of you. And Kingstone also died because of you. If you can get out, how do you plan on giving an account to the Skymist Holy Land? This boneyard is so dangerous, and yet you treat it like child's play. Really seeking death?" Not far away, Kingstone's corpse was shockingly there. He was actually hacked to death by a flurry of blades by the skeleton soldiers already. The Skymist Holy Land's young lord actually died pitifully here. Wei Cheng swept a glance over, only to see each and every one of the 3 Holy Lands martial artists covered in wounds, their faces seemingly haggard. And all of this was all thanks to him.
Wei Cheng discovered that the 3 Holy Lands martial artists were all looking at him with fierce glares, especially the Skymist Holy Lands martial artists who wished that they could immediately come up and kill him. Even the Cloud Watchtower Holy Lands martial artists were disappointed to the extreme in Wei Cheng. After this accident, they finally knew Yi Yuan's importance. The situation that they were unable to cope with by going all out. Yi Yuan resolved it the moment he came.
These skeletons were so powerful but could not even withstand a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. This was a total disparity in strength. I'm sorry, Wei Qing choked.
Sorry?
Hehe, can an apology revives your subordinates?
Can an apology treat the wounds on their bodies?
You're really an idiot beyond redemption.
Xingjun's putting up with Wei Cheng already reached the limits. This time he finally exploded. And this time, Wei Cheng finally shed remorseful tears. "All right, don't scold him anymore. Better pluck your spirits up. It's not over yet. We seem to have provoked an extraordinary fellow this time," Yi Yuan suddenly said with a grim expression. Everyone's faces changed.
all not quite certain what it meant. All of the skeletons were clearly finished off. What danger would there be still? Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking over at the entrance of the passageway. The moment everyone saw, they could not help being greatly alarmed inwardly. An additional skeleton was there since goodness knows when. Just one. That skeleton did not say a word. It just sat at the cave entrance silently. Under its hand, it was pressing on a long saber. Master, you need to be careful. His strength is unfathomable. Black Wind is probably completely not his match either. Black Wind suddenly spoke. Black Wind's words gave everyone a huge shock. He was a great Circle Tier 8 dragon race, but he actually admitted himself that he was not the skeleton's match. Then wouldn't the skeleton's strength have to reach Tier 9? Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said to everyone, everybody retreat out of this cavern. Turn around, hurry up. Xingjun's expression changed and he said, Brother Yi. Relax. I'll catch up, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xingjun's gaze showed a complicated expression and he said, Take care, Brother Yi. Let's go. Dozens of martial artists withdrew out of this cavern very quickly under Xingjun's lead. In the empty cave there was only Yi Yuan, Black Wind, and that skeleton opposite left. On you, there is the aura of the vast heaven steel. That skeleton's mouth rattled and actually opened its mouth to talk. The moment it started talking, it startled Yi Yuan. The vast heaven steel was absorbed by him into his body. Ordinary people could not detect it at all. But the skeleton actually laid bare the truth with a single comment. Looks like this skeleton not making a move the entire time was probably because of the vast heaven steel. Otherwise, if he swung a saber down, most likely no one could withstand it. Senior recognizes the vast heaven steel? Yi Yuan did not deny it but answered with a question instead. Of course, I know it. The vast heaven steel's former owner was one of the leaders of the human race. The skeleton said slowly. Former owner? Could Senior be talking about Senior Fang Tian? Yi Yuan said curiously. But the skeleton shook its head and said, Fang Tian? Looks like the vast heaven steel has already changed quite a few generations of owners. No idea how long I've slumbered here either. But since you obtained the vast heaven steel, looks like the time for the divine realm's great calamity has arrived again. Yi Yuan's expression became apprehensive. Looks like this skeleton's era before his death was even further back than he imagined. Furthermore, hearing the meaning in the skeleton's words seemed like it was all ominous foreboding once the vast heaven steel came into being. Recalling Fang Tian's experiences that Long Tang mentioned before, seemed like it was really the case, that whatever heavenly fiend god sounded like a very powerful existence when one heard it. If not for Fang Tian, most likely, the divine realm's situation right now would definitely not be like this. Now that 50,000 years had passed, could it be another round of samsara again? But Longting did not elaborate in detail regarding that earth-shattering great battle 50,000 years ago and did not disclose more things. The specific circumstances Yi Yuan did not know either. Except undercurrents seemed to be flowing in the divine realm presently. Could it be related to the great calamity the skeleton talked about? Senior, just what kind of great calamity will the divine realm encounter? Is it possible that it's related to some extent with this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array? According to what Junior knows, this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was also an extremely formidable array formation in the ancient era. Just what kind of an existence is this boneyard suppressing? Yi Yuan was filled with doubts. Since you recognize this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, why did you still bring so many people inside? At present, the grand array has already loosened. That thing will accelerate the breaking of the seal after obtaining so much blood feed, the skeleton said. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that. He briefly recounted the events that happened in this period of time. The skeleton kept silent after hearing it. He only opened his mouth after some time and said, You went through the trouble. It's just that your strength is too poor. Coming in makes no difference too. Just now, if not for sensing the vast heaven steel, you guys would already all be dead men. The skeleton's words were very calm, as though talking about something that was not worth mentioning. Black Wind, this great circle of Tier 8, he thought nothing of him at all. Yi Yuan did not doubt this skeleton's words in the slightest. This person was surely a peerless powerhouse during his lifetime. Even if he was only left with a skeleton now, the feeling that he gave him was also incredibly dangerous. Except, being looked down upon by a skeleton, Yi Yuan was helpless too. Even though Yi Yuan was already going all out to increase his strength, it was still not quite adequate to look at. Facing this kind of ancient-class powerhouse, even if countless tens of thousands of years had elapsed, he was not a match. Bring them away. This fiend god is going to come into being very soon. You all can't stop him. What are those deity realm powerhouses all doing to actually let you guys, these babies, come to die? The skeleton said unhappily. Yi Yuan was speechless again when he heard that and said with a sigh, Senior, the divine realm's divine Tao has already dwindled to zero for over 100,000 years. Ever since then, there are no longer divine realm powerhouses. What? Divine Tao dwindled to zero. Hearing this news, the skeleton finally lost composure. Only after a long time did the skeleton sigh and said, I'm only a remnant soul now, completely unable to feel heavenly Tao. Could it be that the divine realm has entered an age of declining laws? Forget it, I'm already dead for God knows how many years and can't bother with matters after my death either. I can only give a last bit of meager strength. Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart. Between the lines of this skeleton's words, it all revealed the might of the fiend god this place was suppressing. Once an existence like this broke out, who knew what kind of a catastrophe the divine realm would have to suffer? Senior, isn't there any way at all? Yi Yuan said unresignedly. Back then, the one who sealed the fiend god with this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was the vast heaven steel's owner. He was one of the leaders of the human race, and even he was incapable of killing this fiend god. You can imagine his power. Even though you acquired the vast heaven steel, your strength is too weak and don't have the ability to deal with the fiend god at all. Furthermore, you said that somebody is intentionally weakening the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Most likely, he'll be able to break out before long, the skeleton said. How powerful the vast heaven steel's owner the skeleton talked about was, Yi Yuan had no way of imagining. But he was certain that, as the leader of the human race at that time, the vast heaven steel's owner's strength was definitely formidable to the extreme. Even he had no way of killing the fiend god. It could be seen how powerful this fellow was. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, According to what Senior said, this fiend god has already been sealed for several tens of thousands of years. Likely, his strength at present is just a mere fraction already. If talking about killing the fiend god, wouldn't now be the best opportunity? The skeleton was silent for a while and said, Junior, you're very responsible, but there's no way that you're his match. You have the vast heaven steel on hand. Best to cultivate as quickly as possible. That way, perhaps there's still a gleam of chance to kill the fiend god. But Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, Junior wants to give it a go. Rumble. All of a sudden, the whole world started trembling. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This tremor clearly came from the direction of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Has it begun? Looks like I've reached the time to leave as well. Junior, future matters will be entrusted to you. On you I saw the shadow of the vast heaven steel's owner. Be careful. The skeleton said this sentence, then turned right around and left. Yi Yuan's expression was slightly dark, and he turned around and left too. Seeing Yi Yuan come out safely, everyone heaved a big sigh in relief too. Brother Yi, it's really great that you're fine. No idea what happened underground to actually make even the earth tremble. Furthermore, these zombies are actually flooding towards underground like tidewater. Shengjun said rather worriedly. Yi Yuan's expression was grave as he said, a fiend god is suppressed underground here whose strength is overwhelming. These zombies were probably created by people with the intent of assaulting the grand array. Now, this grand array suffered a tremendous impact. The fiend god is going to break free very soon. Fiend god. In this world, could there really be the existence of the fiend race? And no way, right? To proclaim to be a fiend god, wouldn't that be a deity realm-like existence? Are you kidding? Once an existence like that breaks out, who in this divine realm can be his match?
We'd better hurry up and leave. Yi Yuan's words caused a huge panic among the 7 Holy Lands martial artists. Many martial artists already could not contain themselves, wanting to leave this boneyard. Deity realm, this was a realm that made all martial artists yearn for. It was also a realm that all martial artists feared. Facing deity realm powerhouses, not everybody had this kind of courage. To martial artists in an age of declining laws, deity realm was equivalent to invincibility. Everybody, this fiend god was sealed for several tens of thousands of years by the Grand Array. His loss of strength is immense, and it's precisely a fine opportunity for us to slay him. Once the fiend god breaks free, when he recovers his strength, the divine realm will surely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. I ask for everyone to lend this Yi a helping hand and eliminate this fiend. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to everyone. Wei Cheng's 2 legs were trembling. Suddenly he snapped, Yi Yuan, you had known that there is the fiend god existing underground here long ago. Once it broke out, your crimson afterglow holy land will be the first to bear the brunt, so you want to drag us, the other 6 families, all into the water, isn't that so? Ha ha, you even feigned a noble appearance, saying that it's for the consideration of the 7 holy lands. You, this fellow, are a hypocrite posing as a person of high morals. Hearing that the fiend god was about to break free soon, Wei Cheng was frightened to the extreme in his heart. Under this sort of circumstances, he habitually pushed all of the blame to Yi Yuan. It was just that his words indeed aggravated the fear in everyone's hearts even more. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan became somewhat unfriendly. It was only due to Black Wind being present that they maintained a final restraint. Under this kind of hopeless situation, it could reflect people's hearts most of all. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, with your view of things, you can only see a tiny little white valiant region. Once the fiend god breaks out, who in the entire divine realm can resist his footsteps? Everyone's faces changed, all feeling a sense of pressure coming from head-on. The fiend god coming into being, the divine realm would surely be turbulent, and the one to be the first to bear the brunt was the white valiant region. Everybody, don't listen to him quibble. You aren't going to say now that you came underground for the sake of the human race's righteousness, right? I don't care. Either way, I'm leaving. That is a fiend god. Which one of you wants to seek death? Just go yourself. Finish talking. He brought the Cloud Watchtower Holy Lands remaining martial artists and left straight away. Huaxujie had a look of struggle and also came in front of Yi Yuan and said, Brother Yi, the fiend god cannot be fought. Presumably an existence like him won't take fancy on puny little rank 9 holy lands like us too. Farewell. Finish talking. He turned around and said to the Fire Feather Holy Land martial artists, Let's go. Yi Yuan did not stop Huaxujie's departure, but said to Xing Jun, Brother Xing, you? Shang Jun had a look of dilemma too and countered with a question instead. Brother Yi, even if the fiend god's strength is depleted to the limit by the Grand Array, he's likely not what we can rival as well. I wonder how much confidence Brother Yi has. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Not much confidence. Xing Jun was stunned. He originally thought that Yi Yuan being so resolute, he more or less had some confidence. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan was completely messing around. Brother Yi, isn't it courting death like this? Is it worth it? Xing Jun asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, There's no worth it or not worth it, only willing or unwilling. I, Yi Yuan, want to do it, so I'll go do it. It's that simple. Shang Jun was stupefied again. If Yi Yuan talked about some great principle with him, he would definitely turn around and go. But Yi Yuan's words made his heart jolt. Real men only seek a clear conscience when doing things. Who cares about his reputation before and after his death? Fine. Brother Yi, I, Shang Jun, will accompany you to go crazy today. Shang Jun turned around again and said to the Soaring Rainbow Holy Lands martial artists, Though I'm the Soaring Rainbow Holy Lands young lord, today's matter, I won't force you guys. Whoever is willing to stay behind, I, Shang Jun, welcome cordially. Whoever is willing to go, I absolutely won't bar the way either. Actually, Yi Yuan did not harbor any hope towards these people but did not expect that Xing Jun actually really chose to remain behind. Yi Yuan had this attitude towards the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land too. In the end, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land martial artists actually all chose to stay behind. But the other 3 Holy Lands, only a few people stayed behind. The number of people that remained behind in the end was merely 20 over people. Among them, over half was even the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's martial artists. But this figure already far surpassed Yi Yuan's expectations. With Shang Jun's lead, a phaseless realm elder even stayed behind for the soaring Rainbow Holy Land. Elder Sister Caillou, aren't you going too? You had a hard time before managing to cure your heavenly terminal meridian physique. If you encounter any mishap here, wouldn't it be Yi Yuan's fault? From start to end, Caillou stood behind Yi Yuan, did not say a word, and did not move before either. Only when she heard Yi Yuan ask did Caillou smile and said, "This lowly one said before, in the future, this life is yours. Moreover, honestly speaking, the current young Lord Yi is really mesmerizing this lowly one to death." Caillou's eyes were full of admiration. Her gaze looking at Yi Yuan was like looking at her lover. Yi Yuan said with a mocking smile, "Your life is your own, nothing to do with me. It's really very dangerous this time. I don't have any assurance at all. Elder sister, better leave." Caillou just smiled but did not have the intention of moving. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only not urge anymore. Rumble. The tremors underground became even fiercer. In the underground passageway, wisps of fiendish black qi actually started spreading all over the place. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, "Such powerful fiendish qi. Truly well-deserving of being a fiend god, being sealed for so many years by the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. He can actually still erupt with such powerful fiendish qi. Looks like the fiend god is going to break free very soon. Let's hurry up and go." The fiend god had not broken free yet and already dispersed such powerful fiendish qi. This made everyone involuntarily become even more worried in their hearts. Swoosh! 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 Several dozen figures scurried out from the passageway Yi Yuan set up. Pooh! Pretending to be a human race hero for what? It's fine if you go seek death yourself, you even want to drag us to be scapegoats. Are heroes so easy to be? Fishing for fame and praise. Wei Cheng spat at the entrance. He said these words very loudly and did not avoid everyone's eyes and ears. The moment the words came out, everyone shot over contemptuous looks. If not for Yi Yuan, you'd have already died several times over. You still have the capability to make sarcastic remarks here? Being shameless to your level is also considered a kind of realm, Hua Shujie said with a cold smile. Even though he did not have the courage to face the fiend god, he still admired Yi Yuan's choice greatly. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had indeed saved everyone a number of times. This was an indisputable fact. Hua Shujie, don't talk like you're very lofty. Didn't you run too? What right do you have to comment on me? Also, you guys. Each and every one of you looking at me with this sort of expression for what? If you have the capabilities, go down yourselves. Wei Cheng roared. Under repeated blows, Wei Cheng's psyche already utterly lost balance. But his words were still very incisive. No matter what reason, running was running. These martial artists all turned their faces away, revealing looks of embarrassment. People all had this kind of mentality, feeling that if the sky fell down, there would be tall guys propping it up. The fiend god coming into being should be those divine king powerhouses coming out to face the enemy. What responsibility and duty did they have to face this kind of danger? Those like Yi Yuan were undoubtedly moths flying into the fire, that kind. They would even be ridiculed by people such as Wei Cheng. Wow, very lively, yeah. Didn't you guys go in? Why did you come out so quickly? You're making it very hard for me like this. Suddenly, a spooky voice sounded out, making everyone jump in fright. Two people clad entirely in black clothes suddenly appeared. They actually did not discover it all before this. Hua Shujie said with a slightly somber expression. Who are you people? Making a show of force here. Don't you know that the fiend god is about to come into being at once? The two black-clothed people exchanged a glance and could not help laughing weirdly. One of them said with a big laugh, Fiend god coming into being? Of course we know. Because this fiend god is freed by us. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. No wonder Yi Yuan said that someone had ulterior motives. Turns out that he really hit the mark. JE, although your strength is a little lousy, as Lord Fiend God's blood feed, it's barely adequate. Originally, you guys sending yourselves in saved us some trouble. Now, We can only personally take action and send you in. The other person said with a weird laugh. Who the hell are you people? Why do you want to do this sort of thing that betrays the human race? Hua Shujie interrogated. Well, you can call us holy followers. All right, surrender without resistance. One of them said coolly. When Yi Yuan and the rest rushed to the depths underground, they were struck dumbfounded by the scene before their eyes. Beneath the ground was an enormous cavern. At this time, inside the entire cavern was filled with fiendish qi. East, south, west, north, and central. All 5 positions had 5 sacrificial altars constructed by no idea who. At this moment, those zombies were all walking over towards the area surrounded by the sacrificial altars without heed for their lives. They were directly refined into a cloud of blood mist, then directly absorbed by the sacrificial altar in the middle. Brother Yi, why are these zombies all charging inside without any heed for their lives? Xingjun was greatly shocked. These zombies were originally refined artificially. They are all controlled by people, Yi Yuan said calmly. What? These zombies are all refined artificially. How many lives does this have to slaughter? Could it be that those super holy lands all don't care? Xingjun was utterly shocked by it. The number of zombies underground here was probably more than 100 million. To refine so many zombies, wouldn't it have to kill this many people? Just what kind of faction could do it to such a degree? Martial artists under Tier 6 don't count for anything in the divine realm. As long as it's done a little covertly, gathering this sum was not something hard. I'm just curious, just what kind of force can accomplish this unbeknown to gods and ghosts? Yi Yuan said with a grim expression. From the Medicine King Hall's destruction to various sorts of bizarre incidents happening in the divine realm, then to this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array presently, the divine realm that was calm on the surface was likely already surging with undercurrents long ago. It was just that this faction concealed too deeply. Everyone had yet to become aware of its existence. Then we're just going to watch them go offer up a sacrifice passively? Xingjun said unresignedly. With these many zombies, they could not kill all. After people died, evil qi would coalesce. And this area of extreme yin land was filled with powerful extreme yin qi. These zombies could fuse these 2 kinds of qi into evil yin qi. The corrosive nature of evil yin qi was extremely strong. Using it to corrode array formations was most suitable. Even though the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was an ancient top-tier grand array, along with the passing of time, its power was already greatly discounted. Adding in the erosion of these evil yin qi, under the simultaneous attack from the fiend god within and outside, the grand array was already teetering on the verge of collapse. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, It's already too late. Unless there are still deity realm powerhouses in this world, there will be no way to reinforce this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Otherwise, even if we finish these zombies, it's of no help to the matter too. The fiend god coming into being is an unstoppable trend. Xingjun sucked in a breath deeply and could not help becoming worried about the divine realm's situation in the future. In the divine realm, regarding the descriptions of the fiend race, it merely existed in legends. Only in some ancient records would it occasionally mention the fiend race. This stretch of boundless and limitless continent had always been under the rule of the human race and demon race. Legend has it that, in the desolate era, the human race and the fiend race once fought an earth-shaking great war. Originally thought that these were merely just legends. Didn't think that they were actually true. If it's in accordance with how ancient records narrate it, the human race and fiend race are still mortal enemies. Most likely, the human race is really going to plunge into misery and suffering, Xingjun said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, The fiend race is not just a legend. They have always existed in the divine realm. It's just that they were not known to people. 50,000 years ago, there was a fellow who proclaimed to be a heavenly fiend god that came roaring into existence. Unfortunately, he ran into a genius martial artist from the human race and was beaten until he fled with heavy injuries. Xingjun was taken aback from shock. Only now did he know that the divine realm actually still had such secrets. It was just that with Yi Yuan's age, how did he know this kind of secrets? This Yi Yuan really made people unable to fathom.
Brother Yi, then are we just going to stare blankly right now? Are we going to wait the fiend god to come into being? Shengjun said. How can that be? You rest and rehabilitate here for a moment. I'll go set up the formation. Yi Yuan leaped and started bustling about inside this cave. Before long, a large-scale array formation gradually had an elementary form. When Shengjun saw the elementary form of this array formation, his expression could not help changing slightly, and he asked Wu Xiyuan, Elder Wu, could this array formation that Brother Yi is laying down be the Crimson Afterglow's undisclosed secret? How can a mere Tier 6 array formation be so complex? Wu Xiyuan shook his head blankly and said, I've never seen this Tier 6 array formation before, but this array formation gives my heart a feeling of palpitations. Shengjun shared the same feeling and said, Indeed. Although I'm a major realm higher than him, I feel that if I enter this array formation, I'll probably never come out again. I truly didn't expect that Brother Yi actually had such high attainments in the Tao of array formations. This array formation that Yi Yuan laid down was precisely his pinnacle work in the formation's path at present, the Azura confounding formation. Along with the increase in cultivation, Yi Yuan could already fully set up this array formation. Back then, when he was still at the Sea Transformation realm, he blocked the entire Purple Mansion Sect's attack by relying on this array formation, playing the Purple Mansion Sect's late-stage Soul Sea experts in the palm of his hands. Now, Yi Yuan was already God knows how many times stronger than back then. The array formation setup naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. This array formation was also his greatly killing tool in the formation's path. What Yi Yuan set up back then was merely the greater confounding formation which was not equipped with the functions of a killing formation. But now, Yi Yuan was already able to integrate the killing formation inside and could unleash this array formation to the limits. As for whether or not it could stop the fiend god, that was unknown. Following the passing of time, the fiendish qi in the cave became increasingly vigorous. That horrifying pressure made everyone have a feeling of wanting to escape. On that sacrificial altar in the middle, fiendish qi erupted like a volcano, causing the entire cave to tremble. Right then, Yi Yuan finally finished setting the formation. He was hit with exhaustion at this time too. This array formation being set up till the end, he expended tremendous physical strength and mental strength too. He consumed several medicinal pills on the spot and started recovering his strength. Rumble. An enormous tremor reverberated throughout the entire cave. Yi Yuan opened both eyes abruptly and said with a solemn expression, It's coming. Everyone's expression became fearful, looking at that sacrificial altar in the center without shifting their eyes. Countless black gas spouted out, finally condensing to form a fiendish black shadow. Ha ha ha. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? This seat finally broke free. Damn humans, be prepared to receive the seat's wrath. Yi? There are still some small fries here. Didn't expect that right after coming out. There are people taking the initiative to deliver themselves to the doorstep to become this seat's blood feed. The black shadow emitted a low and deep voice akin to waves of muffled thunder. The black shadow actually allowed no explanation, heading straight for Yi Yuan's direction in a surprise attack. Boom! A ball of black gas directly smashed onto everyone's bodies, smashing Yi Yuan's group of people into a cloud of blood mist. Ha ha! I absorb. And the fiend god was just planning to absorb the mass of blood mist when he suddenly discovered something amiss. Looks like I underestimated this bunch of trash. To actually let this seat fall for an illusionary array imperceptibly. Hee playing hide and seek? This seat's mood today is excellent. I'll accompany you all to play. The fiend god surveyed the surroundings and started to find the figures of Yi Yuan and the rest. In the array formation, everyone had a lingering fear. Shengjun was somewhat shuddering in retrospect as he said, Brother Yi, all thanks to your array formation. Otherwise, we'd probably be killed by this fiend god in one exchange. Yi Yuan said with a grim expression. Truly didn't expect that this fiend god can still preserve such strength after being trapped for several tens of thousands of years by the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Just how powerful was he at his peak period? Although everyone avoided the fiend god's attack just now by relying on the Azura confounding formation, the might of the fiend god was still deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Shengjun said.
In a while, everybody listen to my arrangement. I'll manipulate the array formation and continuously expend that fiend god's strength. Understood. Yi Yuan carried out arrangements for each person. Borrowing the truth and deception of the array formation could bring to play their strength to the limits. Boom! The fiend god demolished an illusion with an attack again. Chi! An attack came out from the void, rumbling straight for the fiend god. But the fiend god just lightly waved and directly wiped out that attack. Not having a physical body is indeed very troublesome. Looks like I still have to seize possession of a human's body first. That damn Taoist absolute heaven. He actually used the vast heaven steel to destroy my physical body, the fiend god said slowly. The surroundings continuously had Yi Yuan and company S attacks transmitting over. But these attacks could not cause any threat to the fiend god. He obliterated these attacks with a wave of his hand. Regardless whether was it Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists' attacks or Phaseless Realm martial artists' attacks. Surging floodwaters. After a concentrated series of attacks, a peerlessly powerful attack pierced right through the void, landing heavily on the fiend god's main body. Arg! The fiend god gave a miserable cry, his body flying out backward. After a round of indiscriminate bombardment, Yi Yuan's plan finally succeeded. Excellent. I even thought that this guy is invincible. Turns out he will sustain injuries too. It's still Lord Black Flood Dragon's attack that's powerful. This move, even I'm scared when I see it. The fiend god suffering this attack, he will be heavily wounded if not dead. Right? Young Lord Ye's array formation is indeed miraculous. To actually be able to let attacks shuttle through the void and directly attack the fiend god's main body. The crowd of martial artists was all incredibly excited to see Blackwind's attack succeed. But Yi Yuan said with a grave expression, it's still early. If the fiend god is so easy to deal with, it wouldn't be a fiend god. With the strength of a major ancient power, it could only suppress him here too. How can he be so easy to take care of? Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a series of intense quaking sounds echoed. The grand array was actually shaking. Little Traz, congratulations. You've successfully infuriated the seat. Even the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array couldn't trap this seat. Just a lousy illusionary array. I want to see how many times it can withstand this seat's attacks. The fiend god's voice transmitted into each person's ears, startling everybody. Bang! 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 The fiend god went seemingly insane, bombarding the grand array non-stop. And the Azura confounding formation started trembling violently under his attacks too. Not good. If we let him carry on attacking like this, the grand array will be breached sooner or later, Yi Yuan said with a solemn look. It was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering such a troublesome opponent. Even the Azura confounding formation could not trap him. Luckily, this fiend god's strength was already very debilitated from being sealed for too long a time. Or else, he could probably destroy the Azura confounding formation with a wave of his hand. What to do, Brother Yi? Once the grand array is breached, we'll be without any barriers at all. This fiend god is truly formidable. We are probably not his match. Through a round of probing, these martial artists had long seen the fiend god's might already. Facing the fiend god head-on, they felt rather fearful just thinking about it. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, the Azura confounding formation probably can't be preserved anymore. Since that's the case, I'll let him witness the truly formidable aspect of the Azura confounding formation. Yi Yuan sent everyone out of the array formation and mustered up all of the essence energy in his body to deploy the array formation. All of a sudden, the entire grand array started flashing. Above the firmament, countless sword lights actually condensed. What? The fiend god stopped his attacks, incomparably shocked as he looked at the sword lights in the air. Within the void, there were countless virtual sword images suspended. This was the fifth stage supreme true intent Yi Yuan displayed by merging his sword intent into the Azura confounding formation and borrowing the power of the grand array. This Azura confounding formation, after Yi Yuan improved it, the power of the killing formation was even stronger than the original version. Sharp swords hung high above, even someone as powerful as the fiend god turned pale with fright too. Azura confounding formation, myriad sword piercing the heart. Kill! Yi Yuan roared. Countless long swords streaked through countless streams of flowing light in the grand array, rushing towards the all-powerful fiend god. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan himself did not have such boundless essence energy, but the grand array did. In an instant, the Azura confounding formation extracted the essence energy within all of the earth essence crystals dry. The power could be imagined. The place the fiend god stood at was immediately blasted to residue by countless streaks of sword light, stirring up clouds of dust. So powerful. Just a tier 6 grand array, this power is also too terrifying, right? Sheng Jun muttered. This scene was too shocking, resulting in him not thinking whether or not the fiend god was finished off right away, but astonishment at the might of the grand array. Young Lord Yi is mighty. Such a terrifying attack, there's no way that fiend god can survive, right? Ha ha, what bullshit fiend god, I think it's nothing more than this. Wasn't he still finished off all at once? After the shock, the martial artists were all incredibly excited. Originally thought that doomsday was arriving, didn't expect that this fiend god was merely nothing more than this. Whoosh! Yi Yuan's figure slowly landed in front of everyone, saying with a serious expression, "Everybody be on guard. The fiend god isn't so easy to be disposed of. Without the grand array's protection, we're going to have a direct confrontation with him." Everyone's excited expressions could not help choking up. Even such a terrifying attack could not kill the fiend god? This? No way, right? Whoosh! Bang! There was a blur before everyone's eyes. They had yet to recover to their senses when a dark shadow already arrived in front. A streak of black light smacked directly onto a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist's body. He immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone was still half dubious about Yi Yuan's words, and the fiend god actually attacked again. Without the grand array's shielding, a martial artist instantly died on Yi Yuan's side. Everyone turned pale with fright and hastily retreated. The fiend god did not have the intention of following up either. He just greedily absorbed that cloud of blood mist. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The fiend god's aura was actually getting strong. Without a doubt, that attack earlier proved effective. The fiend god's aura was weakened substantially compared to before, but at this time he was actually in the midst of gradually recovering. This fellow can actually absorb the essence and blood of martial artists to recover strength. Everybody be careful, Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression. If it was like this, Yi Yuan's side absolutely must not have casualties appear again. Or else, the fiend god would grow stronger with battle. Is this guy a monster? Fully withstood such a terrifying attack, and he's actually completely fine, somebody said in despair. The current fiend god was a mass of dark shadow. Only 2 eyeballs were left in his entire body that could be seen. But at this moment, the fiend god's pair of eyeballs looked towards Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, "A little interesting. A measly little tier 6 martial artist can actually injure this seat. However, even Taoist absolute heaven couldn't kill this seat. With just the likes of you, this brat, what can you do to me? I'll immediately become this seat's blood feed. This is your honor." Yi Yuan's expression was grim as he said, "Phaseless realm martial artists assist Blackwind to launch attacks. Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists support with coordinated actions by the side. This guy's speed is peculiar, be careful." Everyone slowly nodded. Their faces all had unspeakable solemnness. The might of the fiend god far exceeded their imaginations. One had to know, this was still the state after the fiend god was sealed for countless years. Heh. Looks like you still won't give up hope. Forget it. This seat will fulfill your wishes. The fiend god gave a weird laugh and vanished with a whoosh. Be careful. Yi Yuan suddenly pushed a palm out, pushing away a Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artist. A black shadow dashed right through the place he stood at. Being pushed aside by Yi Yuan, that martial artist finally recovered his senses and involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. "And many thanks, young Lord Yi." That martial artist was even kind of stuttering when talking. Just now was really a very close shave. If not for Yi Yuan making a move, his outcome would already be the same as that person from before. "Origin magnetic field? Couldn't tell that your tricks are really plentiful," said the fiend god, slightly surprised. Just now it was clearly going to succeed in a moment.
At the crucial juncture, it was like someone dragged him a little, making his figure drop down abruptly, stagnating that tiny bit. That was how that martial artist barely avoided his attack. First was the Azura confounding formation, then the origin magnetic field. The fiend god actually suffered 2 hidden losses in a row at the hands of a puny little tier 6 martial artist. This made him rather surprised. It's actually an origin magnetic field. Hearing the fiend god's words, everyone could not help looking at Yu Yuan in shock. This crimson afterglow young lord's methods were truly inexhaustible. With boundless realm cultivation, he could actually dance around within existence like the fiend god. Truly remarkable. If not for Yi Yuan, probably in a single exchange, they all would be completely wiped out by the fiend god. Lord Fiend God's methods are quite a few too. Being suppressed for so countless tens of thousands of years, your strength is actually still so powerful. Yi Yuan said coolly. Heh, looks like you still have quite a bit of understanding about this seat. That's right. If this seat is at my peak, a little finger can pinch you all, this bunch of trash, to death. How could I tolerate you, this brat, to be cocky in front of this seat? A hero won't mention past glories. Lord Fiend God is not a person of this era in the first place. Better to sleep eternally in this place. Yi Yuan's face fell, killing intent overflowing instantly. The fiend god was slightly stunned when he saw the situation and immediately burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, since this seat came out. Then it's the time of arrival for the doomsday of your human race. You, a measly little tier 6 martial artist, actually wants to kill this seat. An utter joke. Don't you know that this seat has an undying body? Little lord, I don't believe that there's really any undying body in this world. Today, I want to give it a try and see. Black Wind. I'll coordinate with you with the origin magnetic field. Go." "Yes, master." Under Yi Yuan's command, Blackwind's body suddenly expanded several times, waving his claws as he attacked towards the fiend god. The fiend god was just about to evade when a bizarre force field appeared once again, delaying his figure that tiny bit. Boom! Blackwind's palm force spat, immediately slamming together with the fiend god. The two people each retreated several steps. "Everybody attack," Yi Yuan said solemnly. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirits were roused, each wielding a weapon and going forward. Yi Yuan interfered with the fiend god's traces from time to time with the origin magnetic field, resulting in him being attacked in front and from the rear. For a moment, Yi Yuan's side actually firmly took the upper hand, especially Blackwind's attacks that were full of power. Even someone as powerful as the fiend god was beaten until he screamed in pain too. "Damn it, you trash, taking advantage of when this seat is at the weakest to sneak attack. What capability does that count as?" howled the fiend god.